Good day, folks. Welcome to another audiobook read by Mr. Stuff and Such. Sorry about the ads. If you would consider maybe getting YouTube Premium, it takes away all the ads and you can download and listen whenever you want. I got it myself and I found it was well worth it. Anyways, on to the show. Coyote Gulch by Peter Field, read by Mr. Stuff and Such. Introduction. Perhaps he was a little less colorful than the carefree, roaming cowboy. We sometimes overlook other figures that is also part and parcel of the history and the legend of the western United States. That figure is the settler, the homestead, the squatter, the nester, to call him at once by several names that have been assigned to him. The man who came west with his family to work the land and establish a home by sweat and sinew. Homesteading in the West became a major development after the war between the states, with the discharge of the soldiers from the armies. Under then existing laws, any man who had seen military service and was head of a family might acquire title to 160 acres of unappropriated land by residing on it and cultivating it for 5 years. An alternative was residing on the land for 6 months and paying $1.25 per acre. Thousands of men availed themselves of this opportunity. Other settlers went west in more precarious circumstances. They, their wives, and children ventured into the wide open spaces without the protection of the homestead laws and merely settled upon a likely bit of acreage. These are the ones to whom the terms squatter and nester was usually applied, and if the land they chose happened to be a part of the range on which an established rancher was running cows, they were often in trouble. In the long view, the settlers had the right of it, because without them in the West, with its large populated and cultivated areas as we know it today, would not have become a thing. But the average rancher, seeing his economy threatened by this influx of humanity, was often in a mood to start throwing lead. Many a fierce and bloody feud was fought out between the individual ranchers and the settlers. And such a feud, in fact, is the basis of Peter Field's Coyote Gulch, my present selection for the AAA Western Classic Series. As always, Peter Field has written a story with true Western flavor, flaming with action and swift moving intents. Coyote Gulch, Chapter 1. Bushwhacked. A pony scuttled hastily over the brow of a wooden butte and dashed headlong down the other side. He scrambled with a frantic eagerness on the steep, rain-washed hillside, his white and brown patches flashing in and out of the loose laying boulders and scattered trees, his legs pumping like pistons as he fought for footing on the tilted descent. His rider was urging him on recklessly, making no attempt to guide him, bent low to the saddle horn with flying rein and a gun in his fist. Crouched as he was twisting about to try and see behind him, where the reason for his hurry suddenly became apparent. A rifle whapped up there on the butte, and the bullet whined past him, smacking upon a rock, and died out in a shrill howl as it keel-holed off into space. Another shot, and a third, but for the bounding and dodging pony was a difficult mark as he bolted erratically down the hill. The bullets droned past like vicious whispering insects that sang on a shrill note of disappointment. At each shot the speeding horse seemed to leap ahead even faster, and his rider, abandoning his effort to return the shots fired at him, turned his attention forward. Ahead and to the left was a small canyon, the long dry bed of a creek that had once run down the hill, and with a pressure on his knee, the rider turned his mount towards the ravine, and as another shot hummed overhead, they flashed into the shelter and out of sight. Kittering sent his horse straight down the draw until it emptied out onto the sage flats, and then, without slackening speed, pulled him around to circle the butte at its base. Kittering was enraged. He had been on a pleasant little ride, not bothering anybody, not doing anything, when somebody started shooting, and shooting as though he meant business, too. It was remarkable what a nuisance a man with a gun could make himself. Kittering wanted to find out who it was that had so suddenly developed a grudge against him, find him and talk to him, although from the looks of the heavy revolver in his hand, there might be a reasonable doubt as to how much talking just might be done. The butte was little now quiet. He pulled up, dropping lightly off, and ground reined the pony. Then he began climbing upwards cautiously. He kept a six-shooter in his right hand, and with his left he helped himself along past the small oaks and mesquite trees. Climbing was hard and clumsy work in the high-heeled boots. He was sweating with the heat of the sun and the tension of waiting for a sudden unexpected shot. He kept under cover as much as possible, staying in the shelter of the larger rocks or slipping from trunk to trunk of the trees that grew thinly on the hillside. Near the top, a wild grape vine sprung a leafy screen between trees, and Kittering ran hastily for this shield. He dodged between the nearest trees, and at the same moment heard the slap of the invisible rifle and immediately the clunk of a bullet striking his tree. Behind the sheltering trunk, he dropped flat to the ground and cursed himself wholeheartedly for not bringing his own rifle. Peering through the grass, and no further movement came from above. The butte seemed to drowse in the sun. A butterfly capered in the wind and air above his head, and from somewhere came the drone of bees. Faintly he heard the whisk of his pony's tail as he chased the flies below. Yet above him, hidden in the innocent green of mesquite and oak, someone with a rifle was determined that he should not enjoy the peaceful solemnness of the day. Someone was making it his business to bother him, was waiting for him to show himself so that he might make the already warm atmosphere a little warmer with lead. Kittering, laying flat on the ground with a rock boring into his chest, felt it was inconsiderate, to say the least, and he was quite willing to discuss the affair, and he would even be glad to come halfway. So thus he hitched himself forward in the grass, his six-shooter extended before him, while his eyes searched the foliage for a betraying movement. Whack! The rifle spoke again, and he felt a heavy jerk on his hat and the sudden warmth of the sun on his hair. Instinctively he ducked his head and found his mouth filled with grass. For a moment he tried to squeeze into the ground, glaring upward with one eye. The other saw only grass. Then suddenly there it was, a movement behind a rock. As he raised his head again, a figure stepped out into the open, and in one swift movement, like the lunge of a striking rattler, he threw up his gun and fired. With a boom of the .45, the figure on the slope whirled half around, then folded up weakly like a clockwork doll that had run out, and the rifle, glittering in the sun, spun from his hands. A broad-brimmed hat was dislodged and rolled in awkwardly, loping curves down into the hillside. The sun shone with a bronzy gleam on a copper-headed colored hair. Kittering ran awkwardly up the hill in his high-heeled boots. A faint misgiving had seized his mind. What kind of dry gulcher would be fooled by a hat shot off a hiding man's head? There was something funny about this. As he approached the sprawling body, his doubt began to grow. It looked really quite queer. There was something. He caught his breath in a harsh gasp. The copper-colored hair rolled in gleaming waves over the pale oval of a face, spilling in disorderly, shining masses on slender shoulders draped in a puncher's checkered shirt, and Kittering's gun slipped numbly into the holster. With his brain spinning in dazing circles, he dropped onto his knees and turned her over gently. A wide stain was spreading quietly on the gaudy shirt front and opposite on the back. The bullet had gone clean through her right shoulder. Kittering swore confusedly. He fumbled into his pockets. and swore again, then put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled shrilly. In a few minutes he heard the scrambling of hoofs and the paint pony trotting up to the butte top. His ears pricked inquiringly. "Come here, Patch." He rose from his knees and went hurriedly to the horse, and from his saddle took a clean bandana. With this he returned to the girl, kneeling beside her again, began to unbutton her shirt, and the horse came up to watch and nudged him curiously. He blushed and fumbled with the buttons. "Get out of here," he said rudely. This here's got to be done." The pony lost interest and fell to cropping the grass back again, while Kittering bound up the shoulder clumsily with the scarf. The bright red of the bandana shone luridly against the white skin, and he hastily rebuttoned her shirt. She was still unconscious. He got up again, unhooked his canteen from the saddle, and tried without success to force some water between her lips. Recalling something, he stood up again, began to search for a horse. She was not wearing riding boots, he had noticed, but a pair of heavy shoes, blue overalls, and that checkered shirt. But it was inconceivable to the cowpuncher that she should be afoot on the plains. To a man who would saddle his horse and ride from the bunkhouse to the ranch house that was only 100 yards away, this was the worst of all calamities. Afoot on the plains. A puncher's high-heeled boots were never made for walking, nor in the desert sun lightly to be trifled with in a region where water was scarce, but rattlers and horned toads and lizards and coyotes were in legions. Kittering followed the girl's tracks back with little difficulty over the top of the butte. He found the place where she had tried to dry gulch him. The empty rifle shells lay about the rock on which she had rested the rifle. From there the slight traces of her shoes led back over the other side of the butte towards the rolling foothills on the far side of the creek. That was the beginning of Short Hills, and here he found the beginnings of a trail. Satisfied then that the trail would take him where she had come from, he returned to the butte top, walking rapidly but clumsily, rolling his body with a certain weariness as though he expected the earth to heave up like the back of a traveling horse. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Warning. When he reached the girl and his horse, who was grazing calmly nearby, he found her laying as he had left her, but her eyes were open. He went to her at once, and lifting her head, and made her drink some water from his canteen. She submitted, but her brown eyes glared at him defiantly. Kittering felt an uncomfortable embarrassment. What was he supposed to say to a girl who had just tried her best to shoot him off his horse? Could he say it was a nice day? Could he be a gentleman and express regret that she had missed and he hadn't? It was a situation that had him pulling leather, with a blown stirrup and the other a-going. Ma'am, he said, and gulped. "Ma'am, I'm sure sorry that he had intended to say that I plugged you, but somehow it sounded a wee bit disrespectful. I didn't know that you was a lady," he concluded lamely. She still glared. "I suppose," she said in a weak but defiant voice, "if you knew I was a girl, you would have just let me shoot you, is that it?" "Well, no, that is, not exactly. I'd have hightailed it out of here and not come back and tried to get you." Then his curiosity came to the fore again. "What were you shooting at me for, anyway?" he demanded plainly. "I never done nothing to you, did I?"
"No? Aren't you one of the Wildings men?"
"Yes, ma'am, I've been working there for a week."
"And you hadn't been warned off the Short Hill Range often enough? Hadn't my father told you that any more midnight snoopers would be fired at?"
"Wait a minute, ma'am," he interrupted. "You got me throwed and hog-tied. I never heard any of this. Who is your father?"
"Oh, don't play innocent," she said weakly. "It doesn't become you. The best thing you can do is climb aboard your horse and get going. I can take care of myself."
He shook his head soberly. No, ma'am, no, you can't. Even if you don't care for my company, I'll just naturally take you home. You got an awful hole in your shoulder, and if your father don't know where you're at, you'd lay out under the sun all day. Can't tell how long it'd be before you'd find you. She made no answer. I'm not as bad as I look, he said apologetically. And if you just closed your eyes and try and bear it, we'll be home as fast as that highbinder of mine can take it without shaking you up too much. Short hills, you said. I found a trail leading up that way. Is that yours?
Yes,
She whispered. What happened to your horse? He asked. Didn't you have one? She shook her head faintly. You came afoot, he marveled, looking at her with a new admiration. He got to his feet and went for the horse. When he returned, the girl was making a feeble attempt to sit up. No, don't do that, ma'am, he warned her. You'll hurt yourself if you move around. Just let me lift you up into the saddle. He bent down and lifted her first to his chest and thence to the saddle, and then, holding her supported in the crook of his right arm, he climbed up behind her. Her eyes were closed and her body limp as he took her carefully into his arms, holding her before him, with her shoulders and head resting upon his chest. Pain and nausea had seized her, and she fought off an overpowering weakness. Her drawn white face rested defenselessly against his shirt. Patch strolled along without hurry, picking his way leisurely down the butte side. And although Kittering was anxious to get her home and in bed, he was afraid that greater speed might cause a hemorrhage. The wound torn by the heavy .45 slug was an ugly and a dangerous one. They forded the creek on the far side of the butte and then followed the trail as it wound up into the foothills. The character of the country here began to change, and Kittering, who had never seen it before, was watchful and alert. The brown and gray alkali of the flats broke here and there by the green of the mesquite, the bright flower of the prickly pear blossoms, or the purple cactus flower was a colorful but a harsh, grim landscape. Here, as the land rose in gentle undulations, was running water, green grass, and the drooping leaves of willows that bended to the streams, the rustling of poplars. High up, with a scattering of oaks, and far above, he saw the dark shine of the evergreen, the pine, the spruce, and the fir. The trail climbed no more, however, and it leveled out and ran along a shallow valley through which the creek came down from the mountains. They rode slowly along the bank of the stream. Kittering glanced down at the girl, and her eyes were open, her face haggard with pain. He ventured, hoping to distract her. What's the name of this creek, ma'am? She flashed him a quick look of disbelief, but after a moment replied faintly, Box Elder, and then closed her eyes. Despite the pain in her shoulder and the sickness which rushed over in waves, she was forced to admit against her prejudice that he was trying to be as gentle as possible. Riding thus slowly, they came to where the valley broadened out, and Kittering saw before him a log house with a stone chimney on the bank of the creek. The house was set just in front of the grove of elder and cottonwood tree, with the picturesque willows drooping a graceful fringe over the stream into the background. Patch's hooves sank without noise into the rich, long valley grass, but as they neared the house, the door flew open, and a figure of a man carrying a rifle was framed in the doorway. He was a big, clean-shaven man, nearing middle age, a man whose shoulders filled the doorway and whose rough overalls and shirt stained over the bulging muscles. He stood for a moment squinting at them in the bright sunlight, and then, as he made out Kittering's burden, hastily set his rifle aside and ran out to meet the horse. His eyes, as they came up, were at once questioning and threatening, their burning gaze indicating the man's fierce power even more than his strong build did. She's all right, said Kittering to the question and the threat in the eyes. She was just plugged through the shoulder. Without a word, the big man held out his arms, and Kittering lowered the girl into them. She smiled wanly at her father as he took her, but made no attempt to speak. Holding her high in his arms, he strode towards the doorway, and Kittering, after a moment's hesitation, dismounted and followed. He stopped in the doorway, peering into the gloom of the cabin. There was a kitchen here, with the rough log table and chairs, and through a doorway that had no door, he saw the big man lowering the girl into a bunk. He came out into the kitchen at once, seeming to not notice the puncher, and got a basin of water and returned to the other room. Kittering followed him in slowly, and stood near the window, looking out at the creek beyond the willows. In silence, the wound was dressed and bandaged. There was something grim and hostile in the room, a tenseness that made the puncher feel the tightening web of coming events. Yet there was no speech between the father and the daughter. She lay back in her bunk with her eyes closed and her pale face, and submitted to the rough surgery. Like most frontiersmen, the man had an acquaint knowledge of first aid, and he disinfected and bandaged the wound with the skill of one of long experience. Only when he had finished did he take notice of Kittering. He straightened up from the bunk and joined the cowpuncher at the window. There was a cold, flinty hardness in his eyes, a frosty measuring light that moved far back into their depths. Again Kittering felt like a little chill, the impact of tremendous controlled force, a force that hinted at an immeasurable violence held in check. Behind the surface of that granite face, a terrible anger was moving in heavy coils. But when he spoke, his voice was calm and even. "Where'd you find her?" "Why, Kittering bogged down, his own grievance forgotten in his absorption in the drama taking form in the room. The man's eyes flashed once, and when he spoke again, his voice was elaborately calm. "You didn't happen to see who did it, did you?" The question jogged Kittering back. He suddenly remembered that, after all, that he was the affronted party. It was he who had been fired upon, and he had done nothing but defend himself against an unseen assailant. "Yeah," he said quietly. "I done it." "You?" The great hands shut convulsively, and the tremendous corded muscles in the man's throat swelled as the blood rushed flaming into his face, and he took a half step forward. "Hold on." Kittering's face congealed, his hand dropping to his belt. "I reckon you owe me an explanation as much as I owe you one," he said coldly. "What?" The other stared at him incredulously. "An exclamation of what?" "Of what? Would you mind telling me why your daughter tried to dry gulch me? Did you ever see me before? Did I ever do anything to either of you?" The other ran his eyes briefly over the puncher's long, tense body. "Where are you from?" he demanded curtly. "Lazy Bar X." "Uh-huh," he nodded grimly. "Lazy Bar X, and we ain't warning Wildling that if he and any of his gun-slinging saddle bums come snooping around over here any more for trouble, they'll get so full of lead that they won't float in Salt Lake. I suppose you didn't hear it?" "No, I didn't," Kittering said angrily. "Seems to me you're taking a lot on yourself. I've been riding for the Lazy Bar X a week, and nobody told me nothing about keeping off the Short Hill Range. And from what I heard, I savvy that it was part of Lazy Bar X that I wasn't looking trouble for, and I ain't looking for it now, but I don't run away from it." "You don't?" The other was beginning when he was interrupted by a weak call from the bunk. He whirled about, went rapidly to the girl, where he remained bending over her for a few seconds. Kittering stood, watching him, thumbs hooked into his belt, breathing heavily through his nostrils. At last the big man unbent his back and turned around again. Once more his control had returned. Again his face was granite, though his eyes still smoldered. He made a gesture towards the door. "All right, stranger," he said. "I'm taking your word that you didn't know. You can tell Wildling that Short Hills is still plumb unhealthy for him or any of his riders, and that goes for you too, in case you're thinking of riding this way again. You savvy?" Kittering moved towards the door. He gave one backward glance at the girl as he went out, but she lay still, with her eyes closed, her hair bright against the pillow. He came out into the sunshine. The father watched him silently from the doorway as he gathered up his reins and mounted the paint pony, and he remained standing in the doorway until the puncher's figure was small down the valley. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. No More Job. Kittering came down the valley at a slow pace. His mind was busy with the puzzling events that had just occurred, his interest strongly stirred by the curious force of the man and the beauty of that girl. Most of all, he was concerned over her wound. She certainly ought to have a doctor, he thought uncomfortably and guiltily, and wondered whether he should ride out to High Springs and bring one, in spite of his unpopularity. For 2 bits, he was beginning argumentatively when he was interrupted. For the second time that morning he heard the ugly whine of a bullet zinging past, and the report, sharp in that clear air, of a rifle. In one swift movement he moved and pulled up his horse. His 6-gun leapt into his hand. Directly ahead, on the open range but out of pistol shot, a compact group of horsemen were breaking up, beginning to stream out left to right so as to flank him. Rifles barked and leaden bees hummed in the air. Kittering's eyes darted about. There was only one way clear. Ahead lay the open range where the riflemen could pick him off easily. Running to the left or right meant racing the horns of a closing, flanking movement, with the same possibility of being sniped by a sharpshooter. On the instant, he wheeled his mount and dashed back into the valley. At full gallop he thundered along the creek trail, while behind him came the rumbling of pursuing hooves and the bark of a carbine. "This is getting to be plumb unfunny," he grumbled, looking backwards over his shoulder. "Looks like everybody in the country thinks that I'm a plumb nuisance. Now who are these hombres now?" A sudden thought struck him. Whoever they were, they might not be friendly to the Short Hills homesteader, and it would not do to lead them back there. Or were they allies of that unfriendly person? In that case, he'd be caught between 2 fires. Either way, he had to break through the ring and head back towards the Lazy Bar X. His pursuers were pouring through the valley entrance as patched and splashed along the shallow creek and charged the hills that girded the valley. Amid a fresh burst of gunfire, the ponies scrambled over the hill and dashed into the protective cover of the trees. Kittering pulled the horse up, sprang from the saddle, ran back to the edge of the hill. At one side there was a sharp ledge of rock that ran along the hilltop. Gun in hand, Kittering threw himself flat onto the rock, peered over the edge. The horsemen were thundering down the trail, and as they came in pistol range, he raised his 6-gun and then uttered an involuntary exclamation of surprise. They were Lazy Bar X men, every one of them. He had been at the ranch only a week and was hardly close friends with any of them, but he knew them all well, and they knew him. He climbed his feet and slipped his gun back in the holster. At his appearance out on the open rock, every horse was dragged to a skidding stop, and rifles were half raised. Kittering held up his hand. "Wait a minute, boys," he said. "I don't know what's all this chasing about, but if you're all looking for somebody, you got the wrong man. What's going on here?" "It's Jim Kittering," a couple of men exclaimed. "What are you doing in Box Elder?" demanded the foremost rider. He was a soiled individual, no longer young, with a raspy voice and a small tobacco stain on his teeth. Kittering decided he didn't like the question, the tone in which it was asked, nor the man who asked it. "I don't need your permission to ride any place, Plug," he said. "I've been taking orders from Wilding." "And I suppose Wilding sent you down here instead of telling you to ride line over to Needle Butte?" "No, he didn't tell me to come down here, and I didn't." "Does Wilding know," Plug interrupted, "that you've been chatting with Slocum?" So the homesteader's name was Slocum. That was one piece of information. But Plug couldn't know that he had been talking to the homesteader. He was guessing. "Plug," said Kittering coldly, "it appears to me like you're taking a heap of interest in other people's business. That's not the healthiest thing you could do." Plug grinned at him, baring his stained teeth again. "And what?" he said calmly but menacingly. "What are you figuring on doing about it?" "I'm telling you to pull in your beak before it gets knocked off. I'm saying that I'll talk to Wilding about me being here, not you." "Yeah? Well, I'm saying you've been spying for Slocum, and you'll be pulling your freight in a minute if we wasn't loco enough to let you go. I'm saying that you're a liar." An instant tension came over the group. The horseman in the back of Plug faded away, leaving the air clear behind him. Kittering stood looking down at them, alert and watchful. "You can eat those words and eat them fast, Plug," he said softly. He made no move, but stood there, his hands swinging loosely close to his sides. Plug scowled down at him, yet seemed to hesitate, and Kittering laughed lightly. "Will you come up and use your fists like a man, Plug, or are you aiming to let your friends back there do your dirty work for you?" A dull flush stained Plug's face. At the corner of his eye, Kittering could see one or two of the men shift uneasily in their saddles and lowering their eyes. "I ain't fighting with no spy," said Plug. "I'm taking you back to the ranch. Wilding, he can handle you. He's the boss. And when he gets through with you, you'll be wishing it'd been me." He motioned abruptly to the other men to close in, and Kittering watched them warily. He had no desire to be taken back to the ranch a prisoner, least of all by Plug. There was plenty he would like to say to Wilding himself, but he preferred to walk up to him and tell him straight out. His eyes traveled slowly around the tightening circle of mounted men. It'd be folly to resist. If he turned to dash up the slope, he'd be shot down instantly, and Plug would welcome a chance to take a shot at him. A half-dozen other guns were trained on him. It would be more than unpleasant to be escorted back to the ranch by that band of thugs, but apparently it couldn't be helped. He shrugged slightly. Once back at the ranch, he could tell his story to Wilding and then find Plug and beat the daylights out of him. "The ranch is where I am aiming to go," he drawled, and then stiffened slightly. His eyes grew weary, but his voice dragged out, stalling for time. Out the corner of his eye, he had just noticed something, if he could just time it right. "And after I've seen Wilding, I'll be attending to you. You're brave enough here with your friends all around you. We'll see how you are man to man. Not that I'm expecting any surprises now." His voice quickened. "I know you're yellow." An oath burst from Plug's lips, and the man's face congested with fury, and his hand dropped swiftly towards his gun. His horse's tail switched up on his rump. But the shot never came. With a wild snort, Plug's horse reared, his eyes rolling, ears back, every muscle quivering. The bee that Kittering had noticed hovered above the horse's rump, and had alighted just as he threw his challenge at Plug. The horse had swished his tail to rid himself of the annoyance, and the bee retaliated. And as the horse reared, Plug, taken by surprise, was thrown from the saddle. The horse, still frantic, dashed off, headlong fright from the pain in his rump. The other horses, catching the panic, shifted uneasily on dancing feet, tossing their heads. Their riders, soothing them down, had their attention momentarily held by the stunned figure of Plug. It was time. Kittering turned and dashed back behind the ledge rock, and then, stooping, ran to where Patch was waiting, flung himself in the saddle, and then dug in his heels. The pony started forward. Behind him, Kittering could hear loud oaths and then the clattering of pursuing hoofs. But Plug and his band would have to circle around the steep stone face of the hill, up which their horses could not clamber, before they could pick up his trail. He was sure they thought he was running away, and would not suspect at first that he was heading for the ranch and more trouble. That extra time would give him the start that he would need, and keep him out of range, and would get him back to Wilding before them. The horse dashed down the slope, and Kittering bent low in the saddle to escape the overhanging branches. At the bottom of the ridge was a shallow depression that led to the flats, and Kittering took into the gulch. Presently he intersected the creek again, and as it flowed partially in the direction to which he was going, he rode in the water for a few hundred yards just to give his pursuers something to think about. And when his trail disappeared at the creek bed, they'd be sure to look for reappearing tracks in the opposite direction, not believing that he would be heading for the ranch. They would find them again, of course, but it would delay them for a while. He rode at a fast pace until the hills had dropped back and he was far out onto the rolling plain. There was as yet no sign of pursuit. He allowed Patch to drop to a slower gait. The horse, Kittering surmised grimly, would need all of his strength in the hours to come. In an hour he was trotting down the well-beaten trail towards the ranch buildings, and he could see the windmill vanes turning slowly above the cottonwoods. He reached the corrals and rode up to the bunkhouse. The place looked deserted and still. There was no sign of life anywhere. Kittering held Patch in, scrutinizing the buildings and the grounds with new care. They were completely deserted. Air was strange. At length he rode up to the bunkhouse. At least there was some sign of life there, and from the kitchen came an uproar which he incorrectly interpreted as the cook singing. Kittering stepped quietly into the bunkhouse. No one was there. He moved swiftly to his bunk, packed his belongings into a bundle. "Well, I'm liable to be out of a job when the boys pull in," he grinned to himself. He tied the bundle to the back of his saddle, and then, turning towards the kitchen to which the sound was still issued, a voice which made up in power what it lacked in quality. The cook was in tone a ballad of a broken heart. "I hung up my saddle, my rope, and my gun. The cow trails will see me no more. For a girl with blue eyes, my heart is undone." "Hey!" Kittering yelled. The cook's stubble-covered jaw stayed open. His bellowing ceased. "Doggone ya!" he exclaimed. "Every time I'm fixin' to get Abigail belly tuned up real good, some fool cow nurse comes a-strayin' in here with his tongue hanging out. You can't get no chow till supper time, so you might as well mosey right back out of here." "I don't want any chow. Where's the foreman?" Kittering asked. "Wilding? Well, I reckon he's up at the ranch house with the boss. What do you want him for?" "Oh, go on with your music lesson," Kittering said. He turned and went outside. The ranch was still deserted. He rode up to the big rambling structure set in a grove of cottonwood trees. A wide veranda ran clear around the house, almost touching the trees towards the back. Kittering led Patch up to one of the large trunks and left him there, close to the veranda of the house. He tramped up the steps and knocked on the door. In response, the door was opened by a tall, broad-shouldered man whose black hair was beginning to show the first frostings of gray. "Howdy, Mr. Bates," Kittering said. "Wilding with you?" "Why, yes," Bates said. "He's here. Did you want to see him?" Wilding's voice came from inside. "Who's that? Somebody want to see me?" He appeared in the doorway behind Bates, a shorter man and younger, with a keen, shrewd face. "What is it, Kittering?" as he recognized the rider. "I'd like to talk to you, if I could see you alone for a few minutes." "You can't tell me in front of Mr. Bates?" "Sure," Kittering drawled, stung by his tone. "Sure I can. I wasn't sure whether you'd like it, that's all." "Oh, come on inside," Bates said, leading the way. The two men had apparently been working, for papers were scattered on the table, and Bates pushed them to one side. He motioned Kittering to a chair, and the puncher sat down on its edge, holding his sombrero uneasily. "All right, what is it?" Wilding said. "I was riding past Needle Butte, just like you told me," he said, directing his words to Wilding, "and I worked over towards Short Hills. My horse was pretty dry, and I headed that way figuring I'd find some water. First thing I knew, someone was throwing some lead in my direction. "Slocum, huh?" Wilding exclaimed. "No, sir," Kittering assured him. "It was his daughter." Both men stared at him. "His daughter?" "Yes, sir, his daughter. Only I didn't know it, and I plugged her." Bates rose swiftly to his feet, but Kittering saw a momentary flash in Wilding's eyes. "You shot Helen Slocum?" Bates gasped. "Yes, sir," Kittering said miserably. "But I didn't kill her," he added hastily. I just drilled her through the shoulder." "What happened?" Wilding demanded, his tone eager. Too eager, Kittering thought. "I toted her home, and her old man threw me off the place. Said he told you that Short Hills was plumb unhealthy for any of your men. Seemed to be right smart annoyed at something." "Well," Wilding exploded, "that fool Slocum is going to get himself into a heap of trouble." "Wait a minute," Kittering interrupted. "That's not all. When I was coming out of the valley, I ran smack into a bunch of the boys." "Our boys?" "Yeah, your boys. Plug, Lefty, McGuire, and all the rest of them. They saw me first, and when I woke up, they were filling the air with lead. They had rifles, and I only had the 6-gun, so I run into the woods and waited for 'em. And when they pulled in, I had a little talk with them. Your man Plug, he was downright insulting. Said I was spying for Slocum, and that if you knew about it, there's sure to be trouble, and he ended up calling me a liar." "He called you a liar?" Wilding breathed. "And then what happened?" "Well, Plug wouldn't fight being yellow, and the other boys had their guns on me, and they were going to bring me back forcibly, which I didn't care for nohow. So I came back myself." Bates looked at him incredulously. "And how did you manage that?" he asked. Kittering grinned. "Well, it's just a matter of luck," he said. "I reckon I'll let them tell you about it, but I want you to tell me what this is all about. I reckon I got a right to know what's going on and why they're pulling guns on me." Bates turned suddenly upon Wilding. "This fool business has got to stop," he said harshly. "I told you enough times to keep your men away from there. You see," he explained to Kittering, "I gave Slocum permission to stake out a homestead on that land. It was part of the Lazy Bar X. I knew Slocum a long time ago, and I wanted to do something for him. Wilding here is a cattleman, and he don't like homesteaders. I can see he's been making it uncomfortable for Slocum, and now you got to leave those people alone, Wilding." Wilding said nothing, keeping his eyes upon Kittering's hat. There was a faint smile behind the corner of his mouth. "But, Mr. Bates," Kittering said, "it's not as simple as that. There must be more to it. There's entirely too much blamed excitement down there for just a little bad feeling. I'm not accusing nobody, but there's something you don't know about." There was a frozen silence, and then Wilding said stiffly, "Oh, you're talking through your hat, Kittering. I told my men to stay away from there, and as far as I know, they've been doing it. If I'd seen you come riding out of there, it would have looked mighty suspicious to me, too. They were following orders, and you wasn't." All right," Bates said. "Let's not talk about it any more. It's not important enough. From now on, you just leave Slocum alone. I don't want any more going-ons over there. You savvy?" Kittering got to his feet, and Wilding rose at the same time and walked over to the window. From outside came the thunderous pounding of approaching horses, and he stood looking out, his hand on the shade. Without turning his head, he drawled, "The boys are coming in now. I don't want any trouble, Kittering." The puncher shrugged. "I sure don't," he said, "but I can't tell you what's liable to happen. They're liable to be pretty riled." "Oh, I'll go out there," Wilding promised, "and I'll see about it." Kittering opened the door and stepped out onto the veranda. Patch was still standing by the cottonwood, but he was not grazing. His head was up, his ears pricked forward. He was looking past Kittering towards the corner of the house on Kittering's right. The puncher stiffened, his hand dropping towards his belt. Instant suspicion in his eyes, he took a swift sideways step towards the corner, his body tense, and then he smiled grimly. From his new position, he could see no one, but a shadow lay on the ground just beyond the corner, the shadow of a man trailing the open loop of a rope. Behind him, other shadows crowded. Kittering slid his hand into his pocket of his overalls and pulled out a jackknife. He opened the blade and concealed the knife in his palm of his hand and stepped boldly off the veranda towards his horse. Instantly there was a quick tramp of feet behind him, and he whirled about, and a rope fell over his shoulders and began to pull tight. In that fraction of a second, he saw the punchers come crowding around the corner behind McGuire, who had thrown the loop. Kittering's left hand shot up, and the knife flashed, and the severed rope fell at his feet, his sixth gun in his right hand pointing steadily on the group of men. "Now listen, boys," he began. "I don't want to hurt you, but you're making it doggone hard and uncomfortable not to." Out of the corner of his eyes he saw a movement, and flickered his glance in that direction of the house. Wilding stood in the doorway, leveling a sixth gun at him. Kittering whirled, ducked, and fired at the same moment. Wilding's gun banged, and he dropped it, staggered back, clutching his arm. Kittering felt the rush of the bullet past his face. In the same swift, whirling moment, he was astride his horse and spurring Patch past the corner of the house as the cowboys went for their guns. Revolvers barked. In one frenzied leap, the pony gained the shelter of the building, and Kittering spun him around into the grove of trees. Horse and rider disappeared among the trunks as the gang dashed wildly around the corner, their guns blazing. "Well," Kittering breathed as the pounding horse carried him along, "I reckon there's no more job there for me. 'Pears like I was right about Mr. Wilding. However, whatever he's got up his sleeve ain't no good for that girl. And from now on, Mr. Wilding is sure going to have more trouble than he figured on." End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. She's Gonna Die. Like most of his breed, Kittering was not given to deep reflection or philosophication. He was a product of his environment, adventurous, highly strung, and inclined to be rough and quick to anger. His thoughts were mostly in terms of action. But there was nothing wrong with his wits, and though he was handicapped by an almost total lack of education, he was apt to be shrewd and logical in coping with the problems that were forced upon him. Obeying the same restless craving which had made his ancestors push out into a new country, he had become a cowboy, a wanderer. He drifted and stopped to work here and there when his money gave out, moved on again when he grew tired of the place. He could have no explanation of why he kept moving. That he was in search of some inner satisfaction, he hadn't the least idea. He knew only that he had a great curiosity to see what lay beyond his present horizon, and thought vaguely that if he ever got tired of moving, he'd find a right pretty spot and settle down. But what that spot would look like, or what other important factors would enter into it, he didn't even try to imagine. As an unattached rover, he took little interest in the quarrels and personal affairs of the people that he met in transit. This particular quarrel between the homesteader and the lazy Bar X was, strictly speaking, none of his business. But he didn't think of it in the abstract. He had become involved through no fault of his own, and to drop it now would seem as though running away. As far as he was concerned, Wilding and his men had tried to kill him with rather slight justification. It was part of his creed to stay and settle with them. There was also a vague, chivalrous idea that Slocum needed help against the numbers, and that dirty work seemed to be going on, but at the moment his personal affront was upmost in his mind. He had a grievance to square with Wilding. Least of all did he realize that his decision in taking sides was due to the image of Helen Slocum, which floated somewhere in the back of his mind. It would, after all, have been as logical for him to throw in on the side of the lazy Bar X as on Slocum's side. Both had tried to kill him, and he owed more to Wilding than Slocum. But the memory of Helen's pale, drawn face resting upon his shoulder still caused him twinges of guilty trouble. It was that which had taken the decision out of his hands. There was a totally unconscious desire to do something for the girl, to offer his help in some way. In order to do that, however, it appeared that he would first have to solve the slight mystery that was clouding the recent events. How much did he actually know about what was going on? He ran back over the instances of the morning, trying to see how much information he had picked up. First of all, Slocum and his daughter were homesteading on land which belonged to the lazy Bar X. They had Bates's permission to stay, and from what the ranch owner had hinted, there was some kind of friendship between him and Slocum. Without that permission, Wilding would have run the homesteader off the range long ago. But there was something wrong somewhere, because in the face of this supposed protection by Bates, Wilding showed open hostility towards the squatter and continued his attacks upon him, scarcely bothering to conceal the fact from Bates. The rancher had issued warning orders against it, but still it went on. Well, why didn't he stop it? And why didn't Slocum appeal to him? Bates either didn't know or pretended he didn't know of the open feud between his punchers and the homesteader. There was two threads here that had to be unraveled. One between Slocum and Wilding, and another between Wilding and Bates. Then there was the punchers themselves. Of course they took orders from the foreman, and they didn't like homesteaders by instinct, but that didn't make them ready to do murder. Their persecution of Slocum and their readiness to shoot Kittering when they suspected him showed that some deeper motive ran underneath the surface. They were involved, too. And now Kittering had gotten himself mixed up in this puzzle. Slocum had ordered him to stay off the Box Elder Ranch, but in order to get at the bottom of the puzzle, he would have to do some snooping around. That meant that he ran the risk of being shot at by Slocum as well as by the punchers, but it was typical of him that he should only look forward to the excitement and hardly thought of the danger at all. There was a week's salary due to him at the ranch, and he would need it, since he no longer had himself a job. He intended to go back for it, but not just yet. It'd be better first to establish a camp that was safe, and yet was near enough to the scene of the operations. With a base of supplies, he could move around the country more freely. The best locality, he decided, was in the high country at the back end of the Box Elder Ranch. Wilding's men were less likely to go there, and it'd be easier to avoid Slocum alone than to dodge the wild spread and the hard-riding punchers. Besides, it was near the homestead, and he could be right on hand in case trouble started. So Kittering spent most of the afternoon examining the timbering hills back of the Box Elder Creek. Short Hills was a series of ridges, none that were very high, and all very much alike. Their sameness added to the safety of the camp, for there was little to distinguish one ridge from another. Kittering picked a spot in a deep gulch. The young trees were thick on the hillside, no trees and trails ran nearby, and he was down, away from the skyline and out of sight. A campfire at night would not be visible for more than a few feet through the foliage, and a spring was close at hand as well. Also, there was plenty of boulders on the side of the ridge, which could be used to cache up his supplies. He spent an hour gathering and carrying rocks about, and left his bundle of clothes in the improvised cache, and then, after a careful look around to impress the merging landscapes onto his memory, he started back towards Box Elder Creek. His plan was to scout around the homestead and see that everything was all right, and then, under the cover of darkness, ride into High Springs and buy supplies. From the hill back of the log house, he watched for an hour, but no sign of life came from below, and through the cottonwoods he could see a corner of the roof and a thin spiral of blue smoke curling slowly upwards. Of Slocum there was no sign. The little valley was peaceful and quiet under the last slanting rays of the sun. Satisfied at last that no trouble seemed imminent, Kittering made a wide circle around the valley and then rode for High Springs. Full darkness had come by the time he saw the lights of town. A few yellow squares of light lay on the road, enough to show him the dusty frame buildings, the store, post office, a liquor emporium, a blacksmith shop, and several assorted buildings. Most of these were dark, but the general store was still lit, and the saloons were doing a noisy and thriving trade. The usual hitching racks, with patient cow ponies standing, heads drooped, marked the saloon. Kittering trotted quietly and unobtrusively up to the store. But with his supplies safely strapped behind Patch's saddle, he hesitated. He was thirsty, and he was also curious. If any news had reached High Springs, the saloon would be the place to find it. He led Patch up to the rail. A clamor of voices, the sharp odors of tobacco and liquor poured out through the swinging doors. Kittering pushed them aside and then stepped into the room. For an instant he hesitated, while his eyes darted through the veils of blue smoke, his ears sifting the babble of voices. The tables were filled with noisy card players, and at the bar a line of men were wrangling over their drinks. McGuire stood at the bar, and another lazy bar ex-puncher sat at a table to his right. Kittering's hand dropped until it brushed his swinging gun butt, and he walked rapidly towards the bar, his eyes flickering from one man to the other. The puncher at the table had seen him at once, but his hands were in front of him, and he wisely kept them there. McGuire had his back to the door, and he didn't see Kittering until the latter leaned against the bar. McGuire stiffened then turned slowly. Kittering nodded at him. "Feeling kind of lost without your rope?" he inquired unpleasantly. McGuire looked at him steadily. He made no motion to bring his hands down from the bar. "Taking a long chance coming here, aren't you, Kittering?" he asked. "I am," Kittering returned. He was strung for action, but his voice was quiet. "If I was as close as you are to having a posse on my tail, I'd be pulling freight," McGuire said. "Your friend Wilding, the sheriff, as well?" "No," McGuire said. His tone carried conviction. "I mean Sheriff Black." Kittering's eyes moved slightly to take in the crowded room. The noise had stopped. Every face had turned in his direction, and the silence was tense and electric. "And why would the sheriff be looking for me?" "For murder," McGuire said quietly. Kittering watched his face. "Murdering who?" "Helen Slocum." "Helen Slocum?" Kittering's iron control was jarred. His skin seemed to freeze, and in the tense silence he could almost hear the pounding of his heart. "Yeah," McGuire said, peering at him. "Mr. Bates was there. Slocum ain't had no doctor, and Bates said she was gonna die. If she does, you'll have plenty of misery for you, Kittering." End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Night Ride. Through the roaring in his ears, Kittering heard his own voice ask, "There's a doctor in town, isn't there?" He wondered at the calmness of his own tones. The voice didn't seem to belong to him. "Sure," McGuire said, his eyes never leaving Kittering's face. "Nobody sent for him. He don't know nothing about it." Kittering straightened up. His self-possession had returned. The dim haze that had engulfed him was gone. His mind was clear once again. "McGuire," he said, "take this back to Wilding. Tell him for me that Helen Slocum isn't going to die, and I'm not leaving Cheyenne, and if he's fixing to run a wiser on those folks, he can count me in on the deal. I got a little argument to settle with Wilding when his arm gets better. Think you can remember that, McGuire?" He backed slowly towards the door. Every pair of eyes in the room swung from with Kittering as he retreated. The rider kept them fixed with his own eye, waiting, watching for any subtle move. His own hand swung low, curved fingers close to the checkered butt of his gun. He stopped at the door, standing poised for a second, and then wheeled like a flash and sprang into the darkness. As the saloon behind him burst into a frenzied life, Kittering threw Patch's reins about his head, and, with a fierce, "Go on, Patch," slapped the pony on his pattered rump. The horse made a wild leap forward and then thundered down the road, and Kittering dove for the alley alongside the saloon as the men poured through the doors and stood pressed against the wall, ears alert for every sound. Streaks of vivid fire cut through the dark. 6 guns banged into the fleeting horse's direction, and there was a wild scramble for mounts. And then a second later, the shouting cavalcade roared down the street in thunderous pursuit. High Springs came to life. Windows were flung up, and a babble of excited voices began hurling questions and answers. Kittering darted down out through the alley and then pushed through the swinging doors. He collided violently with a bartender who was just hurrying out into the street to see the fun. The barkeep's jaw dropped as he recognized Kittering and recoiled from the gun muzzle that was pressed into his round belly. "Where's the doctor's house?" Kittering demanded. Dr. Martin?" "There's only one, isn't there? Where is he?" The bartender pointed with an unsteady forefinger. "Over there, above Smithy's." Kittering shoved him back. "Get inside," he ordered, "and stay in there." The barkeep fled. Kittering ran hastily across the street, a narrow stairway, climbed over the darkened blacksmith shop, and he pounded up the steps. He banged on a door at the top. It was opened at once by a stocky, middle-aged man with a broad, pleasant face. He regarded the panting cowboy without alarm. "Dr. Martin?"
"Yes?"
"Can you ride out with me pronto? It's important."
"Somebody hurt in that ride I just heard?"
"No."
"Well, who's sick?"
the doctor asked, turning back to get his bag. "Helen Slocum. Hurry up, Doc."
"The homesteader's daughter?"
Dr. McGuire inquired, coming out with his hat on and his bag in his hand.
"What's wrong?"
Kittering led the way down the steps. "She's been hurt. She's been shot," he explained. The doctor muttered,
"Shot? Oh."
but asked no further questions as they turned into the stable. "Can you lend me a bronc?" Kittering asked. "Mine's carrying a message for me." Dr. Martin gave him a puzzled look, but replied only,
"Yeah, there's a horse here that you could borrow."
They swung out of the stable and raced down the street together. Kittering saw a flashing glimpse of the bartender's fruited face peering over the swinging doors as the lights of the saloon wheeled past. The voices of the excited townfolk and the dark bulk of the buildings dropped behind. Their horses' hooves pounded with a dull rhythm on the open plain. Far ahead was the yet invisible bulk of the hills, and on either side the flat sage country rolled away in the warm darkness to where the sky dropped down into a long curve and shut it out like a curtain spangling with bright points of light. A mile spun away beneath the pony's flying hooves, in another to the steady drum and the squeak of leather and the rhythmic heaving of the horses' barrels. Then Kittering called out and checked his horse, and Dr. Martin pulled his own mount to a standstill.
"What is it?"
the doctor asked. Kittering leaned over, listening. His quick ears had heard the sound of hooves. "Doc," he said hastily, "there's a bunch of riders coming this way. The ones you heard pulling out just a little while ago. They're coming back, and some of them are lazy Bar X hands, but they're not exactly friendly towards the Slocums. I think I'd better ride on out and head them off while you swing around and keep going."
"Wait a minute,"
the doctor said.
"you're heading for trouble."
Oh, not much. My horse is much fresher than theirs. I'll meet you at Box Elder.
Before you go,
Dr. Martin said.
tell me one thing. Who was it that shot Helen Slocum?
I did, Doc. That's why you gotta get out there pronto, and I'm not letting anyone stop you. So long. He was gone in a rapid drumming of hooves. Dr. Martin, recovering with the surprise of this exit, heard the sound of Kittering's horse dwindle in the distance and faintly the approaching sound of many riders. And suddenly there was a sharp outbreak of shouts and the vicious crack of a pistol shot and a new frantic pounding of hoofs in flight and pursuit. The doctor urged his horse into a gallop. Some 4 hours later, stiff and tired, he lurched out through the rough log doorway of the Box Elder cabin to join Slocum in the dooryard. The homesteader was pacing up and down through the long grass, his figure looming black against the stars. He turned as the doctor came out, saying nothing, but there was an intensity of his questioning in the look that Dr. Martin could almost feel in the dark.
I think she'll pull through, he said. Didn't get here a minute too soon, though.
Slocum exhaled a deep breath. Doc, he said, raising one hand towards the physician, I ain't got a cent to pay you with, but I'll...
Oh, never mind, the doctor broke in. Just so's as I got here in time. She'd have died, though, Slocum, and I don't place a fee above a life.
Say, the homesteader exclaimed, I've forgot. How did you get here? I mean, who told you? It only happened this morning.
A puncher came for me, a puncher without a horse. He borrowed one of mine.
A puncher? Who was he?
I don't know who he was. He said he was the one that shot Helen. Do you know him?
Slocum shook his head. No, he brought her home. He rides for the Lazy Bar X. He told me that.
Well, that's funny, the doctor mused. He must have had a run-in with them, because I don't think he was on friendly terms with them any more.
He then told Slocum briefly the incidents of the night. Well, the homesteader shrugged. I reckon he got scared when he found out who he'd shot. I don't know. Dr. Martin caught up his horse's reins.
Well, you give Helen that medicine I left, and I'll be out again tomorrow. If there's anything else you'll need, I'll bring it out with me.
Nary a thing, Doc, and say, I don't quite know how to say it, but I'm just plumb grateful for... Dr. Martin slapped him on the shoulder and swung his horse away.
I'll see you tomorrow,
he called. Out the mouth of the valley, a mounted figure loomed up. Doc, said Kittering's voice.
Oh, hello.
Doc, how is...
Oh, she's getting well, the doctor said. What happened to your friends?
I lost them. Are you sure she'll be all right, Doc?
Oh, she'll be good as ever in 2 weeks. Ride back a little ways with me, will you? I want to have a talk to you, now that the danger seems to be a bit over.
End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Unseen Danger. Kittering settled himself in the warm grass on the sunny hillside to watch Box Elder Valley below. The sound of an axe floated up through the still air, and though he could not see Slocum, the chopping told him that the homesteader was behind the trees at the side of the house. Smoke curled up through the foliage from the chimney. The air was heavy with the sweet smell of dried grass and the drowsy with the hum of insects. But Kittering, laying on his stomach, chin propped on fist, glowered down at the sun-bright foliage. He was in a sullen humor, a grouchiness occasioned by the empty feeling under his belt. A quail, which he had managed to knock over, had furnished a meager breakfast, but had left him hungrier than before. He thought angrily of the supplies on Patch's back, which were now safely at the Lazy Bar X. Doggone it, he muttered to himself. I'm going back there and collecting my horse and my pay. Starving to death on rabbits and quail like this, he grumbled. The valley looked quiet and peaceful. His close watch had revealed no sign of trouble. He started to get to his feet and was halfway up and then stopped sharply. On the hillside to the left of the U-shaped valley, a sudden flash, as of sunlight striking bright metal, had leapt to his eyes. Kittering froze on the instant, then his head turned slowly, cautiously in the direction of the flash. Nothing was to be seen. A bird wheeled above the hill, and the green leaves shone brightly in the gentle wind, ruffled them, and nothing else. From below, the ring of Slocum's axe continued, unsuspecting. Yet something was there. Some hidden presence concealed in the trees almost above him. Some unseen danger, crouching and hiding. Straining his eyes across the space, Kittering could see nothing. Apart from that single flash, the hillside was still again. Leaves rustled with a faint whispering noise. Carefully, the puncher came to his feet. In a half crouch, he began to slip through the brush towards the source of the flash. From trunk to trunk, taking every advantage of every bit of cover, he made his way carefully to keep from exposing himself for more than a second at a time. The valley still drowsed on peacefully, and the chopping continued. As he neared the spot from where the flash had come, Kittering began to go more cautiously. His gun was in his hand, his narrowed eyes darting rapidly on all sides, piercing into the shadows of the thickets. He stole forward, tense and alert for the least sign of movement in the woods ahead. Yet still nothing moved. A few steps further, and he had reached, as close as he could judge, the approximate spot where he had first seen the flash. The hillside was quiet, and there was no trace of human presence. Kittering felt a sharp tug of alarm at him. Fruit of stealthiness that was so carefully to keep out of sight meant danger, real and close. He peered anxiously down through the trees towards the barely visible roof of the cabin below. Slocum chopped steadily away, but somewhere in the trees here, lost to him now, an unknown threat moved on cat feet. Kittering checked himself. He stood quite still and tried to think. If he was the prowler and meant Slocum some mischief, what was the first thing he would do? A glance down through the trees, and he cursed himself for a fool. He couldn't see Slocum from here. The very first thing would be to get a point where the homesteader could be seen. Muttering at himself for his own denseness, Kittering revitalized instantly. Like a quick, savage cat, he dropped down the slope, swinging in a wide angle to get outside the corner of the house, and he thrust his gun back into his holster, using both hands to steady himself as he dropped from one tree trunk to another below. And below he had gone 30 yards, he heard a soft crackling ahead. He crouched again, sliding forward more slowly now, but with the quietness of a puma stalking a deer. A sharp side glance downward showed him open space, and he saw the grassy plot near the cabin, the stacked wood pile, and Slocum's massive figure swinging an axe that gleamed in the sun. The crackling ahead stopped, and was succeeded by a gentle rustling sound and a click. Kittering set each foot down as softly as a leaf falling upon the earth. His eyes bored through the leaves, and the indistinct figure of a man was there, lowering himself onto one knee. His head, dimly seen, was cocked to one side, cheek cuddling a rifle stock, and bright metal gleamed sharp through the foliage. In an instant, Kittering threw his gun. The .45 boomed, and there was a sharp crack, and the rifle spun, and the man went over on the slope in a thrashing tangle of arms and legs. Kittering had shot to kill. There was no mercy in his cold rage, but the hasty snapshot had gone high and had struck and smashed the rifle stock, and he sprang forward, raising his pistol again. The scramble on the ground resolved itself into an arm bringing up a sixth gun, and Kittering ducked wildly and slipped. A gun barked, and he heard the bullet zip through the leaves over top. Falling, he threw 2 shots into the brush. Then as he struck the ground, he rolled hastily behind a tree and began to draw himself together to shoot again. But from the hostile bushes came the scuffling of retreating feet. The puncher sprang up, dashed in pursuit. 2 steps and a rifle banged from below, and lead screamed past him. Like a rabbit diving into its hole, he flung himself prone again, and in the confused fury of shots he had not heard the axe strokes stop. He hadn't time to see Slocum dash for the house and return to the rifle. His first realization that a new hand was taking part was the sudden eruption in the valley below. The puncher wormed his long body into the safety of a protected tree and peered out with one eye. Slocum had taken cover behind a stump, his rifle barrel projecting menacingly out, and Kittering swore in exasperation. He had no desire to be killed, much less by the man he had just saved, but he didn't dare move. The steady rifle would drop him if he showed so much as of an inch. And while he lay there helplessly, the prowler was getting away, and he swore and perspired freely. But it was the prowler who had saved him nevertheless. For in a moment they heard the rush of his horse's hoofs, and still hidden in the trees, he broke for the open range. Slocum stood up from behind a stump, holding his gun by the barrel, and he was not aware that there had been other men. He had only seen Kittering, and he thought it was Kittering that was now getting away. He hadn't correctly interpreted the flurry of shots up the hill, and now he stood with his back to the trapped puncher, following the sound of the horse and trying to catch a glimpse of the fleeing rider. Kittering seized this chance and departed. Bent low, he charged up the hillside and cut across to where he had left the horse he had borrowed from the doctor. Slocum, he knew, would not give chase. As long as he stayed out of sight and under cover of trees, he was safe from the rifle below. He flung himself into the saddle and spurred the horse across the hill in pursuit of the bushwhacker. It was important to know who he was, not only because he might come again, but because the information might be needed to clear himself in case Slocum had recognized him and blamed him for the attempted ambush. Who was the prowler? Kittering hadn't seen him clearly, but he recognized something familiar about him. He was someone he knew, that was certain, but who? The memory eluded him. He charged along as fast as Doc Martin's horse would go, bent low over the saddle horn to escape the branches, his eyes searching the ground ahead for signs of tracks. But he was forced to quarter back and forth and lost valuable time, swinging in a circle before he picked up the first traces of the horse's hooves, and then he moved on down the trail. It led straight along on the sides of the ridge, following down the valley. The horse was moving fast. Kittering could see that, and there had been no attempt of hiding the trail. It looked like the trail of a badly scared man, putting every effort into his escape. Occasionally, as he plunged out of trees into a cleared space on the hill, Kittering could catch a full glimpse of the valley below, and on one of those occasions he saw a curious thing. A movement below, and a little back of him caught his eye, and in the instant flash of the scene before it wiped out by the trees, it was impressed upon him and to his mind like a photograph. Slocum was hurrying up the hillside just below the cabin. He was heading towards a rocky outcropping about halfway up the hill, and at the base of this ledge of stone, Kittering was sure he had seen a pile of freshly dug earth. And then the whole thing was gone. He had no time to puzzle over it now, but he made a quick note to come back and explore it out. Not that he wanted to pry into Slocum's affair, but any bit of additional information might help in solving this puzzle and wiping out the threat that hung over the Box Elder homestead. Far down the valley and out of sight of the cabin, the trail began to drop down into the side of the hill. It led down into a long slant and then vanished into Box Elder Creek. Kittering drew in his horse at the creek bank. His eyes searched the ground and the trees above him. Then he urged the horse along the creek, but more slowly and strung for instant action. The fleeing man was expected to be followed and had gotten a lead, and he was now trying to wipe out his trail. He might be ambushed any place along here, waiting for a pursuer to show up. A slight breeze had risen and murmured in the trees along the bank, and there was a vibrating tension in the air, a smell of some half-suspected danger that tightened Kittering's muscles. The horse stepped along cautiously while his rider, every sense alert, strained eyes and ears at the rustling foliage on both sides of the creek. He saw nothing, yet his presentiment of danger grew steadily stronger. It was not conscious thinking on his part, nor intuition, unless by intuition it meant that subconsciously observation which trained senses performed continuously and automatic. All of the puncher's experience and background was clamoring silently in the back of his mind that this here was a perfect setting for an ambush. The prowler seemed to be galloping wildly in any effort to escape, and he had lost his rifle. He might even be wounded. The snapshot that had smashed his rifle stock might have done considerable damage to his face with flying splinters. It was therefore a certainty that Kittering would plunge recklessly into pursuit, and it was that very certainty now that made him feel that the fleeing man would hole up and wait for him to come into pistol range and to stop the pursuit once and for all. So he yielded to the instinctive warning. He swung the horse away from the creek bank and began to climb the hillside again. If there was an ambush waiting, it'd be down there in the creek, and he intended to get above it. For several minutes he climbed steadily through the trees and then angling out and began moving down the valley. And from this elevated position he tried to watch the creek banks as the horse walked slowly along quietly. And through the leaves he could only catch occasional glimpse of the water sparkling in the sunlight below, but when he came to such an open space he would stop and examine the ground carefully as far as he could see before moving on again. But the man he chased was thinking ahead too. Kittering came to an open space and caught the last vanishing glimpse of a horse and the back of a rider disappearing through the cottonwoods on the far side of the stream. The bushwhacker had outguessed him, had broken cover, and was running for it again. Kittering charged headlong down the slope. His pony slid and scrambled over the last feet of hills and plunged into the creek. With water flying from his pounding hooves and sparkling like gems in the air, he splashed through the water and heaved himself up on the other bank. The puncher drew in, sprang to the ground, and he bent over hoof prints in the bank. The earth here was soft and damp, and there were several clearly defined tracks, and Kittering studied them intently. The right hind hoof had some distinguishing characteristic. It was worn down on the right side, and a nail was missing. Kittering memorized the impression. When he rose from the ground, he knew he would recognize that hind shoe print when they met again. The trail that then led straight into the valley, but instead of going out of the regular pass which emptied into the plain, it climbed up over the hillside and then vanished onto a wide plateau of bare rock. Whoever the man was, he knew the country, and that much was certain. But Kittering swung confidently down from the rock onto the plain, sure to pick up the trail again. He passed through the last scrubby growth of brush into the open and drew in his horse. A shuffling line of cattle raised a dust cloud ahead, and they straggled out into a long, broken group, and Kittering knew that any tracks would be hopelessly buried under their hooves. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Kidnapped. Helen Slocum, propped up on pillows, lifted her eyes eagerly as her father re-entered the cabin. She was still weak and limp, her fine oval face drawn and white, but the brown eyes were alive with an unquenching fire. "Did you get a good look at him?" she inquired anxiously. Slocum nodded his head soberly. "Yeah, it was your friend Kittering." He held up the shattered rifle that he had found on the hillside. The girl's eyes clouded. "It couldn't be," she said instantly. "It was. I seen him plain. Got one shot at him and missed, and then he hightailed it out of here and left his gun behind." Helen's eyes took up the shattered weapon that her father was holding onto. "How'd it get broken?" she asked. "I don't know. It looks like a bullet hit it."
Did you hit it when you shot at him?
The homesteader thought back for a moment. I don't recollect it, he confessed at last. Come to think of it, I don't reckon he had a rifle in his hands at all when I lined up on him.
Well, then how'd it get broken? And how do you know it was his?
Well, you don't reckon it walked there by its lonesome, do you?
No, but how do you know that Kittering brought it and not someone else?
Slocum ruffled his hair. Because I done seen him there, that's why, and because any low-life half-breed that would shoot a girl.
Wait,
She interrupted.
let's get that straight right now. You say you heard shots when you were chopping, and then you ran for your gun. Do you think if Kittering was up on the hill with a rifle, he would shoot 3 or 4 times and miss you at that short distance? Did you hear any bullets?
The homesteader scratched his jaw. His mind for the first time was running back over the rapid events for the last minutes. Things had happened so quickly that there hadn't been any time to think about it. And now, under his daughter's probing, his first snap judgments didn't seem quite fitting.
You heard the shots, too, Helen reminded him. And there was 5 all told. And while you were chopping, there was 1, a second one later after, and then 2 in rapid succession, and then there was a pause, and then you fired from down there. You were running for your rifle at the time, so you probably didn't notice the spacing. Doesn't that sound a little peculiar to you? And that ain't all.
What?
Your shot was the only rifle shot. The others were pistol shots.
Pistol shots? Well, maybe that's why he missed. His eyes turned inward as he tried to remember. I reckon they was, then. What? He held up the broken rifle in bewilderment. Well, where does this come in, then? Let me figure this out now.
I think I can help you, Helen said. Let me tell you what else I heard. After you fired your rifle, I heard a horse up on the hill.
Well, that's so.
And then there was a quiet minute, as though you were listening, and then you came to the door and called me in and told me that you were going up the hill.
Slocum nodded again.
Well, then I heard another horse going in the same direction as the first.
The homesteader shook his head. No, it had been the same horse.
No, Dad, it was another horse. The sound started further back from the place where the first one came from. I'm sure of it. It was on the hill in back of the house.
You mean?
Yeah, that there was 2 men. Those pistol shots weren't aimed at you. They were aimed at each other.
You mean one hombre was fixing to bushwhack me and the other feller jumped him? You reckon it was his bullet that smashed this gun?
Yes, and that second horse was his. He was chasing the first one.
Slocum shook the rifle in his grasp. Well, which one was gunning for me, then?
Well, it wasn't Kittering, the girl said quickly.
Well, how do you savvy that?
You fired at him, didn't you?
Yeah?
And then what happened?
He ducked for cover.
And then you seen that first horse?
Yeah?
Well, then it couldn't have been Kittering. It must have been the other man. Kittering wouldn't have had time to get to his horse, and if that other man was saving your life, he wouldn't be running away like that, would he?
Well, I reckon not.
And then after you come to the door to tell me you were going up the hill, we heard that second horse. And that was Kittering going after the bushwhacker. He had a chance to get to his horse. He wouldn't come down here because he knew he wasn't welcome. You already shot at him, and he knew you would have thought it was him that was trying to ambush you.
Slocum didn't feel as certain of these conclusions as his daughter seemed to be, but he couldn't put his finger on any flaw in the logic, and she was far ahead of him.
Besides, she continued, Kittering hasn't got a rifle. I know that. When I shot at him the other day, he only had a pistol. That's what he wounded me with.
Well, that's not saying he couldn't have gotten one, Slocum grumbled. If we could tell who this gun belonged to, then we'd know for sure. He fingered the weapon. Well, there's a mark here. It looks like something was burned in the stock. It's all smashed to pieces now. Can't quite tell what it was. Maybe it might have been the bottom legs of an X or something. He held out the bit of the broken stock to the girl. You reckon that could have been the Lazy Bar X branded on that once? A silence fell between the two while they stared at the splintered gun stock. Vague ideas started running through each mind, and then Helen spoke up musingly.
Maybe Kittering caught him already, whoever he is.
Slocum glanced at her. Appears to me like you're taking a powerful lot of notice of that waddy, he commented.
Well, Dad, I'm pretty sure he saved your life just now, and he already saved mine.
Saved yours, snorted her father. Did his doggone best to kill you, he did.
He didn't know who I was, Helen said stubbornly. And he hadn't been told about keeping away from here. He had every right to shoot me. When he found out what he had done, he was horrified. I'm sure he's not in with the Lazy Bar X gang.
Sure he was horrified, Slocum grumbled. He was horrified that he'd be strung up for murder, chased out and brought Doc Martin.
Didn't Doc Martin tell you he wasn't riding for the Lazy Bar X anymore?
He wasn't sure. He said he had a run-in with them or something along the lines.
See, he's trying to help us. I'm sure of it.
Well, her father said, lifting the broken rifle again, I'd sure like to trail this gun and find out whose brand's on it. Bet Mr. Bates could tell me.
I don't think you better go there.
I can't leave you alone. He was interrupted by a hail from outside. There's Doc Martin, he said. As long as he's here, I reckon I'll go up the hill and take a look at them tracks. See if there was 2 men up there. He stepped outside, the broken rifle still in his hand. Howdy, Doc. Dr. Martin left his horse dropped on the grass and came towards the cabin.
What you got there?
He asked, looking curiously at the gun in Slocum's hand, and the homesteader held it out. Any idea whose gun this is? Doc Martin examined it.
No, I can't say that I do. Where'd you get it from?
Slocum ran over the story briefly. While you're in there with Helen, I'm going to go take a look at them tracks. I won't be long.
All right, I'll stay with her until you come back.
The doctor then went into the cabin. Instead of climbing up the hillside, however, Slocum caught up his own mount, and a few minutes later was trotting down the valley, his eyes watching the ground ahead of him. Presently he was entering the pass that led into the plains, and his horse came up from the banks of the cut. A sudden harsh command rang out from above. Slocum pulled in his mount, his eyes going up. 3 men were silhouetted on the bank above. Their big hats were jammed low over red bandanas that covered the rest of their faces, and rifles were pointing at the homesteader.
Drop your iron, Slocum.
The broken rifle fell to the ground, and then Slocum's revolver followed it.
That's right. Now mosey on a little. We'll be right behind you.
Slocum moved up a few steps and then stopped. Behind him came a scramble as men dropped down the banks, and then a startled exclamation.
Look at this!
Half turning in his saddle, Slocum saw one of the men holding out the broken rifle, and they were staring at it in startled amazement.
Where'd you get this, Slocum?
Masked men closed in on each side of him. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Kittering headed at a steady jog towards the Lazy Bar X. With the loss of the tracks he was following, his original intention of going back to the ranch where his horse and pay had reasserted itself. Also, at the back of his mind was the suspicion that the tracks wiped out by the cattle might suddenly reappear at the ranch. A couple hours later, he was cautiously leading Doc Martin's horse through the cottonwoods in the back of the ranch house. He'd come up from the back way, avoiding the corrals and bunkhouse, and utilizing the shelter of the trees. From here he couldn't see the cowboys' quarters, and he did not know whether any of them were around or whether they were all out on the range. Lack of cover forbade an investigation, but he wasn't worried about them. His business was with Bates. Still, he moved with the skillful noiselessness as he left the horse and swung himself onto the veranda. He could hear indistinct voices coming from the house, and he wanted to be sure whose voices they were before he went barging in. He recognized Bates' rumble as he stepped softly to the door, and at the first clear word that caught his ear, he froze and listened. "You're a fool, Wilding," the rancher growled. "Them tricks, they won't get you no place. Why don't you do like I say? I'm giving you half interest in the ranch with the option of buying my half out."
"Including with the Short Hills range?"
Wilding's voice was edged with a sneer. "No, not including the Short Hill range. We've been over this before. I gave it to Slocum, and I'm keeping my word. My deal is with you in the Lazy Bar X Ranch, without the Short Hills Range."
"Listen, Bates,"
Wilding snapped, and his tone was not that of an employee to an employer.
"you can't tell me what I'm going to do and what you ain't going to do. You'll do as I say if you don't want trouble. I'm getting half interest with the option of buying you out, and that includes Short Hills. Do you understand that?"
There was a moment of silence then, as though the two men were measuring each other, and then Bates asked softly, "Why are you so doggone anxious about that little valley, Wilding? What's your grudge against Slocum?"
"It ain't none of your business,"
Wilding replied shortly.
"You can leave Slocum out of it. This deal is between us."
"Suppose I say that I gave Slocum the valley, and I'm sticking by it, then what?"
"You won't be that loco, Bates. You're out on a limb, and you know it."
Bates' voice sank lower, and a vibrating burr of menace cut through it. "Ever figure that something might happen to you if you talk too much?"
"Sure,"
Wilding answered readily.
"but the boys are riding with me, too, and we're going to run that damn nester off the range if we have to kill him to do it."
"So the boys are in it with you, are they?"
"Yep, and it wouldn't be right healthy for you to be stubborn, Bates. You best think it over. No sense beating around the brush. You know what'll happen if I don't get it. I'll be back later on this afternoon."
Footsteps moved towards the door. Kittering instantly raised his hand and knocked. He had no desire to be caught listening outside. The door was jerked open by Wilding, and Kittering took in the picture at a glance. The foreman's right arm was in a sling, and he was wearing his gun on his left side. His face, harsh and set, became alive with suspicion and fury as he saw the big cowpuncher. Behind him, Bates was raising from behind the table. A mask of hate and rage was wiped from his face as he saw Kittering, and he stood silent and motionless. Not so Wilding. The foreman uttered a short grunt, and his left hand darted for his gun, and Kittering moved inside the doorway with the deceptive speed of a panther. His fingers closed about the foreman's wrist, his hard elbow ground into Wilding's ribs. The foreman struggled wildly and fiercely, but his left arm was no match for the powerful muscles that were holding him. He cursed in short, explosive breaths. "Wait a minute now, Wilding," Kittering urged. "Quit pitching and I'll turn you loose. I don't want to twist your arm off."
"You let go of my arm and I'll blow you."
"Wilding!" Bates called sharply. He made rapid strides towards the struggling man. "Stop it!" Reluctantly, the foreman ceased his struggling, and Kittering instantly let him go, but continued to watch him closely.
"What are you doing here?"
Wilding demanded fiercely.
"You get the hell off this ranch before you get perforated, you damned renegade."
"Pull your horns in, Wilding," the puncher advised. "I didn't come to pay you a visit. I rode in to get my horse and my pay. I reckon that's all right with you, Mr. Bates?" Bates, who had been watching Wilding as narrowly as Kittering, looked up at the puncher. "Why, sure," he replied. He went to the desk and opened a drawer. Sorry about all this trouble with the men, Kittering.
Oh, I didn't have any trouble, the cowboy replied with a side glance at the foreman. Seems to me it was them that had it.
Get your horse and get off the ranch,
Wilding said curtly, and he turned towards the door.
Wait a minute,
Kittering requested.
just so that there won't be unpleasantness. I'm asking you and Mr. Bates to walk down to the corrals with me. Seems some of your men don't seem to think too highly of me, and they might think I'm stealing my own horse. I'd hate to have to convince them otherwise. Seems you got enough cripples around here as it is. Wilding looked at him with a murderous glint in his eye, but the ranch owner came forward readily. Why, certainly, Kittering, he said. You're right, we don't need any more fighting. Here's your money. Kittering took the bills with a muttered thanks and then stood aside for Bates to pass out. The three stepped out onto the veranda together so that a casual onlooker might have thought that they were the best of friends, but the atmosphere between them crackled as they were charged. Kittering led Doc Martin's horse, and they walked down to the corrals. I'm going to leave this horse here, Kittering explained. Doc Martin, he'll come around and get him in a few days. As they neared the corral, Patch trotted out from among the other horses. His ears shot up, and he nickered. The two men sauntered out from one of the sheds, and then halted in a sudden alert attention as they saw the three approaching. Their right hands dropped instinctively towards their gun butts, but they remained there undecided. Kittering was the only one in the group who seemed at ease. He removed the corral bars and then stepped inside. The horses began to mill, all except Patch, who trotted up and nuzzled him. Kittering led the pony out, and as he went, his nostrils flared, and he bowed his head to hide the sharp gleam in his eyes. His quick glance had tested the tracks in the corral dust, and in a quick few steps that led him to the gate he had picked up a big buckskin as the horse who was making the tracks that he had seen at Box Elder Valley. It was Kittering's horse. A cowboy brought Kittering's saddle from the barn in response to a sullen order from the foreman, and he dropped the bundle of supplies that was bought in High Springs beside it. They stood by in silence, watching him saddle his horse. As his hands dealt with the straps, Kittering's mind was busy on the information he had picked out of the dust in the corral. Was it really Wilding who had tried to shoot Slocum? Although the shape seen through the leaves had been familiar, it hadn't struck him at the time that it resembled Wilding, and furthermore, Wilding's arm was still out of commission. Or was the sling merely a camouflage? He thought not, remembering how his bullet had struck the foreman's arm as he drew his gun in the doorway. Had someone else borrowed Wilding's horse so that in case anything went wrong, the blame would fall on the foreman? And who would that be? His mind darted back immediately to the quarrel he had just overheard. Bates? Well, that would be way off trail. Bates and Wilding had quarreled, but that was after the ambush, and besides, they were quarreling over Slocum. Bates was trying to protect Slocum. It didn't sound reasonable that he would try and shoot him, then ride home and take his part in an argument with a man who was also trying to get rid of him. Kittering lashed his bundle on behind the saddle and then mounted. The men watched him impassively. He nodded to them, and then, "So long," he said to Bates, and then rode off. They watched him until he dropped from sight over the rise in the prairie. Patch was in high spirits at being back with his owner, but Kittering didn't seem to share his joy. The puncher was now completely at a loss. He puzzled over the latest threads that wove themselves into this mystery. Wilding and Bates, not rancher and foreman, but partners, yet working against one another instead of together. Wilding knew something about Bates and held it over the owner's head, and to keep him from talking, Bates offered him a half interest in the Lazy Bar X. It might be worthwhile to try and find out what it was that Wilding knew about Bates, but the puncher was not sure how to go about getting such information, nor did he want to leave Short Hills for anything. Well, maybe Doc Martin could find out. The real puzzle here was Wilding's insistence upon including Box Elder Valley in the deal. an insignificant dot of land compared to the rest of the huge ranch. What unseen connection ran behind and between Wilding and Slocum? Why did Wilding hate Slocum so much that he was determined to get rid of him, even at the cost of an open break with Bates? Was it Wilding, after all, who had ambushed Slocum? Then Kittering remembered the rifle. If it were Wilding's rifle, it was still possible that whoever had stolen his horse had stolen the rifle as well. But if it was someone else's rifle, then it would prove definitively that someone else had simply used Wilding's horse to throw the blame upon the foreman, and it might tell him who that someone was. "Reckon I best ride back and get that rifle," Kittering decided, and he urged Patch towards Short Hills. Avoiding the pass, he climbed over the hill and rode up, following the track he had made coming down a few hours earlier. And thus he missed the tracks in the pass which would have told him a graphic story. From the top of the hill he looked down into the valley, and quiet had descended upon it again. A horse grazed in front of the cabin, and even at that distance he guessed it was Doc Martin's. Then he turned his attention to looking for the broken rifle, and although he searched for over an hour, he could find no trace of it. He guessed that Slocum must have picked it up, and although there were no tracks on the pine needle floor, looking around aimlessly, he was suddenly aroused by a long halloo down into the valley. He scrambled to a point from where he could see the cabin. Doc Martin was standing before the doorway, shading his eyes with his hands and gazing down the valley. At intervals he called, and to Kittering's surprise he was calling for Slocum. The puncher watched curiously. Apparently Slocum must have been gone for quite some time if they were beginning to get kind of anxious about him, and if he wasn't in the valley, Kittering was sure of that, what was going on now? Doc Martin went into the cabin and reappeared with a rifle which he fired into the air, and then he listened and yelled again, and after an interval fired the rifle again. Convinced now that something was wrong, Kittering caught his horse and headed down to the cabin. Doc Martin had gone back inside, but he came out at the sound of Patch's hoofs. For a second he looked disappointed as he recognized Kittering, then he walked out towards him. "Did you see Slocum?" he demanded. Kittering shook his head. "No, did he stray off the range?" he asked. Doc Martin peered at him. "He went out about 4 hours ago to see if it was you or someone else that was shooting at him from back up on the hill, and he didn't come back. Helen's worried, and so am I, and I can't leave her alone here." Kittering swung the leg over the saddle horn. "Did you see him, Doc?" "Yeah." "He told you he was going up on the hill to look for tracks? Did he have a busted rifle with him?" "Yes, he did," the doc answered. "Was it yours?" His glance was keen. "No," the puncher replied, "but I'd sure like to know whose it was." In turn sentences he outlined the morning's events on the hill, and Doc Martin nodded. "Well, I've heard Slocum's end of it." "If I could find out who was packing that gun," Kittering said, "I'd know for sure if it was Wilding or someone else. He was from the Lazy Bar X anyways. No one else can have gotten that horse." "Kittering? Jim Kittering?" A faint but clear voice rang inside the dimness of the cabin. "Come in here. I heard every word you said, and I need to talk to you." Kittering stiffened. A deep crimson mantle crept up his throat and engulfed his ears. Awkwardly and sheepishly he swung down off his horse and then tramped through the doorway. Doc Martin caught his arm. "Hold on a minute," he ordered, and then in a low tone. "Jim, I gotta get back to High Springs. Stay with Helen until her father comes back, and if he doesn't show up soon—" He broke off and chewing his underlip. "I don't know what to do. Tell you what, I'll come back tonight. If he isn't here, I'll stay all night, and you better do some searching. You go on now, and don't be afraid. I've boosted your stock with the girl." He gave Kittering a light push, and then called out to Helen that he was coming back later.
and then he went to his horse. Left alone, Kittering entered the little cabin with slow steps, and in the doorway of Helen's room he stopped, while his eyes, dazzling from the bright sunlight, came used to the dim light. Gradually he made out the figure of the girl on her pillows, and even in her weakness her face glowed with her own vivid beauty. He fumbled with his hat and looked around helplessly. "Pull up that chair, Jim," she ordered, and he did so awkwardly, and then perched himself upon it on its extreme edge. I sure hope that you're feeling better," he managed.
"Oh, I am," she laughed. "I want you to know, first of all, that I'm not holding no hard feelings against you for shooting me. It wasn't your fault, and you squared things by bringing the doctor when no one else would send for him. Will you shake hands?"
A delighted grin broke over Kittering's face as he took her hand. She was square, all right.
"Now, talk. There's plenty that I want to know about this business."
"Well, ma'am," he said, "there ain't so much as I know for sure, and I reckon there's some of my guesses that are probably plumb loco, but I can tell you what I've seen and heard." He felt his awkwardness evaporate as he talked. The girl was so warm and friendly. She listened so intently and applauded him with her eyes, and encouraged him to go on when he stumbled and he found himself at his ease and speaking naturally. She gave him an exuberant confidence in himself. When finally he stopped, she put her hand on him again.
"Jim, I don't know any way to thank you. To take on a job like that, to buck the whole Lazy Bar X outfit for people you don't know and who even tried to shoot you."
His embarrassment returned immediately. "Oh, shucks, ain't after getting mixed up like I did, I just couldn't ride off. I kind of owed it to you and your dad to—"
"Jim,"
she said.
"where do you think he could have gone? He said he was just going up the hill, but he mentioned something about taking that rifle to Mr. Bates and asking him who it was. Do you think he could have gone to the Lazy Bar X?"
Kittering shook his head. "I didn't meet him on the way back," he said. Maybe." He broke off, and then raised his head and listened. "Horse is coming," he said shortly, and then rose to his feet. More than one horse coming this way could mean only one thing: trouble. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. 3 Men Die. As Kittering stepped out of the doorway, 3 riders swept into view, galloping down the valley. 2 had turned off and were even then splashing through the creek, heading for the side hill, and the other kept on straight towards the log cabin. As the pounding horse carried him swiftly nearer, both men recognized each other. The rider was McGuire. With a lightning movement, he swerved his horse and swung over onto the far side of the saddle so that all but the sole of one boot was hidden. Then, from under the galloping horse's neck, his revolver barked at the figure in the doorway. Kittering leapt back, his own pistol sliding into his hand as lead thud into the logs around him. Crouching in the doorway, he fired wildly at the horseman, more in a warning than with an intent to hit him, and McGuire curved away. From the room beyond, Helen's voice cried excitedly,
"Jim, what is it?"
"Oh, it's just them sheep herders from the Lazy Bar X," Kittering replied coolly. Down the valley, the 2 other punchers had turned in midstream and were now thundering down upon the cabin. McGuire rode in among the trees and then dropped off. He waved, and the other 2 punchers headed in towards him. As Kittering saw him draw a rifle from his saddle scabbard, his 6-gun streaked flame, and the rapid thunder of the reports rolled back in booming echoes from the surrounding hills, but the range was much too great. The riders swerved into the trees and sprang from their saddles. The horses were driven into the timber, and all 3 appeared with rifles. Kittering, bent doubled over, scuttled over into the girl's room. She looked up at him bravely, her brown eyes snapping and sparkling. "Oh, it's McGuire and 2 Randys from the ranch," Kittering explained. "Did your dad take his rifle?"
"No, it's over there." He pounced upon the Winchester and breaking open a box of cartridges, in the act of filling the magazine, he turned back to the girl. "Before they found out I was here," he said, "two of them were pounding leather up the hill." He remembered that pile of dirt he'd glimpsed from above. "What's up there?"
"Oh, it's the mine," Helen cried. "There's silver up there, and Dad's been digging for weeks. He struck rock, and he was getting ready to blast. They must have found out about it."
"I see." Kittering merely grunted as he returned to the front of the house, but the puzzles were beginning to show a ray of light. This at least explained Wilding's interest in box elder, even if it didn't explain all the other mysteries. He got back into the doorway in time to see a man dart out from behind the trees and run for the stump near the house. Kittering flung a quick shot, which missed, but he had the satisfaction of seeing the figure dive wildly for cover and lose his hat in the leap. The next instant, a rain of lead poured through the doorway and forced him behind the heavy log wall. Behind him came the crash of dishes breaking as the gunfire swept into the crude open cupboard. Kittering swore in dismay. He was fortunate that the girl's room opened to one side so that she could at least not be in the line of fire. He reached out with the rifle barrel and hooked the edge of the door up by the front sight and then pulled it shut. A heavy bar slid into place, and then he dropped down behind the small window. There was no further movement outside, and the sun baked down upon the valley, and Kittering reflected that the hatless puncher was going to miss the protection of his sombrero. "Looks like they're bedded down in the timber," he reported to Helen. "Kind of determined like. Looks like they aim to stay a while. One of those buckaroos is getting an awful bad headache in a little while. He lost his hat doing a fancy dive through the air." He talked on steadily to give her the assurance of his continuing presence. Sometimes his voice would drown in the sudden jar of the thunder of his rifle as a form was fleetingly exposed outside. "Seems that they're trying to separate and flank us on both sides," he explained, "but seems they picked a bad spot. Before they can get to any cover on the side of the houses, they gotta come out into the open, and it seems like they know better than do that." There was a lull in activities which the men outside tried to size up the situation. Presently, two of them began firing rapidly at the house, and in the midst of this fusillade, the third sprang from behind a stump and dashed at top speed for the cover of the side. The little pane of glass over Kittering's head blew inwardly as a shower of tinkling slivers and rained down upon his head. Behind him came sounds of destruction among the few remaining household appliances of the cabin. But he knew they couldn't actually see him here in the shadow. They were firing only at the shape of the window. Grimly disregarding the hail of lead, he leveled his sights on the running figure and touched off the trigger. The running puncher jerked as though an invisible giant fist had struck him mid-stride, and his legs buckled, and as the momentum carried him on, his body made a flat arc through the air, and he struck on head and shoulders and rolled into a crumpled heap. His hat rolled, and his rifle slid away and shone blindly in the sun. "First blood," Kittering said soberly. The firing had come to an instant halt. A thin haze of blue smoke drifted down the valley, and the booming rumble of echoes subsided, and the air was quiet again.
Did you kill him?"
Helen asked. "Reckon so."
"Oh, I hope they go now. Maybe that'll discourage them, and then they'll leave. I hope you don't have to kill anyone else."
"Doesn't seem to be that they're leaving," Kittering replied. There came a diversion. A bandana was waved above the stump that was sheltering one of the attackers, and McGuire stood up and raised his hand, palm outward, in the universal sign of peace. He stood thus for a moment, waited, and as no fire came from the cabin, stepped boldly out from his shelter. His rifle lay across the stump, and he walked with his hand well away from the swinging butt of his revolver. Kittering watched as McGuire walked to the tumbled body of the puncher who had been shot, made a brief examination,
and then came straight for the house. 50 feet away, Kittering checked him. "Close enough, McGuire," he said. He kept himself back out of sight, but allowed his rifle barrel to project over the windowsill, and the lazy bar ex-puncher halted. "You done killed Lefty, Kittering," he said menacingly. "That's murder in this country." "Is it now?" Kittering replied grimly. "I reckon he was just out picking flowers when he got in front with the lead, was he? Until Wilding learns to keep you off this range, there's going to be a heap of you damaged, and no sheriff would call it murder. It takes a pretty low-down coyote to shoot into a house that's got a sick girl in it." "Get out here peaceably, and no one will get hurt," McGuire snapped. "You're giving the orders, McGuire?" "We're fixing to take over the valley. It don't belong to Slocum no more." "Oh, no? Who does it belong to, you?" "It belongs to the ranch, and the ranch is going through some changes. Bates made Wilding a half-partner, and Short Hills goes with it. Wilding's orders are to take over the valley." "You're a bit of a liar there, Cowboy. I heard Bates and Wilding talk about that partnership, and it was distinctly understood that Short Hills was not a single part of it, as far as the deal goes." McGuire stiffened, and his hand instinctively crept down towards his gun, but Kittering's voice stopped him. "I wouldn't do that," he warned. The round muzzle of the rifle gaped threateningly. "Listen, Kittering," McGuire rasped. "Nobody invited you to take a hand in this game, and you're making things plumb unhealthy for yourself and for the Slocums. I'm giving you your last chance to pull your freight. Keep on making a nuisance out of yourself, and you're sure enough going to get yourself killed." "That's probably good advice for yourself as well," Kittering replied. "Now get on back and tell that hombre out there that your idea of coming up here and keeping me busy while he sneaks around to the side ain't going to do no good. Next time he shows himself, I'm going to plug him." McGuire wheeled instantly and then stamped off, and Kittering waited until he disappeared behind his stump. "Did you hear all that?" he called to Helen.
"Yes," she replied. It means...
"It means war," he finished for her. "Open war instead of Injun sniping."
"He threatened your life,"
she said worriedly. "Yeah, kind of white of him to be worrying about my health, wasn't it? I kind of think he's worrying about his own, though."
"Jim,"
the girl said hesitantly,
"suppose you can't drive them off, and then when it gets dark—"
She didn't finish the sentence. The same thought had long ago crossed Kittering's mind that darkness would bring the real danger, but he let no suggestion of it creep into his voice. "Don't you be worrying about them coyotes," he said cheerfully. "Those hombres, they couldn't hit the side of a boxcar if they was inside and the doors was all shut." But as it was no further attack came, and the sun dropped behind the hills, and the twilight grew in the valley, Kittering's uneasiness increased. He knew now that nothing would be attempted until darkness had come. Then his disadvantage of numbers would be overwhelmingly increased by the dark which masked their movements. However, there was nothing to be done about it, and he took full advantage of the lull to bring Helen some water and make her comfortable. The hidden men gave no sign of their presence. "Doc Martin ought to be back right about soon," Kittering said. "If he stays with you, I'll just naturally go out there and run those cowpokes into the Gulf of Mexico." She gave him a quick smile, but he saw the concealed worry in her eyes. He took up his post at the window, with a slow anger beginning to boil inside him. There'd be no quarter now. Men who would storm a house containing a sick girl were vermin in Kittering's former code, vermin to be exterminated as quickly and ruthlessly as possible. He waited grimly for nightfall and the attack that he knew would follow. Descending darkness blurred out the objects in the valley, and McGuire's stump became slowly invisible. Kittering found himself using his ears, straining to catch the least sound of movement outside. A cricket, tuned up,
his shrill rhythmic song vibrating in the quiet air, and Kittering condemned the cheerful insect to the lowermost regions. He slipped across to the door and gently lifted the bar. The house was in the shadows of the trees, and they would not see him come out. The door opened softly. Then he remembered the girl would be frightened if she called and found him gone, so he shut it again and went to her room. "I'm going outside," he whispered. "Just outside the door. I can hear better out there." She touched his hand, and he heard her voice come softly. "Lean over." He leaned over her bunk in the dark, and to his astonishment and fright, an arm went up around his neck, and he was pulled down and felt a pair of soft, warm lips crushed against his. The next moment, he found himself fumbling at the door with his head a-spinning and his pounding heart making the blood roar in his ears. The cool night air on his face brought him back, but there was an exuberance, a tonic in the air that he had never known. He felt his muscles swell and bunch, and he drew himself upright and expanded his chest and wished that McGuire would rush the cabin so he might tear him apart with his bare hands. But the night was still quiet. Slowly putting each foot down with care, he began moving around to the side of the cabin. A night attack would likely come from the side, since they knew he'd be on guard at the front. He made a complete circuit of the house, keeping close to the wall to avoid being silhouetted against the sky. Back in front again, he listened at the door. Helen was quiet inside, and he started on a second circuit, and a slight crackle stopped him at the corner. He crouched and tried to melt into the wall behind him, and a dim shape loomed up against the stars and moved nearer. Kittering straightened. The form resolved itself into a man. It saw him and stopped. There was a sharp cry of warning from the dark, and Kittering went for his gun as the attacker drew, and in the thick gloom the streaks of fire from the gun muzzles blazed a lurid red. Against the brief flash of his fire, Kittering saw his man stricken reel back, and he saw McGuire behind him, his gun belch in flame. A paralyzing blow struck the revolver from Kittering's hand. His fingers and wrists were numb, and he flung himself forward, his left hand closing on McGuire's gun wrist, and then they were rolling on the ground. They fought furiously, but in silence. McGuire was mad with desperation. Kittering with the strength, the cold rage that had been growing him all through the siege. Wildly they rolled and thrashed around on the ground. McGuire smashed at Kittering's face with his left hand, and Kittering, with his free hand numb and useless, pulled on his jaw to avoid the punches, and in retaliation brought his head up against McGuire's chin with a crack that made the cowboy's teeth rattle. Their twisting bodies made a curious scuffling noise on the ground, and the harsh gasp of their breaths was like the growl of two animals mad with the lust to kill. Kittering brought his knees up, trying to pin the lazy bar ex-puncher to the ground, but McGuire was tough and powerful, and wriggled his body out and heaved himself over, slamming Kittering against the earth. His left hand against the other's too, Kittering was fighting a losing battle. McGuire's punches were hurting him. McGuire's vicious lunges to free his gun wrist seemed to be tiring his fingers to be gaining in strength. He brought his right forearm sharply down across McGuire's throat and bore down until he heard the other start choking. But McGuire kicked up and hooked him viciously with a spur, and in the sudden sharp pain, Kittering almost lost hold of the other's wrists. McGuire heaved up under him, flinging his body clear, and then he brought both feet up and straightened them out sharply, and his boots crashed upon Kittering's ribs, and the puncher's fingers were torn loose, his body slamming up against the shack wall. Though every bit of strength was hammered from his body and his ribs felt as though they were crushed in, his fighting instinct brought him floundering to his feet to face the gun in McGuire's hand. For a second, the two stared at each other. On McGuire's battered and bloody face was only a mad urge to kill. Kittering nerved himself to face the shock of the bullet, but into that fraction of a second burst a jagged streak of flame, a thunderous roar from the doorway of the cabin. There was an amazed look on McGuire's face, a look that was blotted out by grinding agony as he crumpled to the ground. Kittering whirled, And in the doorway, Helen Slocum swayed, the rifle slipping from her fingers. Against the blurred whiteness of her night dress, a dark stain was spreading. Kittering charged forward and caught her just as she fell. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. My name is Harkness. Dr. Martin returned towards morning, stiff and tired from the constant hours in the saddle, and Kittering had been dozing in a chair. The girl was asleep in her bunk. He listened with tight-shut lips to the story of the fight and shook his head.
3 men dead, Jim,
he said soberly.
That's bad business.
Helen awoke as the doctor began to take off Kittering's hastily applied compression.
Break this open again didn't do you any good either, young lady,
he grumbled. Helen glanced up at him and set her lips against the pain of the handling.
Sorry, Doc,
she replied.
Next time I'll just let them shoot Jim. Wouldn't be much loss,
grunted the doctor, and turned to the puncher, and he ordered brusquely.
Let me bandage that wrist, and then we'll have to bury those 3, and you better get out of here and see if you can pick up Slocum's trail. I'll go and stay here until this whole miserable business is finished. Don't worry, I brought my rifle.
Kittering was worn and tired from the night's vigil and the fight, but they spent the next couple of hours removing the ghastly remainders of the siege.
See if you can find some trace of Slocum, and then get back here,
Doc Martin said.
Somebody's going to start wondering why those boys didn't come back last night.
Kittering saddled Patch and then went in to say goodbye to the girl. Remembering how she had kissed him before he went out the night before, he stood beside her bunk and hesitated a moment, and then bent quickly to find her lips waiting for him.
Be careful, Jim,
she begged.
And bring Dad back, please.
I sure will, he promised, grinning suddenly and shyly, and then went. Then he was jogging down the valley to pick up the cold trail. He already knew that Slocum hadn't gone up the hill in spite of his announcement that he was going there. It was obvious that he was heading somewhere else and didn't want Helen to know. The thing to do then was to try and pass first, and if nothing appeared there, to examine the other side of the valley. The trail before him was covered with tracks, and he saw the fresh imprints of Doc Martin's horse coming in, and under them the galloping, widely spaced hoofprints of the 3 riders who had pounded in so arrogantly the day before, and the faintest of all, the prints of a horse's feet who had been trotting easily, and who had not returned. Buried under these were under the more recent ones. Kittering's practiced eye picked them out without little difficulty. The spacing of the tracks told him that Slocum had jogged easily with no expectation of trouble. As he entered the pass, he saw where Slocum's horse was stopped, and the long gashes on the sides of the bank showed where the other horses had scrambled down from both sides to cut in on the trail, and the story was plain. Together, then, the whole group of horses had moved out into the prairie. The trail here was clear, and Kittering urged Patch forward, and they turned away from the lazy Bar X and then headed towards Needle Butte. Kittering loped along with one eye on the tracks and the other on the horizon. There was no telling where the hard-riding partners of the ranch might turn up, and he didn't care for any surprise party out here in the open. And thus he was not wholly unprepared when, having covered several miles of rolling plain, he mounted a rise and faced a little drama being enacted in the hollow below him. A horse stood there, its reins trailing on the ground, and a little distance away a man bent over the hog-tied figure of a steer. The horse's ears shot up as the rider appeared over the skyline, but the man himself, engrossed in the tousled-up animal before him, didn't see the movement. Kittering drew Patch in quickly, and eased the dancing pony down below the skyline to a point where he could see without exposing too much of himself. He peered over curiously. The stranger had roped and thrown the steer, and now he seemed to be just bending over and examining him, for what purpose Kittering couldn't tell. And whatever the purpose was, he had no time to discover it, for at that moment came a sudden interruption. A group of punchers rode over the skyline, and Kittering saw them check their horses as they took in the little group in the hollow, and then they burst into furious action. 6 shooters appeared and started barking, although they were still out of pistol range, and they spurred down in a charging mass. The stranger leapt up, ran for his horse as the little jets of dirt began erupting into the air, and the pony reared, and he missed his clutch at the reins. And then the frightened animal wheeled and ran, while his owner chased him down desperately. The charging punchers swept down with wild yells, and Kittering's hand, he found, was clasped upon his gun butt. It was plain that the punchers thought that the stranger was a rustler, but there had been no fire, no running iron, and no attempt to meddle with the brand on the steer. Whatever his purpose, he had been merely looking at the animal, not rustling him. Kittering joined forces with the stranger against the lazy Bar X. His rifle sent a shot screaming over the man's head to plow up the ground in front of the charging cowboys, and as though a bomb had exploded amongst them, the group had split and sent flying in all directions. Patch leapt ahead and then tore a full gallop down the slope. Thrusting the rifle into the scabbard, Kittering snatched his rope and built a loop as he came. The stranger ducked as Patch's flying hooves showered him with sand, and the next moment a businesslike rope settled over the stubborn pony's head, and as Patch leaned back on the slack, the stranger leapt forward and was in the saddle like a flash. Lead screamed past them, and all around the sand sprang into the air in furious little puffs. "Time to leave," the stranger said, grinning and showing flashing white teeth in his dark face. He flipped the rope back to Kittering, and the 2 horses swept up out of the hollow in a rolling staccato of hooves. "Although," he panted, "I sure hate to leave that critter all tied up like that. Plumb thoughtless of those hombres, that's what it is." A bullet ripped viciously at his shirt as he spoke, and Kittering twisted in his saddle to look behind. Some of the punchers had rifles, and were beginning to take use of them. "Better keep a fanning and a fogging on her," Kittering said. "I'll give those rannies something to think about." Twisting in his saddle, yet sitting the galloping horse easily, he pumped the lever of his rifle with a rapid hand, and the effect was immediate. A wide gap opened up between them and their pursuers. The stranger grinned at him, showing his even white teeth again. "Name's Harkness," he said, "and I'm sure obliged for your giving a hand with Julius Caesar here. He gets plumb auspicious at the wrong times. Some day I'm sure they're going to have to beat his brains out." "My name's Kittering," the puncher said, grinning back. "I got a tender heart, and I couldn't see you walking away from those he-wolves. Knowing how suspicious they get, I figured they were mistaken your intentions. Seems you gotta be mighty careful how you even look at a man's cows around here." Harkness laughed aloud. He seemed not to be the least disturbed by the lead which had been thrown at him, and Kittering eyed him appreciatively, and his glance fell upon the ripped shirt, blown outward in the wind of their galloping. Under the fringing edges of the tear metal sparkled, and a gleaming star was pinned to Harkness' undershirt. Kittering turned his eyes front again. So Harkness was a ranger. That meant that his tying up and examining that steer wasn't idle curiosity nor sheer accident. He was here for a purpose or a man. What and whom? Overhead, the ping and the zip of flying lead whined and faltered, and came on again, falling short now, digging into the ground just behind them. "Looks to me like there might be loot as an interest," Kittering said. "Reckon they figure you're scared off now, and they know where they can find me when they need a little gun practice." "Oh, that right?" Harkness glanced at him keenly. "You got all feuding on, do ya?" Kittering's eyes rested upon the ranger's shirt, Mentally, he saw the gleaming star under the cloth, and then he raised his eyes to the other's face. "Sorta," he admitted cautiously. "I used to work there and found out they were fixing to run a man and his daughter off their homestead, which was given to them by the owner of the ranch. It's a doggone queer business," he said, shaking his head. "Owner of the ranch gave them the land and told the boys to leave 'em alone. The foreman is bound to get rid of them, and the owner kind of shuts his eyes to it." "Your friend happened to be named Slocum?" Harkness asked quietly. Kittering eyed him sharply. "How do you know?" Harkness ignored the question, and they rode on in silence for a few seconds. Then Harkness asked, "Does he run any cows?" "Just a few head." "What brand?" "An H, laying on its side." The ranger nodded. "That was one of his cows I was looking at. Looked like some hombre was running an iron to change the H to sort of a W with a double bar across the bottom. You ever see a brand like that?" Kittering shook his head. "Never did." They rode on, moving easily now. The pounding hoofs beats had died out, and after a few moments, Harkness broke the silence. "Well, what do we do now?" "I guess we best just turn and head for the homestead, I guess," Kittering replied. "I'm pretty sure that bunch has got Slocum, and they're holding him someplace, trying to make him give up the homestead. That's another reason they didn't chase us. As long as they got Slocum, there's no point in getting more men killed driving us out. They'll use him as a weapon against us, I suspect." "Well, seems that we better locate him." "Yeah, but not right now. That whole gang will be just waiting for us to ride up. We got to do something to create a disturbance, to break them up so that there won't be so many guarding them, and then we'll have a better chance of getting them away." "Seems like you talk like you know where he is." "Well, I know where he isn't. That's something." "Where isn't he?" "He isn't at the ranch because that would let Bates in on it, and that'd be too risky. They're holding him someplace else, and there ain't so many places to look. But we'll have to wait for a while now. We'll head on back to Slocum's place. Helen and Doc Martin are back there alone." End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. You'll do more than talk. Left alone, Helen Slocum and Doc Martin settled themselves for a period of waiting. The doctor was busy with bringing in fresh water and wood and clearing away the wreckage of the night's fighting. Helen lay quietly, trying to relax and keep from worrying about her father, and trying to convince herself that no harm had come to him. After a while, Doc Martin came to sit beside her bed and talk to her, and they were sitting thus unsuspectingly when a shadow fell across the door. They looked up into the dusty red face of Plug, and behind him, other riders crowded. Dr. Martin made an instinctive move to rise, but the barrel of a six-shooter waved him down. "Stay where you are, Doc," Plug advised, and the men began to scatter through the cabin. One of them picked up the doctor's rifle, and they seemed to be tense and watchful, all except Plug, who was grinning down at them, exposing his curiously small tobacco-stained teeth. "Y'all looked as if you was expecting some company," he said. "We're expecting Kittering and his rustling friend to be coming back soon, and we're planning a little surprise party for 'em. Sort of a reception. You'll be obliged to be keeping quiet so that they'll be real surprised, you know. Otherwise, we just naturally have to put a couple of gags on y'all." Dr. Martin glanced sideways at Helen's frightened face. "Look here," he exclaimed. "I don't know what all this foolishness is about, but I know that Miss Slocum is a very sick girl, and I'm responsible for her, and I won't stand for your coming in here, breaking in would be a better word, and getting her upset. It's bad for her, and she's got to have rest and be quiet. You don't get out of here now.
I'll see what the sheriff has to say about this."
Plug grinned at him.
"The sheriff would likely give us a medal," he retorted. "Miss Slocum ain't got no right in here anyways, and she's been warned to get out. We're just saving the sheriff some trouble. By this afternoon, there'll be a warrant out for Kittering signed by the sheriff." "A warrant for what?" "For a lot of things. We caught him and his gang trying to rustle some beef over on the range about an hour ago, and Wilding sent a man to town to swear out a warrant against him, and Kittering got some hombre helping him run the stock off, too. Bet you didn't know that."
He paused experimentally, but neither Helen nor Doc Martin betrayed their thoughts by their expression.
"And another thing,"
Plug continued,
"and when we get him, I'd sure like to ask him if he knows anything about McGuire and Lefty and Slim, who was supposed to come over here yesterday. Maybe there'll be a charge of murder, too."
"You talk about murder!" Helen burst out. "Maybe you'll tell the sheriff where my father is, if anyone's guilty."
"Shut up,"
Plug said calmly. He raised his voice.
"Everybody, quiet now. That dry farmer will be burning leather getting back here, and we want to be ready for him. Keep out of sight and stay quiet."
He turned around and posted the men by doors and windows, cautioning them to keep under cover and making sure that every approach to the cabin was guarded. And then he settled himself in to wait. Helen felt the steady, firm pressure of Dr. Martin's hand upon hers, and the physician's eyes were darting about the meager furnishings of the cabin, and she knew that he was searching desperately for some means of warning Kittering that he was riding into a trap. But Plug was watching him, his little yellow teeth bared in amusement, and all about them the ready guns and the tense, watchful attitudes of the men made any such attempt seem impossible. The minutes dragged by, and occasionally someone would shift their cramped legs with a slight creak of leather and a whispered curse, and outside the valley droned quietly under the sun. Heat waves shimmered, and the creek sparkled like molten silver, and the cottonwoods vibrated their leaves quietly. It was so quiet and so peaceful that Helen, who could see just through a narrow angle of the valley from her bunk through the open door, had to look again at the guns and the menacing faces to convince herself that death was crouching here, waiting. Dr. Martin's watch ticked steadily from somewhere in his clothes, and she counted the ticks, trying to estimate the slow drag of the minutes, almost holding her breath in an agony of suspense. How long they waited, she never knew. The only sounds were the faint ticking of the watch and the sleepy buzz of the insects outside and the pounding of her heart, which she thought they must surely hear. But no one came. The valley only settled itself further into the drowsiness of the afternoon, and gradually a wild, desperate hope began to flare in her breast. She glanced at the doctor to see the same emotion mirrored in his face. Maybe he wasn't coming. Maybe his quick eyes and quick wit had picked out the trap and recognized it. Exuberation made her pulses mount swift. She wanted to laugh at the animal impatience that was on Pug's face, and at last the man straightened up.
"He's not coming, damn him,"
he growled, and Helen laughed.
"Maybe he's just a little bit smarter than you,"
she said bitingly. Into her words floated the sound of galloping hooves coming down the valley. Her heart seemed to stop in a sudden, paralyzing fear, and Plug whirled towards the door, his gun leaping into his hand.
"It's Wilding,"
said the cowboy from the doorway. Helen's heart began to beat again, and they all crowded through the door. Plug sheathed his gun, growling to himself.
"All right, then,"
he said, turning to Helen and the doctor again.
"You all can start getting out."
"What?"
"You heard me. The ranch is taking over the valley."
Dr. Martin rose angrily.
"I told you Miss Slocum can't be moved," he snapped. Neither you nor anyone else at the ranch is going to move her without my permission. Do you understand that?
Plug grinned.
Well, I reckon we ain't waiting for your permission, Doc, if it's all the same to you. This ain't none of your business anyways, and it strikes me.
His words were lost in the growing thunder of hooves outside. They slid to a halt, and in a moment Wilding strolled into the cabin. The forearm's right arm was still in a sling, but he moved with an easy grace of his strong, wiry body. "What's going on here?" he demanded.
Why, boss, drawled Plug, I was just fixin' to persuade Doc Martin here that since the cabin don't belong to the Slocums any more, they oughts to be moved. She can't be moved,
Doc Martin put in with determination, and Wilding removed his hat, and his eyes slid appreciatively over Helen's lovely face. "Well, of course not," he purred. "Plug, I reckon you don't got the instincts of a gentleman. Can't you see that Miss Slocum is sick? Miss Slocum, you're welcome to stay here as long as you like. I'm thinking of living here myself, but that might make things a wee bit cozy."
In that case, I think I'll take my chances on being moved,
Helen replied. "You don't mean that," Wilding said smoothly. "There's no reason for you to me to be bad friends. Look, isn't there something I can do for you? Something—"
Yes, Helen interrupted. There is. You can bring back my father.
Wilding shrugged. "You talk like you thought I had him, like I was keeping him someplace."
I do,
the girl retorted. "Are you sure that your friend Kittering ain't mixed up in this someplace? He came to the ranch to tell me about a run-in he had with you all. Sure, your father was doggone unpleasant about ordering him to stay out of the valley. Seemed like he was kind of mad about that. That was just before I fired him."
Oh, save your breath, Helen said tensely. I'm not a complete fool, and if I were, I still wouldn't believe your stories. You know where my father is, and Kittering doesn't.
Wilding spun his hat reflectively on a forefinger. "And suppose I do have an idea where he is? Suppose even I bring him back? Then are you willing to be friends?"
Bring him back first, and we'll see. I'd like to see some good evidence of good faith on your part before I say anything further on that.
"Good faith," Wilding said, aggravated. "Now that's a mighty funny thing to be saying to me. I've always figured on playing square with you. I'm including you in all my plans, and even—" He stopped short. Up on the hillside, muffled and booming, came the quick reports of shots, and Wilding sprang to the door. "Kittering!" he yelled. The punchers came to life on the instant, and Wilding charged through the doorway, and the cowboys broke in a mob for the hill with Wilding well up in front, despite his wounded arm. Helen and Dr. Martin were left alone.
Did you hear those shots? Helen said tensely. Did you notice how muffled they were? He's in the mine.
Dr. Martin went to the door and peered up intently at the hill where the slash of yellow dirt could be seen faintly through the leaves.
Can you see anything?
I can see Wilding's men climbing up, but I can't see Kittering or anything else.
He continued to watch while Helen waited, fuming at her helplessness. Inexplicably, silence fell over the valley again. Up there, she knew, men were searching grimly through the trees, men with guns ready. But there was no sound, no movement they could see, and the hillside, the entire valley, might have been deserted. Tensely, the two waited below, waiting while the silence grew and grew until it threatened to split their eardrums.
Can't you see anything?
Helen begged. Dr. Martin shook his head.
Can't see nothing.
As if to punctuate his words, there was a single shot, clear and loud.
What was that?
I still can't see nothing.
After a moment, he came back into her room.
I don't know what that was. Can't even tell where it came from. Those darn echoes, they fool you.
Presently they heard voices, and going to the door, Dr. Martin saw the men begin to straggle back down the hill. Wilding came back into the cabin, and to Helen his face seemed to be a little pale, but his voice was as cheerful as ever.
Reckon it wasn't Kittering after all, he said. Looks like he's been plumb scared of the state. Now look here, Helen. Just to show you some of that good faith you was talking about, I'm going to leave a couple men here to take care of you, and I'm going to find your father and bring him back. I think I know where he is.
You think, Helen said scornfully. You know darn well where he is. Bring him back, and then maybe I'll talk to you.
Wilding's eyes gleamed. You'll do more than talk, he said, turning to go. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. The Mine. A mile out of the prairie, Kittering and Harkness crossed the trail of the men from the ranch. Where do you reckon they're going? Harkness asked. Looks like they're heading back to the ranch, if you ask me, Kittering replied. But you can't never tell with those Randys. We better get back to the valley pronto. They trotted out at a good pace over the rolling grass swells until they reached the entrance of the valley, and then, having seen no sign of the other riders, pulled their horses into a walk. Say, Kittering, Harkness suddenly asked, how much money have you got? About $10. Why? Well, I was just thinking that this is liable to turn into some sort of long drawn-out saga, and we better lay in some supplies. I got a few greenbacks, and with what you got, maybe it would be a good idea if I rode into High Springs and bought a lot of stuff. Same time, I could look up that W brand and see who's got the critters registered. Kittering nodded. He drew a folded $10 bill from his pocket and handed it across. If you wouldn't mind staying in the cabin with Helen and the doctor till we get some food laid in, I'd feel easier about chasing around hunting for Slocum. I'd sure like to find him before the real trouble starts. You keep talking about the real trouble, Harkness complained, turning his horse down the creek to drink, as though it ain't happened yet. What are you calculating is gonna happen? There was no answer, and glancing up, Harkness saw him leaning forward and staring intently into the middle of the creek. What? He grunted. It happened, Kittering said tensely. He pointed to a rock which projected above the water. You see that rock? How do you reckon it got wet on top? Harkness spun his horse. His gun had leapt into his hand, and his eyes were darting up the quiet valley. They doubled back on their trail. And then came over the top of the ridge and rode up the creek bed to hide their trail. They're waiting for us right down there at the cabin. A sudden spasm crossed his face. They got Helen in the dock. Hold on. Harkness caught his arm. No sense in committing suicide. We can't ride in there and shoot it out with them. We best use our thinking meat and come up under cover. Kittering snatched at his self-control. For a moment, the first stunning realization had swept him. He was almost submerged in a rush of fury. Helen, in Plug's hands, every instinct was shouting at him to plunge ahead blindly and fight and kill the whole bunch of them. But he knew, even then, that to get himself killed would scarcely help Helen. They splashed through the stream and climbed the hill into the cover of the trees, and now his brain was racing again, calm, but filled with icy rage that seemed to surge through him with every muscle. He spoke rapidly. Harkness, listen now and get this straight. I got a camp near here where I figured on staying and watching the valley. We could use that for a base. I'll show you where it is, and then you hightail it to town to load up for grub. You get the lowdown on that brand and get back here pronto. I'll be watching the cabin. And if we get separated any ways, I'll meet you at the camp. Got her? Harkness glanced up at the sky. I can't make it back afore dark, but I'll hustle on her, he said. In the rush of events, it seemed entirely natural that they should be working together this way. Kittering had almost forgotten his earlier suspicions, his knowledge that Harkness was a ranger, a manhunter bent on some unknown errand. He knew somehow that the ranger was to be trusted, and for the present that was enough. His business here might be in a direct conflict with Kittering's aims, but they would cross that bridge when they came to it. Meantime, they both recognized a quick, instinctive liking for each other. A trust and a confidence, and an unspoken agreement had sprung up, and to see this struggle through to the end. Kittering had never had any lessons in mental efficiency, but he was on the right track when he decided to leave the ranger business until later and tend to the immediate business first. There wouldn't be much trouble coming in to an understanding with a man who fought on your side with no questions asked and had to save your life as you had saved his. So he took up his watch on the hillside with a mind concentrated on one problem: how to get the lazy Bar-X men out of the cabin and how to get through to a relief of Helen and Doc Martin. He tied Patch on the other side of the ridge and scrambled down the hillside on foot, stopping at frequent intervals to peer down through the leaves. There seemed to be no movement down anywhere in the valley, yet he knew, as surely as though he had seen them, Plug and his men were inside the cabin waiting for him. That single trace, water splashed onto a rock that should have been dry, was as convincing as though he had seen direct evidence of seeing them and hearing them. Besides, the absolute absence of any movement below was suspicion in itself. Normally, Doc Martin would be moving around. He might go outside for water or for wood, or for 100 other little tasks that were connected with housekeeping. The fact that he did not appear confirmed Kittering's belief that he was being held, probably at the point of a gun. Searching for a spot from which he could see the cabin directly, he came out into a clearing and found himself before the entrance of the mine. A big cave-like excavation loomed up at the side of the hill, going straight back in under a massive ledge of rock and propped up by rough timbers with the bark still upon them. It was like the entrance to a cave or a tunnel. In front of the excavation was a huge pile of yellow clay, flattened roughly to be level, the raw earth he had seen from the top of the hill in his flight the day before. Kittering stared around curiously. So this was the silver mine, the real prize of this range war. Obviously, Wilding knew about it. But did Bates? He couldn't, or he wouldn't have had given Slocum the valley. Kittering moved forward to the entrance. It was cool and dim inside, and he paused while his eyes expanded to the darkness. Slocum had burrowed under the rock ledge, which had formed a natural roof to the mine, and by taking advantage of the layers of rock, had managed to dig in a considerable distance before it became necessary to blast. What was it Helen had said? That he was just getting ready to blast? Looking around, Kittering found the fuse, a long, grimy cord, almost the color of the earth, fastened lightly to the timbers that were supporting the roof. One end led back into the dark hole of the mine, and the other reached out somewhere onto the hillside. He moved deeper into the tunnel, groping his way from timber to timber, and feeling the rough floor beneath his feet beginning to slope upwards. Behind him, the mouth of the cave was a circle of dazzling sunlight, and ahead was inky darkness. "It's darker than the inside of a black cat," he muttered, reaching for a match. His hand halted halfway to his pocket. Somewhere in that pitchy darkness ahead had come a scraping noise and the tiny rattle of dislodged stones. Someone was in the mine. Without conscious thought, his hand changed direction and flashed to his gun butt, and a voice checked him, a voice that echoed with a hollow booming in the confining place. "Keep your hand away from your gun, Kittering, and bring them up over your head. That's right, I can see you, and you can't see me. And don't forget it for a minute. Now turn around, walk outside slowly. I'll be right behind you, and I wouldn't make much noise if I was you. Whose voice was that? The booming echoes in the tunnel distorted it beyond recognition, but a clear note of warning sounded in his mind. It told him not to turn his back to the unseen man, whoever it was, not unless he wanted to risk a bullet in his back. He stood poised on his toes, hands in air, straining his eyes vainly into the darkness. "Go on, get moving," the voice boomed. Against his shoulder, Kittering felt the rough bark of its supporting timber. It was a section of a tree trunk, heavy and solid, almost as wide as his entire body. It would leave much of him exposed, but in rapid action, it was a better shield than nothing. He made a movement as though he was about to turn and walk out, and then with the speed of desperation he twisted his body and flung himself behind the timber, in the same motion snatching his gun from the holster. A revolver exploded almost in his face, the bullet screeching past him, while the report, thunderous in the close space, nearly deafened him. But the bright flash, like a stroke of lightning, had outlined a shadowy form crouched on a thin rise of the tunnel, and Kittering's gun blazing wildly in that direction. He missed, he was sure, but close on the reports came a scuffling, sliding sound, as though his assailant, trying to dodge, had slipped and rolled down the incline. Kittering had seized upon the advantage, and he blasted another shot to keep up the confusion, whirled and darted for the mouth of the tunnel. No shots followed him. Charging along past the timbers, he made the entrance and burst into the shun sign, and instantly he turned quickly right and began to climb, hauling himself upward over the ledge by the sheer strength of his arms. The sound of excited voices came from the valley, and glancing back, Kittering caught a glimpse of cowboys streaming up the hill. The next instant, he was clambering over the ledge and found himself just above the face of the mine, in a position where he could be seen without being seen. He threw himself flat, hugging the rock and peering cautiously over. A man burst into the entrance of the tunnel, his gun still smoking in his hand. Kittering drew in his breath sharply. It was the ranch owner, Bates. Bates prowling around in the mine? Bates talking with a broad dialect of a puncher to throw Kittering off when he was discovered? Kittering's head spun. So Bates knew about the silver mine after all. What kind of game was he playing? Matching Wilding against Slocum? What undercut of intrigue? But he had no time for reflection. The drama had began to play out below. Dropping his gun back into the holster after a quick look around, Bates made a dash for the timber. He ran across the mound of excavated earth and collided with Wilding, who burst out of the trees from below. They recognized each other instinctively, but while Bates seemed startled and frightened, Kittering saw Wilding's face flame into sudden blazing anger. "Wilding, what are you doing out here?" Bates gasped, and the foreman's good arm shot out, and he seized Bates by the shirt front. "You low-down lying polecat! You're the bushwhacker that's been sneaking around taking shots at Slocum and trying to make it look like I done her. Can't even play square with me. You took my horse. Did you think I wouldn't find out? Kittering tracked those hoof prints right back to the ranch, and he thinks it was me that done her." Bates tore himself loose. "You're crazy. I don't know what you're talking about." Wilding was suddenly calm, an icy, dangerous calm. "You don't, huh? Well, let me go over a few things that you're so plumb ignorant about. You knew about this mine when you made the deal with me, and that's why you was so almighty careful to leave Box Elder out of the agreement. You had to make me a partner because you didn't want to go to jail, but you figured that if you could hold the mine out, you'd find a way of getting rid of me and Slocum together and grab the whole thing for yourself. You thought I didn't know about the mine. You've been playing from the bottom of the deck right along." "You're crazy," Bates snapped. "I just found the mine today. And if you knew about it, why didn't you tell me? Who's been doing the double dealing here?" His eyes narrowed. "In any case, I'm not obliged to share it with you. I gave you half the ranch, and that was the bargain. This valley and the mine, they belong to Slocum, and if I want to deal with him, I'll do it direct.
I told you to stay out of this valley, and I meant it. Now you get out of here.
Wilding smiled coolly. The deal you and me made is dead. I've got brand new ideas, and I'm carrying them out alone. You don't figure into them at all, Bates. The ranch owner glared at the foreman.
Why, you rotten little...
He raised a massive fist over Wilding's head, and then, so suddenly it made Kittering blink, there was a crash, a shot from the trees. A look of agonizing astonishment appeared on Bates' face, and he wilted, quietly and gently, and then slipped to the ground. Plug walked out into the clearing, nonchalantly slipping a fresh shell into the cylinder of his gun.
Don't mention it, boss. Always glad to oblige.
The cowboys crowded into the clearing, staring curiously at the body of their employer, and Wilding prodded the body with the toe of his boot.
Throw him in the tunnel, Plug,
he said. Kittering remained still while he heard the scraping and grunting under him, which indicated they were carrying out Wilding's orders. He was beginning to glimpse the deep-seated greed which activated the principles in this struggle, the lack of scruples or loyalty, and the viciousness and cruelty he could expect. Plug, of course, was just simply a killer, and life meant nothing to him. His business was to kill, and he would kill without a qualm, but Wilding was in his way even worse. An intelligent man, consumed by ambition, bound by neither scruples nor pity. Not that Kittering had any pity for Bates. He saw now that Bates' protection of Slocum had been merely a blind to throw Wilding off. All the time, Bates had been planning to double-cross both Wilding and Slocum and get the mine for himself. How furious he must have been when Slocum had discovered silver on that bit of cast-off land, that tiny crumb of a huge ranch which the generous Bates had so bountifully bestowed. What was the connection here between Slocum and Bates, which had made the ranch owner give him the box elder in the first place? And what was the hold which Wilding had over Bates? You had made me a partner because you didn't want to go to jail, Wilding had said. Evidently he knew something about Bates' past which was involved in something criminal. It might be worthwhile to find out just what that was. From this train of thought, Kittering was aroused by the voices below. Wilding was speaking to Plug in the entrance of the mine. Now there's only Slocum, he said. Come on, we'll chase over to Needle Butte and get him. I got plans for his daughter.
You forgetting Kittering, aren't you, boss?
Kittering? The foreman laughed. That hillbilly? What's he gonna do when we got Slocum and the girl? He's not worrying me. I'm the owner of the ranch now, and what I say goes. Come on. Their voices faded out through the trees. We'll leave Curly and Slim to watch the cabin. Kittering came to his feet like an uncoiled spring. His hunch had been right. Slocum was at Needle Butte. The only possible place was the line rider's cabin. Wilding was going off, leaving the valley unguarded except for 2 men. It was his chance to get in and free Helen and the doctor, to hold the cabin again. But wait, he checked himself. If he did that, they'd be no better off. Wilding would still have Helen's father, and with that ace he could force the girl to any terms. He wouldn't have to storm the cabin. He could have her surrender at any time he called for. There was a better way. A long chance, but one worth trying. On patch, he could beat the riders to Needle Butte and set Slocum free and then race them back to the cabin. Then they'd be in a position to put up a real fight. He was burning with the desire to see Helen again, to hear her voice, and to convince himself that she was all right and unharmed. Slocum, he knew from the conversation he had overheard, was uninjured, but Helen, in spite of the fact that Doc Martin was with her, Kittering's emotions pushed him towards the cabin. She was the real reason for his being in this fight, and she was all that mattered to him. His place was with her. But the other way was the better. With barely a moment's hesitation, he moved on quick, running feet over the ridge to the spot where Patch was tethered. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Kittering, you're gonna hang. Black against the setting sun, the ramparts of Needle Butte seemed almost close enough to touch when Kittering was still miles away. The serrated, rocky cliffs lifted almost straight up from the plains and tapered more and more as they rose until they ended in the stony, jagged point which gave the butte its name. At its base was the line rider's cabin, and Kittering had swung around so that he approached it from behind, keeping the bulk of the hill between them. Patch was winded and tired from the long, hard run, but he pounded on steadily, unfaltering. They rounded the butte, and in the cover of a rocky outcropping, Kittering pulled the horse in. And as he dropped to the ground, he staggered and caught at the saddle horn to keep himself from falling. For the first time, he realized just how tired he was. Up almost the entire night, under the terrific strain of the attack in the cabin, hammered by McGuire in their last fatal fight, and then, with no more than a few hours' rest, plunged into the exchange of shots and the flight with Harkness, and the constant, mad, breakneck riding at top speed, all without let-up or a breathing spell. He was near the end of his strength. The pace of the events had kept him going, made him to rise to meet each new situation as it appeared, but now he felt his knees trembling with weakness and his head felt heavy and thick. The sprained wrist sent sharp tinges of pain through his arm with each movement. And Patch, he turned his head and nuzzled him, blowing foam over his shirt. He leaned onto the horse and gathered together his last remaining strength. After a moment, he straightened up, slapped the patterned rump gently. "Wait here," he mumbled. The horse watched him with upright ears as he crept cautiously around the base of the red, sun-baked rocks. The first thing that Kittering saw was a horse, hobbled and grazing, and a little farther round he saw a column of smoke rising straight out into the quiet air, and finally then saw the cabin. It was a crude shack, without windows, constructed of small logs and adobe. The only sign of life about it was the grazing animal out on the prairie. But his keen eyes noted that the smoke came from in front of the cabin, and not from the chimney. Evidently Slocum was locked inside, and the man guarding him was sitting outside before an open fire. Cautiously testing each step before he set his foot down, Kittering wormed his way forward. He crossed the open space between the cover of the rocks and the cabin and huddled against the rear wall. With his ear against the rough surface of the sun-dried mud, he listened. There was no sound from inside, but from around in front came a vague humming, as though the guard was singing or talking to himself. Lightly he crept around the side of the house. He moved so as to keep the cabin between himself and the grazing horse, knowing that if the animal lifted its head and saw him, it would surely give warning to the guard, if only by a sudden attention. The murmur was growing louder. Kittering removed his hat and slowly thrust his head around the corner. A cowboy from the ranch, a man by the name of Ballard, sat on the doorstep of the cabin, whittling on a stick and humming idly to himself, and on the ground around him a fire of cattle chips smoldered. Even as Kittering watched, Ballard sighed impatiently and lifted his head to stare out over the prairie in the direction of the ranch. It was a lonely job, and a monotonous one. Kittering had ducked back at the other movements, but in a little while he put his head around again to study the door. It was fastened simply but strongly by a heavy bar resting in sockets on either side of the jamb. That part of the release was going to be easy anyway, and now for the action. He gathered his legs under him, crouched on his toes for one powerful spring. His gun was ready in his right hand. At the slight scuttle of boots, Ballard whirled to be met by the sight of Kittering's body already launching through the air. He threw himself backwards, and his hand darted to his holster, too late. The heavy barrel of Kittering's 6-gun caught him with a single slap above the ear, and he rolled off the step without a sound, and then sprawled out on the dry grass. Swift and noiselessly, it was over in a second. Kittering stooped and picked up Ballard's gun, and then thrust it into his own belt. And then he rolled the unconscious man around the corner of the cabin and out of sight. As he returned to the door, he cast an anxious look out onto the plains. A tiny cloud of dust was appearing in the east, a cloud which grew bigger even as he was watching. Wilding and his men were coming. But the sun was dropped behind Needle Butte, and shadows were already growing around the cabin. It'd get dark quickly now, and within a few minutes they would be making for it. Hastily, Kittering raised the bar and kicked open the door. "Slocum!" he shouted. The homesteader was sitting on the edge of the cabin's single bunk, and he raised his head as Kittering stalked in, and again the puncher saw, in those strange deep eyes, the slow moving of that mysterious force underneath. Slocum came unhurriedly to his feet, iron muscles rippling under his shirt, and his unshaven face a cold mask. "So you finally got here, did you?" he said. His voice was colorlessly and leaden. "I thought it was about time you showed up." Without warning, his iron fist shot out. It came with the speed and force of a kicking mustang, and it landed squarely on the puncher's chin, and sunlight exploded in Kittering's skull with a shearing, blinding flash. His body hurtled backwards, crashed against the wall, and pitched forward into a crumpled heap on the floor, and he lay still. It was a long time later, it seemed, that he opened his eyes. His head was filled with terrific pain, and his cheek was pressing close against the dirt floor of the cabin. For a moment, his eyes were blank, and then memory flooded back, and he hastily scrambled to his feet, staggering with pain and weakness as he did so. He put a hand on his jaw tenderly, and only his own rugged strength had saved him from a broken jaw, perhaps even a broken neck. Had Slocum really been set for that punch, he would surely have killed him. His entire skull felt as though a herd of cattle had been driven over top of it. How long had he been unconscious? And what had happened in the meanwhile? Both guns were gone from his belt, the door was open, and through the aperture he saw the approaching horseman, now just barely a mile away. He sprang to the doorway, and as he stepped through, a flying body struck heavily against his knees, and he folded up and went down with Ballard, the guard, sprawled all over him, swinging some wild, powerful punches. Kittering rolled like a cat and came up to his knees, only to be caught by a kick and knocked down again. But as Ballard sprang, Kittering thrust his own leg in between the other's feet and tripped him. Both sprawled and both scrambled up at the same time. From the approaching horsemen came sudden wild shouts and the bark of revolvers. The drum of hooves changed into a wild gallop, and then Ballard charged, and Kittering held him off with a straight left, his right being almost useless, but there was no shock in his punches, and his battered body was reeling with weakness. Every rush seemed stronger to him, and each shower of punches made him give a little more ground, battering down his guard just a little bit further. The thud and smack of blows came in a steady roll of a drum. A hard fist caught him, a glancing blow on his bruised jaw, and the sudden blinding pain that stabbed through his head made him drop his hands in agony. Ballard rushed, slugging with both hands, and Kittering felt his legs buckle. He went down, rolled over, and began to try to struggle up again, and a booted foot slammed him back down. He caught that foot and pulled, and Ballard went over like a falling tree. But now the thunder of hooves was all about him, and he choked in the cloud of dust. Rough hands yanked him to his feet, a clamor of voices beat about his ears, and he hung limply on their supporting hands. When his head cleared again, a moment later, His arms were being jerked behind him, and he felt the rough scrape of rope against his wrists. Instinctively, he tensed his muscles, strained out against the rope, and held himself braced thus until the knots were tied. The confusion and the growing dimness aided in his escaped observation, and although the cowboy tying him drew the rope so tight that they cut into his skin, he managed to hold his position. When he relaxed then, afterwards, he found that he had secured a little play, enough so that, given time, he could maybe just work his hands loose. A little way off, the fire sputtered, its flames making a bright spot of color against the blue dusk. The cowboys were grouped in a rough circle about him, and for the first time he saw Wilding, who was listening to Ballard's story. The foreman's eyes were fixed upon Kittering.
But if Kittering slugged you and let Slocum out, what'd he stay around here for? He demanded. There's his horse over there. Why didn't he go with Slocum?
Ballard shrugged.
I don't know. All I know is when I come to, Slocum had pulled his freight, and there was Kittering, so I jumped him. Didn't have no gun neither. Well, the foreman pushed his hat back, scratched his head. Anyways, it's a fair trade, I reckon. We know where Slocum's heading for, and we can always get him when we want him. Meantime, I reckon we can take care of this tin-horn bad man. Know what treatment rustlers get in this country, don't you, Kittering?
Ain't no trees around here, boss, one of the men shouted.
Oh, we ain't so far from Short Hills. There's plenty of trees over there. Come on, boost him up on his horse, and let's get this over with.
A cowboy appeared, leading Patch, and Kittering was lifted helplessly to the saddle. One man held his bridle, and the other scattered for their mounts. As the cavalcade moved away from the cabin, the last rays of the setting sun disappeared behind the looming bulk of Needle Butte, and the darkness began to grow swiftly over the plains. Swaying weakly in the saddle, Kittering tasted the grim irony of the situation. They were leading him off to hang him as a rustler, and with his hanging would go Slocum's last chance of keeping Box Elder. Perhaps there was a certain justice in it then, since Slocum's own mistake was responsible. Suspicious, hot-headed, the homesteader had waited for no exclamations. He had distrusted Kittering from the beginning, and the puncher's sudden appearance in his prison was proof enough of his complacency with the men of the ranch. He had acted, as his nature impelled him, swift and directly, as he had always acted. The results, however, were evidently going to be more far-reaching than he had ever expected. But Kittering was neither calmly philosophizing nor giving way to panic. He had no desire whatsoever to be hanged, less on Slocum's account than on his own, and he was doing the only thing he could do in his situation. Self-possessed and cool in spite of his physical condition, he was working at the ropes which bound his wrists and trying to conceal it by leaning back against the high cradle of the saddle. The cords gave a little, and he knew that if he could only get enough time, he'd be getting free. A strange, subdued quiet fell over the group of men, and when they spoke at all, it was all in lowered tones. They moved through the darkness to the sound of scuffling hooves, like some grim funeral procession. Kittering never ceased straining at his ropes, and slowly one hand worked towards freeing him, but the ride was all too short for him. Against the dark eastern sky, the vague bulk of the hills loomed already near at hand. A quick tension ran through the group. They drew closer together, forming a compact mass about the prisoner. Wilding halted on the first ridge. He pointed silently to an oak with wide spreading branches, and the men began swift preparations. A rope was produced and flung over a convenient branch, and the noose was dropped over Kittering's head, and then Patch was led under a tree. Wilding urged his horse alongside. There was a small, tight smile on his lips. His eyes were invisible, only as dark shadows.
Sorry we had to rush things like this here, Kittering, he said. But when a man gets careless with other folks' property, I reckon he knows what to expect. Kittering, you're gonna hang.
Kittering strained in a last desperate effort at the ropes. They were slipping, slowly tearing at his skin as they went.
Go on, he said harshly. Make yourself a farewell speech for me. Wilding, you wouldn't be lousier than a dog with fleas, or you wouldn't work so hard at making yourself out being so pure and holy.
The foreman's expression didn't change.
I don't enjoy hanging a man, he said softly, even if he's made it as much trouble as you have. This here's your last chance, Kittering. If you want me to carry any messages for anybody, I'd be glad to do it for you.
Kittering uttered a short laugh. I don't reckon you're exactly reliable, Wilding, even with messages. The foreman shrugged.
Well, suit yourself, he replied. It's your funeral.
And then smiled with an ugly smile at his own grim humor. He called out, Plug, wheeling his horse away from Kittering. The killer spurred forward. He raised his quirt over his head and with a shout brought it down upon Patch's rump. Kittering felt the horse quiver under him as the leather cut into the hide. Powerful muscles gathered for a convulsive leap, a leap that would snatch the puncher from the saddle and leave him dangling in the air at the end of a rope. In the same fraction of a second, Kittering's knees clamped down hard upon the pony's barrel, and his voice cut through the shouting turmoil of the other men, and Patch checked himself so hurriedly that he nearly fell, as with a terrific jerk Kittering tore his hands free. The frightened pony reared high into the air, driving back the cowboys who had charged forward, and they saw Kittering suddenly free, reach up with bloody hands and throw off the nooses about his neck. And then Patch charged directly through the mob of milling horses. Wilding's mount struck almost head-on, went back and over, throwing the four men headlong from the saddle to roll, bruised and stunned, down the hillside. Guns barked, and horses whirled and leapt in mad pursuit as the painted pony disappeared into the darkness. The thunder of hooves rolled in a furious tattoo down the slope. A short way out on the plain, the sheriff of High Springs, riding at the head of a posse, drew in his horse at the sound of the shots. He glanced around at his men.
Something going on, he said. Let's go see.
They charged forward in the direction of the shooting, so that it was within half a mile that they ran headlong into a tired, staggering pony, whose lead was being swiftly cut down by a mob in close pursuit. A half-dozen hands caught the pony's bridle.
Kittering!
Exclaimed the sheriff. He pushed his horse between the puncher and the lazy barracks men.
Hold on there, this man is coming with me. I have a warrant for his arrest.
Kittering made an attempt to straighten up. A weak smile flitted across his face. Sheriff, he said, it's the first doggone time I've ever been glad to be arrested in my life.
Catch him,
the sheriff said calmly.
He's about to fall.
A posseman caught him as he leaned from the saddle. In the velvet blue of dusk, the milling horses and the arm about him all slipped away into blank darkness. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. More lives than a cat. Harkness pushed his horse as fast as he dared, but in spite of his best efforts, the sun was gone from sight by the time he reached Short Hills on the return trip. Avoiding the entrance to the valley, he climbed straight up over the ridge and after some difficulty located the cache. Kittering wasn't there, and Harkness watered his horse and staked him out to graze, after which he hid the supplies under the rocks and started off on foot through the trees. From the ridgetop at the foot of the valley, he looked down towards the cabin and saw the yellow glow of lights shining through the elders. Dusk was thick and blue on the hills. In the sheltered cup of the valley, it was already night. Somewhere along these ridges, Kittering should be on watch, and Harkness prepared to go in search for him. As he stopped, there came faintly to his ears the faint popping of shots. He stopped and strained his ears to listen, but the air was quiet again, and for a moment he hesitated, wondering if he should get on his horse and go and investigate. But the sound had been so far and faint that he might easily have imagined it, and he did not then connect it in his mind with Kittering. The puncher was supposed to have stayed in the valley and keep out of trouble. Harkness believed that he was somewhere nearby. He did not suspect that Kittering might have deserted the cabin and gone off on another errand altogether. So he dismissed the shots from his mind and then continued along the top of the ridge. But after some 20 minutes of search, he had still found no sign of the puncher, and he began to get a little worried. Still, he dared not call out. Then things began to happen, as they usually happen, with speed and suddenness. A dark figure rose from the bushes behind him, and thinking that he had last found Kittering, he started forward, only to recoil from the blunt muzzle of a revolver. The words that had risen to his lips had died in strangulation. His hands went up over his head automatically. "Who are you?" the man behind the gun demanded. Peering at him in the dark, Harkness noticed first the tremendous blunt power of the man's shoulders and arms, and then he saw that he was wearing overalls with a bib, more like a farmer than a cowboy. He was obviously not with the Lazy Bar X, and a sudden wild guess as to his identity flashed through the ranger's mind. For an answer, he lowered one arm, unbuttoned his shirt, and the star gleamed faintly. "A ranger!" Slocum exclaimed. His revolver drooped, and after a minute's hesitation, he put it away. "What are you doing here?" "Right now I'm looking for Jim Kittering," Harkness replied, buttoning his shirt. "He's supposed to be here, keeping an eye on your cabin. You'd be Slocum, wouldn't you?" "That's right, but I don't understand this about Kittering. What was it you said?" "I said he was supposed to be watching the cabin. Ever since you strayed off the range, he had been down there keeping Wilding's men off. And the first night he beat them off and killed 3 of them. And this morning when Doc Martin came, Kittering went out to look for you. He ran into me having a little trouble with the Lazy Bar X and joined the fracas. If it wasn't for him, I'd have been in a bad way. They pulled out and we got back here and we found out that they were hiding in the cabin waiting for us. So Kittering stayed to watch, and I went to High Springs to pack up some grub. And I was supposed to meet him here." Slocum had listened in silence, and in the dark the ranger couldn't see his face. And now, to Harkness' astonishment, the homesteader struck himself a powerful blow with his clenched fist. "Somebody ought to shoot me for a lunatic fool," he said bitterly. "Just a plain damned fool. If that boy's dead, I'll—" "Dead?" Harkness cried. He seized Slocum by the arm. "What do you mean?" Slocum told him, and Harkness could see that he writhed in shame and anguish as he spoke. Some of the ranger's own shock was dissipated before the older man's misery, and he put out a hand. "Well, maybe it ain't as bad as you think," he said. "Maybe he got away before they got there. His horse must have been close by. You didn't take it, did you?" "No, I didn't take him," Slocum whispered. Harkness shook his head. "I was sent down here to clear up an old fracas between you and Bates, and I done rode into a even worse one. Kittering could do more than both of us put together, but maybe it ain't too late yet. I think maybe I better ride over to Needle Butte way." He stopped, and down the valley came the sound of a galloping horse. "Somebody's coming to the cabin," Harkness said tensely. "Let's get down there where we can see." They scrambled down the hillside and slipped in amongst the trees behind the cabin, and from this position they could see the open door and the yellow of the light that spilled out onto the grass. Two men with rifles stood outside the zone of light waiting, and as the invisible horse pounded swiftly near, one of them raised his voice in a challenging shout.
"It's me! It's Ballard!"
came the answer. Slocum poked the ranger.
"That's the bugger who was guarding me."
Ballard's horse swept into the light, and the cowboy sprang down.
"I thought you was over on Needle Butte,"
said one of the men.
"Slocum got away."
Got away? Yeah, Kittering turned him loose and forgot to go with him. So I jumped him, and when the boys got there, we was getting all set for a necktie party when he seemed to slip his halter and got away. Then he runs right into the sheriff and gets himself arrested just in time to save his sorry old skin. That hombre, he's got more lives than a darn old cat." Beside him, Harkness heard Slocum's breath go out in a long sigh of relief. He gave the homesteader a warning nudge, but his own spirits had leapt immediately, and the gloom that had settled on him a few minutes ago was gone. "Well, what are we supposed to do now?" one of the men demanded.
"Well, I guess just stay here and watch for Slocum. I'm staying with you all. Wilding, he's going on to the High Springs to see that Kittering gets what's coming to him."
He then moved towards the door.
"Got anything to drink here?"
"Yeah, some roach poison. You're welcome to that." As the door closed behind them, Harkness turned to Slocum. "Didn't see any sign of the doc or your daughter, did you?"
"No, I reckon they must be inside."
"Well, now look, there's a lot of grub in that cache over on the ridge. We'll tote it back here, and then I got an idea how to smoke them there pilgrims out of that cabin. Come on." Loading onto the ranger's horse, the bundle of supplies was carried over the ridge with a good deal of stumbling in the darkness, and then deposited behind the cabin. "For guards, them gents are pretty careless. We could steal the shack right out from under them, and they wouldn't even find out till it rained." He led his horse out from the trees. "Stay right here," he whispered, "and get ready to back my play. You got your shooting irons? Good." Silently, horse and man blended into the night. Slocum waited, a gun in each hand. A few 100 yards down the trail, Harkness mounted his horse, clapping in the spurs and thundering down upon the cabin at a full gallop, and the door was flung open and the three cowboys spilled out into the lit doorway. Their rifles flashed briefly as they took up positions in the shadows. Harkness pounded up and found 3 guns leveled at him. "Is there an hombre here by the name of Ballard?" he demanded.
"Well, that's me,"
Ballard volunteered.
"I just come from High Springs. I got a message for you."
"A message?" The rifles were lowered.
"What is it?"
"It's this. There's a man with a gun standing right behind you. Don't make any sudden motions, 'cause he's right nervous and he's liable to blow your heads off. Speak up, Slocum, and tell these gents that you're here."
"I'm here, all right, and I'm itching for some trouble,"
Slocum growled. The cowboys froze. "Now just let go of them guns. Let 'em fall to the ground. That's right, Slocum. Will you relieve your friends of those shooting irons? They look awfully heavy." He swung down from the saddle to pick up the rifles. "Is Dr. Martin in there? Hey, Doc! Doc Martin!" The doctor came out quickly, shouting at the sight of Slocum. "Doc, will you help me with these hombres while Slocum says howdy to his daughter? Take one of them 6 guns while I do a little bit of fancy tying." Slocum hastened into the cabin, and Doc Martin held the gun while Harkness performed his fancy tying job. "There, reckon that'll hold 'em. Now let's go get acquainted." He found Helen sitting on the bed, eager for news of Kittering. In spite of their captivity, the doctor had managed to take care of her, and some of her strength and color had returned. She looked fresh and lovely, and the ranger gazed at her with approval. They gathered around for a council of war. At Harkness' suggestions, backed by Helen, it was decided that Slocum and Doc Martin were to hold the cabin, and Harkness was to ride at once to High Springs to see if he could be of any help to Kittering. "And I reckon I'll just take those 3 Injuns along with me, and leave them where they can't do no harm. We can't keep 'em here," he added. So, for the second time that day, Harkness started for town. Herded before him the 3 lazy Bar X men tied securely to their saddles. He left a miniature fort, prepared for a siege, with Slocum busy making heavy shutters for the windows, and the doctor cleaning and oiling the 3 rifles and 5 pistols that they had captured. Halfway between Box Elder and High Springs, Harkness checked the horses, and then cut his prisoners' ropes and forced them to dismount. "Start walking, hombres. It's a long way to town." The men glared at him. "We ain't forgetting this little trick," one of them warned. "Next time you see any of us, you better come a-shooting." "I'd be delighted," Harkness grinned. "Sure hope you all get your chance and don't get et by coyotes between here and High Springs. See you later." He then cantered off with their horses, grinning as he thought how quickly the shooting would have started if they had recognized him as the man they had chased early that morning. A couple miles further on, he stripped the saddles and bridles from the horses and let them go, dumping the harnesses on the ground. Then he rode towards High Springs with the glow of one who had done a good deed extremely well. End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Robbing the Jail. Kittering never had any clear recollection of that long ride to High Springs, and although the bunk in the jail was narrow and hard, he never felt it till he woke up in the morning to find himself stiff and bruised, but considerably rested and clear ahead. He sat up, ruffled his hair sleepily, and observed that with the exception of his boots he was still fully dressed. The cell in which he had been put was a tiny room with a single barred window over the bunk, and a heavy wooden door in which was a small opening. It was also barred. Almost his first instinctive act was to stand up on the bunk and look out the window. He discovered then that his cell was on the 2nd story of a frame building, and he was looking down into High Springs' main and only street. There was the usual sleepy signs of morning life, the barkeep across the street, laudably opening up, and the owner of the general store seen through the dim glass of his window, dusting off the shelves, a woman crossing the road to the store with a basket on her arm. Kittering gave these only a glance. His attention was immediately caught and riveted by 2 things more significant. At the corner of the jail building stood a posseman with a rifle. Another held the opposite corner, and a third guarded the doorway. They held their guns not as though they expected trouble, but as if to discourage it. This in itself was noteworthy, but what was even more startling to the puncher was the fact that directly across the street, leaning against the wall of the saloon, stood Harkness. The ranger looked up at the building, his eyes sweeping rapidly across its front, and as he saw Kittering staring out between the bars, his white teeth flashed in a charismatic grin. Kittering did not know that Harkness had been there all night, doing a little guard duty of his own. But the sight of the ranger had jolted his memory sharply. He didn't even stop to wonder what Harkness was doing, or what he was found out that Kittering had been arrested. There was something he had forgotten, something he had been too blindly exhausted the night before to remember. The sheriff ought to know right away that Bates was dead, that he had been murdered by Plug at the investigation of Wilding, and that his body lay in the tunnel of the silver mine. Kittering dropped off the bunk and went to the door, where he shouted for several minutes until a deputy appeared. "Quit bellerin'," that individual advised. "This ain't a hotel. You'll get your grub as soon as it's ready." "I need to see the sheriff pronto," Kittering said. "You can't see him." "Why not?" "'Cause he ain't here. He's gone up to the county seat." "And when's he coming back?" "Well, tomorrow, I reckon. You can wait till tomorrow. You ain't going no place." Kittering started to turn away, but the deputy said,
Wait a minute, you got a visitor.
and Harkness's face appeared behind the bars.
Yeah, and what a way to treat visitors, the ranger complained. Took away my weapon and searched me for knives and other dangerous weapons. Do you mind if I give my friend this here cigarette that I done rolled special for him?
Kittering disliked cigarettes and was about to refuse when it struck him that there was something appeared to be special, an emphasis on the word, rolled special for him, and he kept silent.
Give it here,
commanded the deputy. He took the cigarette, looked at it, and pressed it between his fingers, and then handed it back.
All right,
he grunted. Harkness passed the cigarette between the bars, but offered no match, and Kittering, following each lead, retained it in his hand. The ranger leaned against the door, glancing sideways at the deputy, who remained watching and listening.
Kind of hard to carry on a conversation with the law drinking in every word, he said, grinning. But as long as they're fixing to hang you, I reckon it don't matter what you say. You might as well even cuss. Listen, cowboy, you only got a couple minutes, so if you got something to say, say it.
Well, how can I say anything when you're doing all the talking? Harkness demanded.
Listen, he said to Kittering. You can't stay in here. There's too much to do. You think our friend, the prominent rancher, is going to let any daisies grow under him? He's going to move fast now.
Well, I can't do nothing till the sheriff gets back, Kittering growled. He seems to be away.
Yeah, it was me that sent him on to the county seat, Harkness said blandly. I told him where to get some trail sign on Bates, so he took the tip.
And what's this here, trial?
Trial's put off till he gets back. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Wilding's coming in today, and when he finds out there ain't going to be no trial, well, I bet me 6 bits he tries to stir up a lynching party.
And how do you know Wilding's coming?
Well, found out last night me and Slocum took the cabin back from his sheep herders.
Slocum's back?
Yeah. Ran into him in the hills. First he pulled a gun on me, and, well, then we got acquainted. He sure is sorry for that wallop he handed you, though.
Kittering brushed that aside. And Helen? How's she?
Oh, coming along fine. Seemed plumb anxious about you, too, though I can't understand why when there's a handsome fellow like myself around.
He shook his head.
Another thing. Wilding's been making motions in her direction, too, according to Doc Martin. Time's up, Deputy interrupted. Come on and get your gun back.
Harkness nodded to Kittering, closed one eye, and then they went down the hall together, with the deputy complaining.
Now, what was the idea coming in here taking up everybody's time just to talk about saying nothing? Do you think that's going to help?
His voice faded out, and Kittering took the cigarette over near the window, and he examined it carefully on the outside, but found nothing. Then he pushed out the tobacco and sifted the grains, and there was nothing there either. As a final thought, he squinted inside the tube, and at once his eyes was attracted by pencil marks. Separating the edges of the paper and spread it out flat, he found these sprawled words: "Stick to the window and be ready to drop." He tore up the paper, put on his boots, and scrambled up on the bunk again. And outside, the street was still quiet, and the guards walking back and forth at their posts. What was the sheriff afraid of, he wondered? A lynching party or a rescue party? Presently Harkness appeared, riding leisurely past without looking up. His horse's hoofs made a faint clopping sound. When he had gone silent, settled down again. The sun blazed on unpainted wood, heat waves shimmered. A final eddy of dust spiraled in the roadway and then was gone. There was a long pause of heat-soaked quiet, and then, from the direction in which Harkness had ridden, came a confused murmur, a growing tumultuous sound, and Kittering saw the guards turn to look. The noise grew louder, and then clearly to their ears came the fearsome cry of "Fire!" In all that dry prairie country, there's nothing more dreadful. To a town like High Springs, parched by southern sun, where water is scarcer than whiskey and every stick of wood is as dry as tinder, a fire is a terrible thing. Only the smallest of blazes is needed for the entire town to go up like a haystack. Small wonder, then, that confusion and terror struck with that cry of fire, and that there was an instant trampling rush down the road towards where a column of smoke was already ascending. Even so, had the guards been regular deputies, they would have stayed at their post. But these weren't deputies, they were ordinary townsmen sworn in for posse duty, and they were far more concerned about the possible destruction of their homes and stables than a prisoner. There was hardly a moment's wavering, and then they were gone from the rest. A half-minute, and the street was deserted. Harkness pounded out of an alley, mounted on his own horse, leading Patch. His rope was swinging to his right hand with a spread loop, and he yelled, "Catch!" as the figure behind the bars. Kittering shoved his arm out, caught the loop as it spun up past him. He understood perfectly. Pulling the rope in, he knotted it rapidly around the bars and then gave a wave of his hand. Harkness took up the slack. The horse's muscles bunched under his skin as he leaned against the rope, and there was a protesting sound from the wood, creaking and groaning, and then a prolonged ripping, cracking, splintering noise. The bars tore loose from their sockets and sailed down into the street. Instantly, Kittering was through the window, hanging by the tips of his fingers, and from the corridor outside his cell came the rush of feet. But now, Harkness was underneath, reaching up to steady him. Kittering got a foot on the saddle, dropped to the ground, and as though made of live rubber, bounded up onto his own horse. "Come on, let's go!" Harkness shouted. They were away with a swirl of flashing hooves, and up the dusty road and out onto the plain as a pistol banged wildly from the mutilated window. Kittering glanced back at the rising column of smoke. "What'd you burn up back there?" he asked. "Oh, just a little shack, no danger. Whole town was there almost before I could get away. Had more trouble getting your horse. Stable keeper kept asking so many doggone questions I figured it was easier to bust him one than keep on making up answers. He'll probably come to in a few hours." The puncher shook his head, breathed deeply. Although his imprisonment had been a short duration, it was an exhilaration, a relief of being free that made him want to shout. He smiled at Harkness. "Damn queer doings for a ranger," he commented. "Setting fires, busting into jails. Sure you're not on the wrong side?" Harkness looked startled, and then he grinned ruefully. "Well, shucks, I was saving it for a surprise. How'd you know?" Kittering shrugged. He eyed Harkness's midsection. "I see you got an extra gun there. Don't suppose it's for me?" He received the weapon with satisfaction and then slipped it into his empty holster. "Now hold on a minute," he said. "Before we go any further, let's take a look and think about where we want to go. I reckon we ought to ride over to the ranch instead of going back to the Box Elder." "The Lazy Bar X? What for?" "Well, a couple reasons. For one thing, the valley is the first place they'd look for us, and the ranch is the last. Another thing, might be a good idea to get a hold of the ranch deed and the rest of Bates' papers before Wilding decides to doctor them up for himself. Bates is dead," he added, remembering his companion didn't know. The effect on Harkness was astonishing. "Bates dead?" he shouted. "How? Why didn't you tell me?" "That gunman of Wilding's killed him. Plug." Harkness swore violently. "We gotta get that deed, you locoed grasshopper," he said excitedly, "and any other papers we can find showing that Bates was the owner, and then give that valley to Slocum. Otherwise, Wilding can take it over and have the sheriff put Slocum out legally." Kittering's eyes were sober. "Well, we got just about a day to get it. Tomorrow the sheriff gets back, and then two posses will be hunting us. The sheriff's and Wilding's. I told you the real trouble was just getting started."
End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16. Concealed in the cottonwoods behind the ranch house, Kittering and Harkness were watching the preparation for Wilding's trip to High Springs. Some unusual activity was in progress at the ranch. Men and horses came and went continually. Several times they saw Wilding come to the door to speak to the men, but they were too far away to overhear anything that was being said. They had been watching about an hour when they saw Plug ride into the ranch house, leading Wilding's big buckskin horse, and the foreman came out and leaned against the animal, looking up while Plug talked. They saw the rider swing his arm in a wide circle, then point down towards the corrals, and both of them understood that some sort of cattle roundup was in progress. In fact, at that very moment, dust was beginning to rise in the direction where the corral lay, partially concealed from them by the trees. Plug leaned down and helped the foreman, who was still favoring his wounded arm, into the saddle, and both of them trotted off towards the corral. Temporarily, the ranch house was left deserted and still. Harkness rolled over from his prone position. "Reckon they're going to High Springs now to see that you get strung up?" he asked. Kittering stood up. "They're bringing in some beeves," he said, "and Wilding's riding down to look them over. I got a hunch he'll send a man up to watch the house and go right into town. Let's go get inside." Harkness came up behind him, and they moved warily through the cottonwood grove to the side of the house, away from the corrals. A window opened easily, and one after the other they clambered over the sill and then dropped inside, leaving the window open in case a hasty exit became necessary. The room in which they found themselves extended along the entire front of the single-storied building. It had been used as a living room and an office by Bates, and was the same room in which Kittering had first told the ranch owner and his foreman of the adventures at Short Hill, and the room in which he had perceived dimly the second link in this twisted chain of events. It contained, in addition to the table, a desk, two straight-backed chairs, a big overstuffed divan, and a chair of the same material. It was a comfortable room, but depressingly suggestive of its former owner. At the moment, however, their attention was mainly directed towards the desk that was standing against the wall. Kittering motioned towards it, in an unspoken admission that Harkness knew more about such matters than he, and that the ranger should search for the legal papers. Himself, he crossed the room, and took up the watching position at the window which looked out towards the bunkhouse and the corrals. "They're driving in a bunch of cows, all right," he announced. "I wonder if Wilding has planned to sell the cattle off and risk everything on getting that mine?" "How do you know them's Wilding's cows?" Harkness replied, busily searching through the drawers of the desks. "They're not. They're Bates' cows." "No, I mean, how do you know them cows belong to the ranch at all?" Kittering turned round to look at him. You mean maybe they're Slocum's cows?" His eyes narrowed. "Say, that's right. You were going to find out who was that W branded registered. Was it Wilding?" "Yep." Harkness nodded vigorously. "He's been rustling Slocum cows right along. Part of his idea to discourage 'em and drive 'em off the range. And now, of course, things being like they are, he just sent his buckaroos out and rounded up the whole bunch and drove 'em in. Reckon they'll spend the next day or so blotting the brands out." Kittering swore under his breath. "You find anything there yet?" he asked impatiently. "Nary a sign." Harkness pushed the last drawer shut and began a swift investigation of the furniture in the room. "Looking like old Wilding got to her first, all right." Kittering abandoned the window and came to help him. They searched through closets and books and letter files that were stacked in haphazard fashion on the floor, but nothing even remotely resembling the deed was uncovered. In the midst of this activity, they were startled by the beat of the horse's hoofs returning, and Kittering sprang to the window. "They're coming back," he reported. "There's Wilding, Plug, and 3 more. One of 'em's Ballard." "Ballard?" Harkness exclaimed. "That's the hombre we done took the cabin away from last night. Made him walk 20 miles into High Springs." An involuntary little smile flitted over Kittering's face. Ballard was certainly getting the wear and tear in this war. Harkness had shut the desk, and he hurriedly pushed the chairs and papers back into order. "Come on," he whispered, striding towards the open window. "Hold up a minute." Kittering backed away from his view in the corral. "I'm plumb anxious to listen in on this little confab," he said. His nostrils flared, and he spoke in a rapid whisper with an underlying suppressed excitement. "Let's hole up some place where we can hear what's going on." Outside, the hoofbeats approached the veranda, and now the voices of the men reached them. Harkness's eyes began to dance, and his white teeth flashed. "Let her buck, cowboy," he said quietly. "In here." They went quickly through the door leading to the inner room, and then partially closed it behind them, leaving a gap about an inch or two through which they could hear and, if necessary, see. The room was a bedroom, evidently Bates', and it contained a big, old-fashioned bed, a single chair, and a dresser upon which stood a tin basin. There was one window at the foot of the bed, and Harkness silently raised it as the tramps of boots sounded on the steps outside. Then both of them took up positions alongside the door, listening and strung for immediate action in case they were to be discovered. The outer door banged open, and a rush of angry voices filled the room, and they were all talking at once, but Wilding's voice, loud and furious, dominated the rest. "One man!" he shouted. "One man makes you all look like a bunch of pilgrims. The 3 of you with rifles, and he walks in and chases you out of the cabin without so much as a fight." "Boss, I'm telling you it wasn't just one man. There was 8 of 'em. I counted them. We hadn't even had a chance. They was all around us." "Ballard, you're lying. Where would Kittering get 8 men? He was alone all day. He was alone when we caught him yesterday. He let Slocum out, and Slocum went back to the cabin himself and scared you all so bad that you saw 8 more. You ain't got more guts than a darned old jackrabbit." The voices burst out again in hot denial, and then Plug broke in. "Well, there's one hombre with Kittering anyways, boss," he said. "I done seen him myself." There was a short pause, and then Wilding said more quietly, "That's right. You told me you chased Kittering and somebody else yesterday. Well, that's one man. That ain't 8. "I suppose," Ballard demanded heatedly, "I suppose you think one man busted Kittering out of jail this morning, too. Wilson said there was 8 of them, and that's just what I counted. They done tore out the whole front of the jail, the bars and all. Well, Kittering, he just dropped out of the winder right onto his horse, and had that paint pony of his ready and a-waiting. Knocked out old Larkin and took the horse out of the stable where the sheriff was keeping him, and I suppose you think one man done that there too, and then set the whole dang town on fire so everyone else would have to have their hands full whilst they was burning leather out of there. I suppose that's right, yeh?" He snorted in disgust. Behind the door, Kittering and Harkness grinned at one another in self-congratulations. To have made such an impression upon these roughnecks was no mean achievement, and it was praise of the highest order. Kittering was speaking again. "So Slocum got the valley back, and Kittering's loose again. That's just fine. Who's this hombre that's riding with him?" "They say his name's Harkness," Ballard replied. "Never heard of him." "I seen him real close last night when he set us on afoot, and I'd know him anywheres now. With that description Wilson gives us,
He was leading the gang that got Kittering out this morning. He walked in alone at first, and he'd Wilson take him up to talk to Kittering just before they started to shooting and setting the fire.
Well, the foreman drew himself up. You sure have made a mess of things, Ballard. You let Slocum get away, lost the cabin, and ain't so sure that you didn't have something to do with Kittering getting out. I think you best stick to cows. He cut the protest short. Go on now, get out of here. I need to talk to Plug. The outer door closed, cutting off the trampling of heavy feet. Then Plug asked,
You think there's anything to this story about 8 men, boss? Wilson says so as well.
Ah! Wilding snapped. They're both lying. Somebody, this man Harkness probably, outsmarted both of them, and they're trying to save their face by saying it was a gang. You see, Plug, you just can't depend on them jugheads to do anything right. Takes more than knowing how to throw a gun to work a thing like this right. That's why a couple of men like Kittering and Harkness are so much more dangerous than a whole pack of coyotes like we got. They let themselves get outsmarted every time. If we want something done right, it seems like we're going to have to do it ourselves. And we can't be everywhere. A chair creaked as he dropped into it. But all the same, he continued, I reckon we got Mr. Kittering where we want him now. The sheriff will take care of him and put him where he won't make us no more trouble, and then we can have Slocum put out legal with no more shooting. I'm the owner of the ranch now, and what I say goes. Only we first got to find that deed. He pounded on the desk with his fist. I've been looking a whole darn day and most of the night, and I got no more idea than it is where than I started. We got to have it, or we can't prove title to the ownership, nor to the box elder. Plug, I'll give you $500 extra if you find that deed. It's got to be around here someplace. Kittering felt his arm caught in a powerful grip. He had been startled at Wilding's word, and he turned to see Harkness' eyes blazing at him. As plain as words they were shouting. Wilding ain't got it either. He don't even know where it is. He's as bad off as we are. Bates must have hit it. The ranger's fingers squeezed and crushed his arm painfully. In the excitement, they almost forgot Plug's next words.
What do you want me to do, boss? Stay here and look for it?
No, there ain't no time for that. I want to see Slocum and find out if he's ready to talk turkey. When he finds out how things stand with the ranch, and when he discovers he ain't got a cow left, I reckon he'll crawl. Wouldn't be nothing else for him to do. They'll be getting hungry pretty soon, too, and I wouldn't want that to happen. Wouldn't do to let that little girl go hungry. She'd make a right skinny wife. There was a hoarse chuckle, and Harkness saw Kittering's eyebrows twitch in surprise. His mouth became slightly more grim. The puncher hadn't understood at first what Harkness meant when he said that Wilding was making motions in Helen's direction, and now he knew. Both of them realized something else. This sudden interest in Helen meant that Wilding was going to give Slocum breathing space while he tried to win over his daughter. And for the present, at least, they need fear no more attacks on the cabin. A lull was in order. If in this time they succeeded in finding the deed before Plug and Wilding found it, they could prove Slocum's right to box elder if, that is, they weren't caught by the sheriff's posse or the ever-vigilant cowboys from the ranch itself. It was not exactly a cheerful prospect, but it was an improvement, however, although slight. They had a definite job to do, and a fairly defiant time in which to do it, and how long depended upon how long Wilding's patience would hold out under the rebuffs from both Helen and her father. For Kittering saw more clearly than Wilding that Slocum would never crawl. That profane and violent man would never retreat. He didn't know what defeat meant. He would throw Wilding and his proposition out bodily unless... An idea struck Kittering. Unless he was tipped off to string Wilding along so as to gain time. A few days more now might make all the difference between finding and losing the deed. Kittering made a slight motion with his hand to Harkness, and they snuck out cautiously across the bedroom to the window. Harkness went first, sliding his long body over the sill with the utmost care to avoid the creak of leather or the jingle of spurs. Kittering thrust his own leg over the sill to follow, and heard Wilding in the next room say, "Plug, fetch me them old black chaps out of the bedroom. I reckon we best ride over and have a talk with Slocum today." Kittering slid out the window, landed with a bump on Harkness. His sombrero vanished beneath the window ledge as the doorknob rattled under a heavy touch. As Plug stalked into the room, they were already disappeared amongst the trees. "Listen," Kittering said, "we got to split up. Somebody's got to haunt the ranch and hunt for that deed, and somebody's got to keep an eye on the valley. We can take turns. You better stay here now and see if you can get into the house again. I'm going to trail those two over to the valley. Slocum's got to know about that deed, or Wilding will sure enough fool him. I'll get back fast as I can." In a moment he was gone, and Harkness again turned his attention to the ranch house, from which Wilding and Plug were now just emerging. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Slocum was up at dawn, with a troubled night of broken slumber and spells of watchfulness. He had gone to bed only partially undressed so that he could get up frequently and make the rounds, but in spite of his nervousness, there was no further alarms, and the night passed quietly enough. Helen and Dr. Martin slept as though they were totally exhausted, never once waking up as he passed by their bunks. A major part of his anxiety and restlessness was due to his conscience rather than to fear of a fresh attack, for the impulse in the hot-headed man, swinging from one extreme clear to the other, was now blaming himself bitterly for the puncher's near lynching and subsequent arrest. He would have gladly exchanged places with Kittering. He would have had made any sacrifice to atone for his rash mistake. The stories he had heard from Harkness and from Dr. Martin and Helen on how Kittering had fought for the girl to save the cabin and taken care of her, and then ridden to save him, Slocum, burned in his mind like a red-hot ember. Standing at the window, shivering in the chill air, and staring out into the blackness, he cursed himself for a stupid, blundering mule, and thought up a stream of wild and frantic schemes of getting the puncher out of jail. All in all, he didn't pass a very pleasant night. But as he lifted the new and heavy bar which he had made for the door and stepped out into the early morning light, some of his pent-up emotion left him. The dew was lifting in long misty layers and shot through with the first slanting rays of sun, and from the trees along the stream came a ringing chorus of birds, and the air was dark with the sweetness of grass and flowers. Slocum's powerful chest expanded. He was himself so lately released from prison that his buoyant spirit refused to be gloomy in the freedom and beauty of the valley. He busied himself bringing in wood for the morning fire and carrying up fresh water from the creek. Helen awoke and lay quietly watching him as he prepared breakfast, and after a while Dr. Martin rose stiffly from his improvised bunk in the kitchen. His first task of the morning was to examine Helen's wound and change the bandage, and he professed to be greatly satisfied. "No danger of infection here," he declared loudly and cheerfully. "Healed up nicely now, and the inflammation seems to be gone. A few more days, and you'll be running around lively as ever." Helen smiled at him, a little tremendously. "Thanks, Doctor," she said. She knew that his forced cheerfulness was for her.
I'm not depressed, really. I'm just a little nervous. Now that Father's back, something has to go and happen to Jim. I wish I knew where he was or what happened to him.
He's in jail, I take it,
Dr. Martin replied, his hands busy with the bandages.
Good safe place to be. I don't think he'll stay there very long. You know Harkness is a ranger, and he has statewide jurisdiction. He'll get Jim out, don't you worry.
I can't help it. He goes off all alone all the time and takes such chances. Those men from the ranch aren't just plain cowhands, they're killers. Gunmen, all of them. His life's in danger every minute.
And so's theirs, retorted the doctor. Your young friend may be just a cowhand, but he does seem pretty handy with a gun himself. You should know that.
Oh, I do. But one man against a dozen.
Well, you're forgetting the ranger, and now there's another.
A hail from outside interrupted him. Doc, Slocum's voice called. Doc, can you come out here a minute?
Could you excuse me?
The doctor said, finishing his work.
I'll see what he wants, and then I'll get you your breakfast right away.
Slocum was waiting for him outside, and the homesteader's ruddy face was pale and strained. Doc, he said in a hoarse whisper, come here with me. I want to show you something I just found.
What is it?
Slocum laid a forefinger on his lips and glanced significantly at the cabin. The doctor nodded.
All right, go ahead.
Silently the homesteader led the way up the hill, straight to the mouth of the tunnel. He pointed inside. Look there. Bending over, Doc Martin peered at an indistinct mass on the floor inside. And as his eyes expanded in the shadow, he made out with a start the sprawled body of a man. He dropped down and touched the skin. It was cold, the limbs were stiff.
Dead. A day at least. Who is it?
He lifted the body's head, dropped it immediately, and recoiled on his heels.
It's Bates.
Yeah, said Slocum, his voice vibrating with some inner emotion. Yeah, it's Bates. Dr. Martin turned his startled face upward.
But this means...
Never mind that now. We've got to tote him down and keep it from Helen. I don't think any more excitement will be good for her, and then first chance we get, somebody's got to ride hell for leather and get the sheriff. Who? His voice broke out suddenly. Who could have done it? Hell's gonna burst open now.
Who?
Echoed the doctor, his face clouded.
Slocum, I'm afraid it must be Kittering. No, wait, he corrected himself. They only said that Kittering was up here. We never saw him, and then they changed their minds about it.
What are you talking about? Slocum demanded. Doc Martin told him, scratching his unshaven chin.
Slocum, do you reckon Wilding could have done it?
He asked at the conclusion of his story. Who was doing all the shooting before Wilding got up there? Slocum replied. Find that out and we'll know something. He stared gloomily at the dead rancher. Doc, I don't know, but I'm doggone sure of one thing. I've been too ornery and suspicious before now. I ain't going to make that mistake again. If Kittering did shoot Bates, which I doubt, he must have had a darn good reason for it, and that's all I'm saying. Now, let's get him packed on down the hill. Bates had been a big man, and they made heavy going down the steep hillside, so much so that they failed to hear the sound of horses until they came out of cover of the trees and were in the open space between the hill and the cabin. And by that time the faint drumming had grown into a low thunder of many hoofs reverberating against the ground, and Helen was calling an alarm from inside the cabin. Moved by sudden impulse, they unceremoniously dropped their burden and whirled to face their new menace. Slocum's hand had darted to his gun, and Dr. Martin was unarmed. But the first glance told them that these were not lazy Bar X men. They were from High Springs. Slocum raised his voice to reassure Helen. He did not draw, but his hand continued to rest on his pistol as the riders swept up in a compact group and drew rein. Their leader, slightly in advance of the others, subjected the other two to a brief scrutiny that took note of Slocum's hostile attitude, and then his gaze dropped to the huddled body in the grass.
"Who's that?"
he demanded, pointing with his quirt. Slocum's eyes swept the group of horsemen and returned to the speaker.
"Who are you?"
he returned.
"My name's Wilson. I'm deputy sheriff of High Springs. Doc Martin,"
said he, turned in the saddle to open his eyes upon the physician.
"What are you all fixing to do with that body? Who is it?"
Dr. Martin stooped to turn the corpse over.
"This is Bates, the owner of the Lazy Bar X."
There was a sudden chilled pause, and an involuntary crowding forward of the horsemen to see.
"We just found him up on the hill,"
Doc Martin continued evenly.
"He's been shot. Looks to be murdered."
"Murdered," Wilson repeated. His thoughts were mirrored on his face, and the same thoughts were racing through the mind of every man present. The biggest ranch in the county, the Lazy Bar X. This would mean open range war for possession. Wilson's voice was elaborately casual as he asked, "Either of you gents happen to know who shot him?"
"No, we do not,"
said the doctor.
"How long would you say he's been dead, Doc?" "Well, at least a day. There's a slight petrifusion already beginning. It was quite warm yesterday."
"A day, eh?" The deputy's eyes switched back to the homesteader.
"Slocum, where was you yesterday? Seems right queer that a man could be killed in back of your cabin without you hearing it." "Where was I?" said Slocum grimly. "I reckon that's something you ought to know, Wilson. I was being held prisoner in Wilding's line cabin over on Needle Butte. They be trying to force me up to give up the valley, and I got away from them last night."
"Uh-huh," said Wilson skeptically. "Did you get away in time to come back here and plug Bates?"
"Well, that's impossible," Doc Martin broke in. "Slocum came back in the evening, and Bates was killed some time during the morning. I'm quite sure of that."
"Yeah, you seem too doggone sure," Wilson replied. "And where was you, Doc, when this happened yesterday morning?"
"Well, I was right there in that cabin. Something else you should know. Miss Slocum and I was being held at the point of gun by Wilding's men."
A smile broke out over Wilson's face.
"You too, huh? Are all you all at the same time being held up by Wilding?" "Yes, doggone it," Slocum broke out. "If you and that sheriff paid some attention to your jobs, this," he gestured fiercely at the body, "this wouldn't have happened."
He glared at the officer.
"Maybe you'd know what was going on under your nose. We'd be able to get some protection from a bunch of outlaws. Are you going to leave Wilding's gunmen to run us off this land that was given to us by the owner?" "Wait a minute," the deputy commanded. "Just a minute now. That can wait. What I'd like to know is who killed that same owner. Maybe if we knew that, then that would throw some light on this land business."
His eyes were hard and suspicious.
"I don't know who killed him," Slocum snapped. "Doc," said Wilson, "when was you in that cabin yesterday being held at point of gun? Did you hear any shots?"
Doc Martin hesitated for a scarcely perceptible second.
"Yes," he said finally. "I did. We all did."
"Who was there?"
"Wilding had just come in. The other men had been there at the same time. They were getting ready to throw us out of the cabin, in spite of my telling them that Miss Slocum was still too sick to be moved. Wilding, he stopped them. We heard 4 or 5 shots up there on the hill, and the whole bunch run out and started climbing up towards the sound. Everything was quiet for a few minutes, and I couldn't see them as they climbed because of the trees. And then there was a single shot, and then after that they came back down. Wilding said he had thought it was Kittering, but it wasn't. They said nothing else, and naturally I didn't ask questions. I didn't know Bates had been killed until Slocum found him this morning.
Oh, Slocum found him, huh? Wilson swung down off his horse and crouched beside the body.
Plugged right through the center of the chest with no powder burns, but the range was short because the bullet's gone clean through.
He straightened up.
Well, I come here looking for Kittering, and I find...
Kittering? Slocum interrupted.
He ain't here, he's in jail.
A spasm of pain crossed the deputy's face.
Well, not now he ain't, he said gloomily. His gang tore in and shot up the town this morning to get him out. If I'd had a couple of men, I could have held them off, but every danged son of a horse thief was down there at the fire and leaving me all alone. What could I have done with 10 gunmen? 10? Easy, it must have been 10. Maybe even more. There was so much shooting and yelling going on that it was hard to tell.
And Kittering got away?
Yeah, he's out, but I reckon you're in.
What? Slocum whirled in amazement. What are you talking about? Wilson's gun had magically appeared in his right hand, and with his left he reached out stiffly and took Slocum's weapon.
I reckon I gotta charge you with murder of Bates, he said. You're the only one who could have done it, from your own story in the docks here. He said Wilding's bunch was in the cabin with him when the shooting started. It could have been them. Wilding came back and said it wasn't Kittering. That accounts for him, leaving only you. You'll have to prove you was over at Needle Butte, I reckon.
Why, you long-eared mule, Slocum shouted. Do you think Wilding is going to admit that his gang was keeping me prisoner over there? They'd be jailed for kidnapping before they could get out of the courtroom. How can I prove that?
Well, I ain't interested in how you prove it. All I say is you gotta prove it, and I don't care how.
Now listen here, man, Slocum cried, stepping forward. You can't take me away like this. I got a sick girl in that cabin. She can't be left alone, and Wilding's men would be here like wolves.
I can't help it,
Wilson said stubbornly. Before anyone else could speak, a postman broke in.
Somebody's coming.
Far down the valley, 2 horsemen had appeared and were trotting easily towards the cabin, and as they drew nearer, the group outside the cabin recognized Wilding and Plug.
There, growled Slocum. There's 2 hombres who could tell you a lot about this business if you could make 'em talk.
Why don't you try that, Wilson?
Maybe you can learn a heap more from them than you can from me.
Wilson shook his head doubtfully. His men, in anticipation of a show, began to dismount, leaving their horses to graze with their reins trailing over their head. The approaching horsemen trotted on steadily, with no change in pace, and Slocum caught the deputy's eye.
Afore we begin this here inquisition, he said, I'd like to step into the cabin a minute and tell Helen everything's all right. She must have heard our voices, and she'll probably be worried. Go ahead, Wilson replied, but he watched Slocum narrowly as the homesteader went across the grass.
Helen had heard hoofbeats and then voices, but she was unable to make out any words of the discussion which had followed. By the time her father came, she was tense with anxiety. Slocum quieted her by telling her that the sheriff had come looking for Kittering.
That ornery jackrabbit done busted out again, he said, chuckling. He'll turn up here pretty soon. Now you just lay back and rest, and let me deal with this here deputy. He's just a young squirt fixin' to make a name for himself.
He left her relieved and smiling, and returned to the group just as Plug and Wilding rode up. They took in the tableau on the grass, Plug with his mirthless grin, and Wilding with a cold and somber face.
"Howdy,"
Wilding said.
"what's going on?"
Wilson flipped a hand at the bundle of grass.
"Bates has been shot."
"Bates!" Wilding slid off his horse awkwardly because of his arm and knelt beside the body of his employer. He was silent for a moment, his head bowed, and when he raised his face at last, they could see plainly the effort required to hold back his grief and rage.
"You got any idea who might have done it?"
he asked in a tight voice.
"Well, I was just fixing to arrest Slocum,"
Wilson explained.
"He was away from the cabin yesterday morning when Doc Martin says it happened. Everybody else is accounted for. Doc says you was all here." "That's right,"
Plug said, baring his teeth. On Wilding's face no ripple of expression showed, but this surprising news had set his mind racing at top speed. He hadn't counted on Slocum being accused of murder. It would get the homestead out of the way quite thoroughly and leave the road clear for himself to grab the valley and the mine. But it wouldn't help him with Helen, and in fact, it wasn't necessary. He could get rid of Slocum's claim legally by using the deed and partnership agreement when he found them, and with that, as a club over Slocum's head, could force Helen to yield. This murder charge seemed like a handy thing, but it wasn't needed here. It'd be better, like a burst of light he had it. Kittering was the dangerous one, the one who could make the most trouble. With a murder charge slapped upon Kittering, he'd have to lay low and keep out of sight without continuing to make trouble. It was all clear in Wilding's mind by the time he rose from the knees beside the body.
"You can't do it, Wilson," he said. "Slocum didn't have nothing to do with it."
The deputy's eyes narrowed.
"You mean you're admitting you had him held over there on Needle Butte?"
"I had him held?" Wilding uttered a short laugh.
"Wilson, you're plumb loco. Would I do anything like that when I'm fixing to marry his daughter?" "You're what?" Slocum demanded. "I asked Helen to marry me."
Slocum nodded grimly.
"You can ask,"
he said, and one of the men laughed. But Wilding was unperturbed.
"Wilson," he said, "I never had Slocum kidnapped or held prisoner, but I know for sure that he didn't kill Bates because I know who did. I saw it done."
There was a sudden start and a tightening of tension in the group. All eyes were riveted upon Wilson's face, and none of them saw Plug stiffen into stone, his right hand poised over his gun. Nor did they see him suddenly relax at Wilding's next words.
"It was Kittering,"
Wilding said. And for a moment there was silence, and then Doc Martin spoke with contempt in his tones.
"You're lying, Wilding. When you came down the hill yesterday, you said Kittering hadn't been there. And when you saw the body just now, you acted surprised as though you never knowed about it, and now you're saying you saw the murder committed."
"Well, that's right," Wilding said coolly. "I saw it, but I didn't know it was a murder until just now. We runned up the hill," he explained, turning towards Wilson, "because we heard shots. First off, we seen nothing, and then Kittering jumps up from the brush and runs for his horse. I chased after him, and I fired one shot, but he got away. When I come back to look for the place he'd been kneeling, I just couldn't find nothing. Figured it wasn't anything, and he was just a-hiding. Now I know what it was." Doc Martin and Slocum exchanged a glance. They both knew that Wilding was lying. One thing alone was enough to tell them so. The body had been found in the tunnel, not in a clump of brush. But Wilding had not dared to mention the mine, and for the same reason that neither Slocum nor Dr. Martin dared mention it. There were townsmen here, and if the news got out, there'd be an instant stampede from High Springs, and the valley would be overrun with prospectors. Until the title of land was settled definitely, once and for all, the mine had to be kept a secret. So neither of them pointed out this hole in Wilding's story.
Dr. Martin only said,
"Why didn't you tell us that Kittering was not there yesterday?"
Wilding shrugged.
"Well, I don't have to tell you everything I know, do I, Doc? I knowed you was mighty thick with Kittering, and I also knowed that you didn't savvy what kind of hombre he was. The man's a killer. Wilson, I'm accusing of him of not only murdering Bates, but also the killing of 3 of my men, McGuire, Lefty, and Slim."
Dr. Martin snorted.
"Wilson," he said, "if you believe this cock and bull story, you're a bigger fool than I thought you were. Can't you tell that he's a lying?"
"That's the second time, Doc," Wilding said coolly. "I wouldn't say that again."
"Wilding," retorted the doctor, "it ain't my business to pick quarrels with you, but if I think you're a liar, I'll be saying it so, and if you had all the sheriffs on Texas on your side, I'd still say it."
He turned his back and stalked off towards the cabin.
Wilding shrugged, turned towards the deputy. "Wilson, I'll take Bates's body back to the ranch for burial. You can relay on what I tell you. Kittering, he's your man."
"I don't see any reason why I shouldn't believe you," Wilson said, pushing his sombrero back on his head. "Your story, it jibes with the other stories, and this murder happened before Kittering was arrested. It's possibly done her."
"Yeah, so could you," Slocum said sourly. "I'll trouble you for my shooting iron. As long as you're out looking for Kittering, go on away some other place and look, and take those 2 gents with you." He nodded at Wilding and Plug.
"I reckon I'll stay,"
drawled Wilding.
"Well, this valley does belong to me."
"To you?"
"Yeah, to me. You didn't know that Bates made me a full partner before he was killed, did you, Slocum? We own the ranch share alike, and this valley is part of it."
"Bates made you a full partner," Slocum breathed. "Where's your proof of that?"
Wilson, swinging up into his saddle, stopped to listen.
"It was written into the deed,"
Wilding replied.
"Well,"
said the deputy, gathering up his reins,
"with Bates dead, you better tote that deed down to the county seat and have it recorded, Wilding. You got to take over the title, and it must still be in Bates' name. Till you do that, it ain't got possession."
"Yeah," said Slocum softly. "And until you do that, you can't put me off my land, Mr. Wilding."
His eyes were burning with a new light. He knew now who had killed Bates. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. The valley again was peaceful and quiet, drowsing in the sun, when Kittering rode down off the hillside and splashed through the creek. From a vantage point near the mine he had watched the little scene being enacted below, although having trailed Wilding and Plug from the ranch and detoured over the hilltop when they went through the pass, he had arrived towards the end of the meeting and had only a small idea of what was going on. He could see Bates' body laying on the grass, and to some extent he could follow the action, but was too far away to get the import of Wilding's words, nor did he know that the blame of Bates' murder had been laid upon himself. Still concealed, he watched the posse ride away to look for him, and he saw Wilding and Slocum go into the cabin where Dr. Martin had already disappeared. Plug remained outside, sitting his horse near the still form stretched out on the grass, at which he never glanced. But Wilding didn't stay long. He walked out of the cabin with sharp, angry steps and issued curt directions to his lieutenant. Plug dismounted, hoisted the body to his saddle, and then climbed on again, holding the limp figure before him. Both riders started down the valley without a backwards glance. Slocum stood for a moment in the doorway, watching them go, and even at that distance, Kittering thought that his shoulders sagged, as though he was very tired. Kittering ran for his horse. Again he paced the 2 men from the ranch, following them clear out through the pass to be sure they were gone
and were not doubling back to watch the cabin. Having seen them swallowed up by the wave like billows on the plain, he turned back and raced back along the creek trail. A curious excitement brought the blood to his face and made his heart pound. It was the first time he had ever ridden up boldly to the cabin door, sure of welcome, and the mere thought of that was somehow exhilarating. It brought home to him the realization how important that cabin and its occupants had become to him. The sound of Patch's hoofs brought quick response, for as the cabin swung into sight around a bend, Kittering saw Slocum and Doc Martin standing outside the door as though they were waiting for him. He raced up, sprang down, to be instantly seized and almost crushed in the homesteader's powerful grasp.
"Son," Slocum stammered, "I'm just an old fool. I hope you won't hold it agin me."
Forget it, Kittering advised gruffly. His embarrassment was evident as the older man's. Sure, I'd have done the same thing, probably. He spun towards the doorway. Howdy, Doc. How's the patient? Doc Martin smiled.
"Oh, she's fine. Expecting you," he answered.
Slocum touched Kittering's sleeve and drew him back from the door.
"You know about Bates?"
he whispered. Kittering nodded, his eyes darting unconsciously to the spot where he had last seen the limp body huddled.
"Don't say nothing to Helen, please," Slocum cautioned. "She don't know, and I don't want her getting upset again."
Kittering made a sign of assent. I'll tell you about it later, he said quietly, and then entered the house. Helen was indeed expecting him. She was sitting up in bed, supported by pillows, her face glowing and her good arm stretched out to him. He took her hand in both of his and stood smiling down on her until Doc Martin pushed forward a chair for him to sit upon.
"Jim, I'm so glad to see you," she said eagerly. "You kept your promise and sent Dad back home, didn't you?"
She pulled him close, and her eyes darted over his lean, travel-worn figure.
"But you're so dusty and so gaunt. Haven't you had anything to eat?"
Well, to be fair, not too much, he confessed, thinking of the few hasty bites he had managed in the last few days. Things had moved so fast that up until now he had scarcely been conscious of the hunger. Slocum boomed. "You just sit still and I'll get something. Just sit right still." He tramped into the kitchen with a purposeful tread. Helen giggled.
"Dad's conscience is very painful this morning," she whispered, and then she raised her voice to normal tones again. "Jim, there's been so much excitement here. Tell us what you've been doing. I hear you were in jail and everything since you left."
He grinned ruefully. "Your dad tell you how I turned him loose?"
"Yeah," she said, shamefaced. "We found out from one of the men who came to hold the cabin. He said they was fixing to hang you, and then the sheriff came and saved your life by arresting you."
Kittering laughed with a freedom that surprised himself. The first awkwardness was melting, and again that curious sensation of warmth was beginning to steal over him. It was a feeling he recognized. The scene was almost a reenactment of another one. The first time he sat here at the girl's bedside and reported his doings to her. And now, as then, her brown eyes clung to his face while she drank in his words. Under the flattery of her intense and emotional interest, he expanded. He outdid himself. Doc Martin was there, somewhere in the background, and Slocum was listening from the kitchen, but Kittering was hardly aware of their presence. He was talking for the girl alone, watching every change of expression on her mobile face, his eyes fixed on hers. "That Harkness," he said, saying proudly. "That Harkness is a ring-tailed catamount. He's a regular Injun. Knows what he did over on High Springs?"
"I heard," Helen said dryly. "The deputy swore he was 10.
"I reckon he must have thought so," Kittering laughed. "Sure enough, seemed like Harkness was in 6 places at once. He
Burned up a stable to get some interest away from the jail, you might say. While the town was down investigating the fire, he struck the stable keeper to get my horse, and then he rides up bold as brass and throws me a rope, yanks the bars clean out of the window. So I jumps, and we ride out of town like a couple of respectable citizens, with the deputy banging away out the window with both barrels. He chuckled. I never did see such a man. Slocum came in from the kitchen. Grub's ready, Jim, if you can tear yourself away.
Go on, you look starved, the girl said.
Slocum followed Kittering into the kitchen and took a chair opposite of the puncher. His voice was lowered to a discreet rumble that did not penetrate more than a few feet. Jim, a deputy and a posse was here, looking for you account of that jailbreak. They found me in the dock packing baits down out of the hills. First off, that deputy got his hair up and allowed I must have done it. Reckon he was fixing to arrest me when Wilding rode in, and he told him that you done it. He hesitated, watching the puncher uncertainly. He did he? A twisted smile hovered over Kittering's lips and vanished. One more thing he'd have to square with Wilding. Did you do it, Jim? No, said Kittering. It was Plug that shot him. Between mouthfuls, he described in rapid, jerky sentences the events of the tunnel and the shooting that followed while Slocum drummed nervously on the table with his fingers. The way I look at it, Kittering explained, the actual killing was an accident. They didn't mean to kill him then, but Wilding got peeved and finding him in the mine. Same time, I'd sure bet Wilding had planned to kill him sooner or later for the ranch. Did Helen tell you about the partnership? She knew about it. McGuire talked big over here the day they tried to blow us out. No, Slocum said. Helen didn't say nothing. Reckon she didn't believe him. But Wilding done told me hisself. He did lots of talking this morning. He did? Did he tell you to get out? Well, no. Fact is, Wilding is going real slow because he's got his eyes on Helen. That's right, Kittering assented. But that's not the only reason. There's another one. Bates made Wilding a partner because Wilding knew something about Bates. Something crooked, and he seemed to be holding it over Bates's head. Bates seemed to be afraid of him. Slocum's eyes dropped to the table, and after a curious glance at him, the puncher continued. The partnership deal was written into the deed, but Bates didn't trust Wilding, and he stowed it away someplace, and now Wilding can't find it. He made little emphatic jabs with his fork. And that's the main reason that Wilding is going slow. He can't prove title till he finds the deed, and he can't cut out your grant of the valley till he finds it. The gift of the valley is in the deed as well. It's a damn queer way of doing things, but Bates must have had a reason. Anyways, if Wilding finds it, he wins, and if we find it, we can take it to the sheriff, quick, and we got plenty of proof of your right of being on the land. Slocum cleared his throat. His eyes were blankly staring, as though his vision was turned inwardly upon the screen of his mind. Yeah, I reckon Bates had reasons for doing it that way. Wilding offered $500 for the deed, Kittering said, and with it he could force you off the land legally if he aimed to, or maybe bluff Helen into marrying him, and I reckon he aims to do both. He pushed away his empty plate. Harkness, he's got an idea that if we know what Wilding was holding over Bates's head, we might understand a heap of things. He sent the sheriff up to the county seat to see if he could uncover some trail sign of those two. Slocum looked up. He's right, Jim, he said. His voice was harsh with strain. I'll tell you one thing the sheriff is liable to find, and maybe it'll help you understand some things that Bates has done. He paused, seeming to gather and choose his words with care. Bates wasn't his real name at all. His name was Slocum, and he was my brother. In the silence that followed, Kittering could feel his leg muscles stiffened with tension. He remained fixed, staring at Slocum's face while his mind whirled, grappling with this unexpected information. He was trying to fit it in with everything he knew, with all the rapid and puzzling events which had taken place since he first come involved in this range war. Had there been some enmity between the two brothers? Did Slocum feel any grief? Why was the relationship kept secret even after Bates's death? Bates. Bates had been the bushwhacker on the hill who had tried to shoot Slocum. He had taken Wilding's horse to throw suspicion upon the foreman. Did Slocum know that his brother had tried to murder him to get back the mine which he had unexpectedly given away? If he didn't, Kittering decided, it was better so. Let him think it was Wilding or one of the hired gunmen. Slocum pushed back his chair and walked to the window, where he stood looking out. Questions trembled on the tip of Kittering's tongue, but the situation was such a strange one that he was confused and uncertain as to the proper move. He remained sitting stiffly, his fork in his fingers. It was Helen who broke the strained moment. She called from the next room.
Jim, haven't you finished yet? Come on in here, I need you.
Kittering was grateful for the interruption. He got up and stumbled into the girl's room, and before he had crossed through the doorway, he had decided to ask no questions, to wait until Slocum told him of his own free will what he wished him to know.
Jim, said the girl as he entered, Dr. Martin says I can be taken outdoors if you promise to carry me very carefully and don't shake me up. He'll make a bed for me under one of the box elders. Will you carry me?
For answer, he stooped and gathered her into his arms, holding her as though she might break at any moment, and carried her out of the house. He wrapped her in blankets and made her comfortable on the bed of grass and ferns under one of the big trees, and then sat down beside her. The pallor was leaving her face, and she looked healthy and alive and beautiful in the clean, clear, open air, with the sunlight falling in dapple patterns upon her face through the leaves. He smiled down at her, and then turned to watch Slocum, his face once more calm, inscrutable, come up from the creek, leading Patch. "Here's the reason I don't like a paint horse," said the homesteader, pointing to Patch's side. "That's a bad burn."
What is it, Dad?
Helen said curiously. "It's sandburn," Kittering explained. "Them paint ponies get burned like that every year. Horse doctor down at Austin told me it was from the alkali in the sand. He done treated it with some tannic acid, but I figure there ain't none around these parts."
Well, said Helen, imitating his drawl, if you don't mind painting that horse up a little more, I got something that'll cure him.
"What do you know about it, girl?" Slocum rumbled, his head against Patch's neck.
There's a book right down in the cabin on the care of horses, Dad, she said, and when you mentioned sandburn, I remembered right off. To be treated with tannic acid, it says, or bluing, just plain old bluing, the kind we use for the wash. Jim, you can have the only red, white, and blue horse in Texas if you don't mind the color combination, if you're willing.
"Well, I reckon," he agreed. He scarcely heard the words for watching her eyes. He was drifting on a strange but intoxicating current, immersed in a vague, blissful, dreamlike state and paying attention to nothing but this new and amazing feeling. Not even to Patch, who, highly colored and outraged by the proceedings, was snorting his disgust. Leaning back on his elbows and watching the play of light and shadow through the leaves on her face, Kittering felt suddenly that this, after all, was the answer to his wandering. This was the goal, the unsuspected object of his search. Settling down was no longer a remote possibility, a last resort. It was suddenly mysterious and attractive. Walls, he realized, might be a home as well as a prison. Unconsciously, he sighed at the picture conjured up inside.
What's the matter, Jim? Is your meal disagreeing with you?
Startled, he said, No, I was just thinking I got to get back to Harkness and bring him some grub, that's all. Oh, rest a while, Slocum said. I'll get it ready for you. His footsteps retreated towards the cabin. They were left alone in the warm, perfumed intimacy of grass and sunlight and shade.
Jim,
said the girl, leaning back comfortably to look at him.
In our brief but troubled friendship, this is the first time we've ever been alone without being so busy that we couldn't even get acquainted. You know that? We really know very little about each other, don't we?
Well, is there that much to know? He countered.
Well, little things like, do you like flowers or dancing or picnics or books to read? You know, things like that.
He chewed thoughtfully on a piece of grass. Well, I like horses, riding in the morning, real early when it's barely light, or late at night when the stars are out, or I guess most any time, I suppose. And sitting around easy around a fire after a day of work and just looking at the flames and being peaceful. Never had much time for books, I guess, but I reckon I'd probably like them fine. And as for dancing, you'll have to improve mine for me. He turned, rested on his elbow, and looked down into her face suddenly very much in earnest. I reckon I could like anything I did with you, he said, and then turned scarlet and began to examine with intense care an imaginary scratch on his boot. There was a silence for a moment, and then Helen said casually,
I threw Wilding out this morning.
You threw Wilding out?
Yeah, he was here. He came in to see me. My first proposal, Jim. He said as long as we both seemed to be wanting the valley, maybe we both could have it, and instead of fighting for it, we could consolidate it in the family. In other words, if I married him, the whole feud might be settled amicably and peaceful. Generous offer, wasn't it?
Pretty good. You didn't care for it?
I told him I wanted the valley, but I didn't want it that badly, and he seemed a little annoyed at that. Can you understand why?
Oh, I couldn't imagine, he murmured.
Well, then he tramps out in a rage, and that was all there was to it.
Maybe, Kittering said, climbing to his feet. Means more than that, though. If you showed him that he wasn't gotten a chance, it might mean the truce is over. He's going back to the ranch fighting mad. He's going to search for that deed day and night till he finds it, and when he does, he made up an expressive gesture with his hand. I better be getting back to Harkness. Want me to tote you back to the house?
No, I'll stay here for a while.
She laughed out loud at the look of disappointment on his face, and he grinned back, and then bent swiftly to her lips. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. They done come back about 3 hours ago, Harkness said, waving one hand towards the sinking sun, his teeth busy on the food that Kittering had brought him. Stayed in the house quite some while, and then they rambled down to watch the branding. It seems like they're still bringing in cows. He was sitting comfortably at the base of a tree, concealed by the long festoons of Spanish moss which, like vulnerable gray beards, hung almost to the ground from every limb of the live oaks. The necessity of keeping himself out of sight of the house rendered his own view limited, so that he could not report on the actions which had apparently taken place in the house. He could see clearly only the front veranda and the door, but could at least tell who came and went, and whether there was any unusual signs of excitement. Nothing important seemed to be happening. They'd stayed in the house. He reckoned they were searching for the deed, and from the way they had looked when they came out, he further reckoned that they hadn't found it. That was all, except that his stomach had been giving him a heap of trouble, and if Kittering hadn't shown up with the food, he would have unquestionably had found a corpse keeping its lonely vigil. He realized, of course, that in this impatience over food, he had rather pampered his stomach, but after all, it had a habit of some 28 years standing, and he couldn't reasonably be expected to change overnight. It was therefore very lucky all around that Kittering had remembered the grub, which he admitted was of excellent quality, though somewhat merged in quality, viewing the long privations which he had endured, and so on. He talked with amazing fluency and speed for a person whose mouth was continually full. Standing over him and leaning against the trunk of the tree, Kittering peered through the hanging moss at the ranch. His face was thoughtful, and he was obviously paying no attention to the inspired monologue behind him. "Harkness," he said, cutting into the middle of a sentence, "if you were plumb anxious to hide something from somebody that you knew was going to start looking for it, where would you hide it?" Harkness reflected. His jaw slowed down a little. "I reckon I'd bury it," he ventured. "Where would you bury it?" The destruction of the food ceased entirely while he wrinkled his brow. "Well, I wouldn't want her too far off. I'd want to keep an eye on her all the time. Don't know I'd keep her right in the house, because that'd be the first place anyone would look. What do you think about the cellar?" "No, there wasn't a cellar in the house." "Well, maybe on the ground somewhere close by, or a hollow tree up in the groove here." "Oh, a hollow tree, that's too easy," Kittering said. He frowned at the shadows crawling towards the grove. "Let's try inside again. I got me a hunch that it's inside the house." Harkness stuffed the last crumbs into his mouth. His eyes began to dance with the gleam which Kittering had already begun to recognize. It shone there whenever danger loomed. A brightness which proclaimed that danger was food and drink to that young man, and that he lived on it and by it. He rose briskly to his feet and wiped his hands on his leather chaps, and sliding his gun in and out of the holster to be sure that it moved freely without catching. "Ready," was all he said. They approached the house the same way in which they had effected a previous entry, on the side away from the corrals where the trees came close to the wall, and through the window into the main room they climbed noiselessly. "We're sure going to make us a good pair of burglars with all this practice," Harkness whispered. "A little bit out of my regular kind of work, though." Kittering's fingers closed like a steel trap on the ranger's arm. They stood, listening in the center of the room. From somewhere came a scratching, a scuttling sound, and an occasional light thump. Their eyes met questioningly. "Somebody's digging," Kittering breathed, his lips close to Harkness' ear. "Sounds like it's in Bates' bedroom." Harkness drew his gun with a quick, tigerish movement. With Kittering pressing close behind, he tiptoed to the door, and as it opened, cautious inch by inch, they saw the stooped back of a man, the familiar checkered shirt and broad hat of a cowpuncher. He was bending over a hole in the floor where he had pried up a board and was digging in the earth beneath with a small trowel-like instrument. And as they watched, his tool jarred against something that gave forth a hard metallic sound, and they heard him grunt with satisfaction. He dropped the tool and reached down and began tugging at something in the hole. Kittering started forward, and a board creaked under his foot. The digger straightened up and whirled in one motion, his hand darting like lightning for his gun, and the puncher sprang. His heavy Colt chopped down, and with a dull thud on the sombrero, it went flying, and the man staggered heavily to the floor. "It's Plug," Kittering exclaimed, staring down at the bristly face. "I thought you were watching. How'd he get in?" "The son of a gun must have come on up the other side," Harkness said disgustingly. "You figuring he was planning on double-crossing Wilding?" "I don't really give a damn what he was fixing to do," Kittering snapped. "Let's see what he found." He stooped, and drew up the freshly dug hole a rectangular metal box encrusted with earth, and he handed it over to the ranger. "Here, you look through this while I tie him up. He's got a doggone hard head, and he'll be coming to in a few minutes." Harkness battered at the cover with the butt of his gun, and several pages of paper tied round with bits of string were revealed as the cover came up. The ranger thumbed through them rapidly. "She ain't here," he reported. "These are all old letters. Wait now. Let me see if there's anything else we can use here." While he scanned through the faded yellow sheets, Kittering tied and gagged the unconscious man with his own belt and bandana. He stood up to see excitement mirrored on Harkness's face. "Say," exclaimed the ranger, "these here letters look like evidence to me. I think the sheriff's going to want to see this. If my hunch is right, we aren't even going to need that deed." "What is it?" Kittering asked, reaching out. His hand was arrested mid-air. From outside came the sound of feet on the veranda, and together they swung towards the door, poised and ready. The outer door opened, and footsteps crossed the big room, and Wilding swung open the bedroom door, to find himself looking into the muzzles of two leveled pistols. "Come on in, Mr. Wilding," Kittering greeted him. "Seems you're just in time." He took the box from Harkness and held it up in his left hand, closing it. "Seems you were looking for this deed, weren't you?" Wilding had stopped in a half-crouched position. His lips twitched, and the fingers of his good hand opened and shut convulsively, and Harkness slid forward and relieved himself of his gun. "Kittering, I'm warning you," Wilding said in a choked voice. "For your own good, you better not steal that deed. You're in enough trouble now." "I'm not stealing it," Kittering said, his eyes on the foreman. "I'm only doing what you're supposed to do. I'm taking her up to the county seat to have it registered, and also the grant of the valley which was made to Slocum and which wasn't included in the deal with Bates. I'm doing it, Wilding," he said, "because I want to be plumb sure that part about the valley is still in there when it gets to the county seat." Wilding straightened his shoulders, and control settled again on his face like a mask. "You're not going to live long," he said carelessly. His glance fell on the bound and gagged figure of Plug, who was starting up from the floor. "He find it?" "Yeah, he sure saved us a heap of trouble. Now would you mind turning around so I could fix you up like Plug? Harkness, I reckon you better bring up the horses." Kittering was on the veranda when Harkness appeared, leading their mounts, and the puncher handed them the letters tied into one bundle. "Stuff these into your shirt and ride like hell for the sheriff," he whispered. "I'm taking the empty box. If anyone recognizes me, or Wilding, sing out to follow the guy with the box. No one will pay any attention to you." He pointed to the bright blue coloration on Patch's side. "They won't have any trouble following that mark. Go on now, and I'll meet you at the valley." Harkness spun his horse into the trees, and then was gone. Kittering, thrusting Plug's revolver into his waistband, swung up to his saddle and trotted boldly out into the big ranch yard. 400 yards away, darkness was closing over the dust of the branding operation. Outraged cattle still bawled with pain and anger. Misplaced calves wept for their maws. Here and there, the skittish cow made a wild break for liberty. But a pair of cowboys rode around the herd, turning back to the strays, pushing them into the compact herd, and bedding them down for the night. About halfway between the ranch house and the herd, but off to the right so that it formed the apex of a triangle with the bunkhouse, and riding that leg of the triangle between herd and bunkhouse, were the cowboys. Their horses were tired and dusty, scuffling along with hanging heads, and the men themselves sagged wearily in their saddles. They didn't see Kittering as he trotted down towards the herd, but from the ranch house behind them came a muffled shout, Twisting in his saddle, Kittering saw the cook emerge from the cookhouse and then make his way to the ranch house. He disappeared inside. Kittering turned again and galloped straight for the herd. A sudden wild yell behind him told him that the cook had freed Plug and Wilding, and the group of cowboys were startled into attention. They caught the name Kittering in Wilding's hoarse call, and then turning in their saddles saw the puncher with a small dark object under his arm galloping straight towards the herd of the cattle. He had a gun in each hand, and instantly there was a wild scattering of horsemen in pursuit and the furious barking of guns. A small, tight grin adorned Kittering's face. At the first yell from Wilding, he had touched Patch lightly with his spur, and the pony had leapt powerfully forward. Kittering, setting himself solidly into the rocking saddle, a ready gun in each hand, watching the herd rush up to him. And there was alarmed shouts from the night herders, and a pistol banged as they charged around the cattle to head 'em off. And Kittering leaned forward, his guns pointed at the earth, began to erupt flame and smoke. The next instant both guns blazed, and he was charging into the herd like a cyclone. There was a rumbling bellow from the panicky cattle, a vast clattering of horns as they surged to their feet, and with one accord they were off in a wild stampede, a moving sea of waving horn and trampling hoof, and the pounding of feet rolled through the ground like a prisoned thunder, and all at once a suffocating cloud of dust arose and blotted them from sight. Invisible in their own dust cloud, they roared forward over the ground like a monstrous steam roller. Kittering had a glance of two cowboys swept aside as their agile cow ponies evaded the first mad rush of the cattle. One of them fired at him and missed, and then swept his horse into hot pursuit. But, hidden from sight by the dust cloud, Kittering edged back out of the last fringes of the stampede and began to pull Patch aside to get clear of the cattle. For a while all he could see was the near shapes of the cows, rushing past with blind fury. Patch kept his feet in the choking, blinding melee by some animal magic of his own. But gradually, as they fought clear of the last cows and the dust began to thin, then suddenly out of nowhere a horse and rider loomed before him. There was a frantic shout, the bark of a gun, and both horses collided head on. Kittering saw the cattle whirl overhead as he was flung from the saddle. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20. Helen stayed outside under her tree for some time after Kittering had gone. She wanted to remain exactly where he had left her, relaxing in the warm memory of his presence. By some queer alchemy, it made her feel close to him. A little wide-eyed, she wondered what it was about this illiterate cowboy that had captivated her so. For she admitted to herself freely that she was in love with him, wildly in love with him. The struggle for the box held her value as already becoming secondary in importance to her. She thought of Wilding less as one who was trying to dispose her father and herself than as an enemy of Kittering, as one who had fixed a murder charge upon him, who had tried to kill him and would try again to kill him. Her own grievances against Wilding had come to be translated in those terms. And Kittering, that he was in love with her, she hadn't the least doubt. No woman could have failed to see the worship in his eyes. Laying beneath the tree where he had just been, she hugged to herself the few memories she had of him, their conversations, his incredible strength, the admiration in every word or gesture and towards her. The appearance of Doc Martin, leading his saddled horse, broke the pleasant mist which surrounded her, and she hailed him cheerfully.
"Where are you going, Doctor?"
He halted, smiling down on her.
I'm going into High Springs to see if any of my patients are still alive.
"Oh, I feel so guilty about that. I wanted to talk to you, and I didn't know how to bring up the subject. You've kind of let your practice go. You've given up all your time and risked your life staying out here with us. I don't know why you do it."
The doctor leaned against the saddle,
I'll tell you a secret, Helen, he said. You hear a good deal about a physician's ethics and his duty to humanity and all the rest of it. Well, my duty to the humanity of High Springs consists mostly of plugging up bullet holes which are opened in drunken fights in the saloons of High Springs. The town's real business, by the way. Sometimes I wonder if my duty to humanity wouldn't be more ethically realized by letting those stupid, quarrelsome folks kill each other off. There's times I'm kind of tempted. He sighed. High Springs would likely be a better place for it, and of course, when it comes to choice between them and you...
He separated his hands in an eloquent conclusion.
I consider it a privilege to have a real good excuse for coming out and staying here.
Dr. Martin, you must cut high swath through the feminine population of High Springs. What woman couldn't resist such compliments as that?
It's not flattery,
he said, gathering up his reins.
It's the doggone truth. I'll just ride in and see what the mortality rate is in the saloons today, and then I'll pack out some more grub in the mail if there is any.
Some time, Doctor, write out your philosophy for me, will you? You certainly see humanity from underneath it.
Oh, the stupidities which human beings can inflict upon one another are limitless and beyond belief, he said. Well, goodbye, girl. Don't be moving around too much. You're feeling a lot better now, and you're liable to bite off more than is good for you. I'll be back quick as I can.
She glanced up at the sky. You won't get to town until dark.
Uh-huh. Figure to get back here tomorrow about the middle of the afternoon. So long.
Slocum came out to wave, and he approached his daughter as the doctor trotted off down the trail. You feeling better, Helen? Dad, I could get up and run. Yeah? Well, you better let me pack you back into the house all the same. The sun will be going down behind that hill pretty soon, and it'll be downright chilly. What would you like for some supper? You know darn well the only thing you can make is beef, potatoes, and cornbread, she replied, putting her good arm around his neck as he lifted her from the ground. I might as well say that's what I want, 'cause that's what I'll be getting. Well, glad to hear it, he said, walking slowly towards the cabin with her. I was fixing to surprise you with a little beef and potatoes, but as long as that's what you wanted, that'll be all right. I can stand it as long as you can. You'll be darn glad when I'm up around and can do the cooking again. I kind of will at that, he said, and lowered her gently into the bunk. And maybe it ain't all on account of the cooking neither. Helen slept soundly that night. No hints or threats of alarm could break the new happiness that had uplifted her. Slocum paced restlessly on his never-ending rounds, saw the little peaceful smile that transfigured her face. He wondered at it, standing over her with his rifle clutched in his hands. For him, there was no rest. 100 times a night he started up at some real or imagined sound, his hands going out instinctively to the rifle which leaned against his bunk. He could not lie back again until he had gotten up and with a gun in hand, crouched listening at window and door and straining his eyes into the darkness for some betraying movement. By morning, he was red-eyed and irritable, his nerves strained to the breaking point. But his iron will carried him in over the petty annoyances of the household tasks. He made breakfast and cared for Helen's needs and carried her out to lay under the tree again. While she basked gratefully in the morning sunlight, he began to work off some of his energy on the woodpile. She dreamed on, watching the tremendous muscles swelling under his shirt as the axe sank deep into the wood at each stroke and the chips flew in a white shower.
She noticed that his rifle leaned against a tree within easy reach. He chopped leisurely, pausing every few minutes to lift his head in a casual but penetrating glance around. Presently, after one of those pauses, he laid down the axe, picked up the rifle, and sauntered over to Helen's side. The girl turned at once to look down the trail. As she had expected, there was horses down there. With her first glance, she counted 3, and turning to look up quickly at her father. "Reckon we're going to be honored by another visit from the owner of the ranch," Slocum said, his lips twisted bitterly over the words. They waited for the riders to approach, the girl leaning back against the rough bark of the tree, her father standing over her, his rifle cradled in his arm. The horses came closer. They saw now that 2 men were riding, leading a third horse who was riderless. "Wilding and his slander plug," Slocum said softly. In the bright sunshine, men and horses looked huge, looming up on the trail like giants, and they grew larger as they approached, yet seeming to grow smaller in proportion at the same time. It was a queer, unreal illusion. There was a sudden gasp from the foot of the tree, and Slocum heard his daughter's voice. A little chill ran through him at the stark terror in her words.
Dad, isn't that Jim's horse? Patch, is that who they're leading?
"Steady, gal. We'll see in a minute what this is all about." Patch was limping a little on the front leg. He was tired and dusty, but his bold coloring showed up clear and strong in the intense light. And Helen's eyes clung to the empty saddle in horrified fascination. Every vestige of returning color had left her cheeks, her skin appeared like a transparent wax, and her eyes were dilated with fear. So intent was she upon Patch that she didn't even see the riders as they pulled up directly in front of her father and herself. Her eyes were searching the horse's side, and as he wheeled nervously, she found the blue stain on his flank that she had been seeking. As though her last hope had been snatched away, she sank back against the rough bark of the tree, her lips trembling helplessly. Slocum spoke roughly. "What do you want, Wilding? Can't you see that you're not welcome over here?" Helen looked up then to see Wilding looming over her. He was carrying a smashed and dirty metal box under one arm. "You can quit your bluffing, Slocum," he purred. "I'm here to show you my hand and make a final offer to you. Plug." He turned to his henchman. "Mind if I talk to the Slocums alone for a minute?" Plug's eyes darted suggestively to Helen's face, and his yellow teeth appeared briefly. He dismounted and led the horses away a few paces. Wilding waved his left hand towards them. "No need for me to ask if that you've seen the paint horse," he said, lowering himself to the ground. "I reckon you know what it means." "Wilding," Slocum's voice grated, "be careful what you say. If you done killed that boy." His rifle barrel began to travel up without conscious volition. In his grim, desperate eyes moved that raging light, that hint of tremendous charged violence that could erupt like a volcano. He seemed ready to explode into furious action. Watching him, Helen's blood congealed in a quick, sickening fear. She was tense with premonition, but her throat seemed paralyzed, and she couldn't speak, and she couldn't make a sound. But Wilding, who certainly did not lack courage, was unfrightened. His eyes were cool and watchful. "No, I didn't kill him," he said. "I didn't have to. He done killed himself." He held out the battered, dirty box to Slocum. "The deed for the ranch was in this box in my desk. I was fixing to take it up to the county seat and get it registered, and Kittering sneaked into the house and stole it. We had a bunch of cows rounded up back of the kraal, and he went straight for 'em and stampeded 'em, figuring to get out under cover from the stampede. I guess his horse fell." He shrugged slightly. You know what happens when a man is on the ground in front of a bunch of charging steers. We found what was left later on. Again, he held up the box, and watching the effect of his words. Slocum was rigid, gripping his rifle. Helen leaned back against the tree, her eyes closed, her lips white, and her pale face. She felt as though she was dead inside, too numb for emotion. You're better off, Slocum, Wilding said. He was a gunman and a fighter. There was 3 murder charges against him. Now maybe you'll come to your senses and listen to us straight out and come to a deal. I don't aim to be hard on you. There was no answer. I got the deed, Wilding reminded them. I can have you put off the place any time I say, and I don't want to have to do that unless I have to. Slocum, I'd like to talk to Helen for a minute. Anything you got to say, you can say in front of me, Slocum replied harshly. Helen opened her eyes. I'll talk to him, Dad, she said. Her father glanced at her direction as though in doubt, but obediently moved off in Plug's direction. At once Wilding dropped beside her. Listen, he began. First off, I don't want you to think that I'm taking the position you gotta marry, or I'll take your father's land away. I don't want you to think that. It's bad business. But that's exactly what I do think, Mr. Wilding, Helen said shortly. She was exerting every ounce of her flagging will to control her face and to speak calmly. She didn't want to break down yet, not until she managed to get more information. It ain't true, Wilding said seriously. Sure, I'm determined to have this valley. It's part of the ranch. I'll have it whether you marry me or not, but by my way, you and your dad can have it too, and we can share the ranch all together. In other words, you're determined to have the valley and me as well. Well, that's a mighty harsh way of putting it, he protested. Look at it this way. I'm going to get the valley one way or another. I'm offering to share not only the valley, but the whole ranch with your dad because, well, I'm in love with you and I want to stop this fighting. I want you to marry me. Just a minute, Mr. Wilding. Before I allow you to say anything further, there's just one thing I want you to do. Sure. I want you to tell me the truth about what happened to Jim Kittering. He reared back at her in total astonishment. The truth? Why, I already done told you the truth. Are you sure that he's dead? Caught in the stampede? Did you find his body? Wilding's eyes never flickered. Yeah, he said steadily. We found him. We didn't bring him with his horse because, well, he wasn't a purty sight. When a herd of steers tromps over you. He saw the shudder that passed through the girl's body and changed swiftly. There's no call for us to talk about that anymore. It's over and done with. He shouldn't have tried to steal the deed, Helen. I'm asking you to marry me. Not because of the valley, but because I love you. The girl evaded his reaching hand. I'm sorry. Her voice was coldly final. Your offer, it is very flattering. She saw chagrin in his eyes turn to hardness. Better think about it, he warned quietly. You're making a mistake. The complete absence of bluster told her that he was dangerous, but she raised her chin defiantly. You may as well know that I don't believe you and I don't trust you. I'm going to marry Jim Kittering, and I don't believe he's dead. Would have brought his body along and gloated. Now take your gunman and get out of here, and don't be coming back no more. Wilding rose to his feet. His voice was still quiet. I told you I plumb determined to have you and the valley, he said, his eyes straying past her to where Slocum was examining Patch's leg when Plug looked up. It's come to a stage now where you can't stop it or change it. Eyes on Plug, he made a downward motion with his head. Helen saw the signal, but she had no time to cry out a warning. Plug's gun darted up like lightning, and Slocum, caught off guard, found himself staring into the threatening muzzle. He straightened up slowly, his fingers tense on the barrel of his rifle. "Get his gun and come on over here." Plug took the rifle from Slocum's unresisting hand and then shoved him towards a tree. "Slocum," said Wilding, "I just decided that Helen ain't getting proper care out here, and she'll get, well, a heap faster if she was made comfortable. So I'm taking her to the ranch. You don't have to come if you don't want to." He took the rifle from Plug. "I'll watch him. Take the girl." It had happened so quickly that there was scarcely time for Slocum to grasp his meaning. But with realization, the change in him was frightening. The blood rushed into his face until it was black with charged passion. The powerful muscles of his neck and shoulders heaved and bunched as though he was getting himself set under a mighty load, and his fingers clenched convulsively. "Look out, Wilding," he said. His voice was so choked it was barely audible. "Don't either of you skunks touch her. I'll tear you apart with my bare hands. You ain't got enough bullets in you to stop me." Wilding hitched his rifle up higher in his left arm. "You're wrong again," he said coldly, "and if you don't believe me, go ahead and try it."
Dad, don't, please,
Helen cried. "Take her, Plug." "Don't you touch her!" The gunman dropped his six-gun into his holster, and with a wary eye on Slocum, stepped over his boss to the tree where the girl lay. And as he bent over, Slocum crouched, his shoulders swinging forward. Wilding's finger began to tighten on the trigger, and death was poised to strike. Then, suddenly, alarmingly, Helen screamed. She stared wildly over Plug's shoulder, and all three whirled, not 30 feet. Kittering was stalking towards them, his eyes blazing, and the grimy mask on his face. The puncher's clothes were torn, and white with dust, and blood smeared the whole left side of his face, and he had lost his hat, and he limped as he walked, but his right hand was swinging low over the butt of his gun, and that tense right arm told them that the final reckoning between him and Plug was at hand. Slocum moved like a streak. His powerful right fist caught Wilding under the ear and lifted him from his feet, and the rifle flew into the air, and the foreman landed and rolled over twice before coming to rest. The two gunmen never glanced aside, steadily intent upon one another. For them, this meeting was the logical, the inevitable outcome of an instant and mutual hatred. They had known from the very beginning that sooner or later it would come, and every subsequent happening had brought it closer and more sure. Until one of them was eliminated, the other would have no peace. There was a certain grim joy in both faces as Kittering stalked nearer and Plug turned slowly to face him. Joy that the final decision was at last to be made. And for the moment, the people and the motives behind their feud were forgotten. They were alone, isolated by the intensity of primitive hatred. Even to Kittering, Helen and her father were blotted out. He was absorbed in the brutal face opposition and in the tense, quivering arm that hung poised, ready to flash into action. Kittering halted. They stood stock still, facing each other, and to the girl and her father neither man seemed human. They were carried away by forces greater than themselves, and they were reduced to the element motions that they carried them. No signal passed between them, no words were spoken. Yet suddenly, at the exact same instant, the right arm of each man seemed to disappear, dissolve into motion. Kittering's gun was barely clear of its sheath as he fired. Two heavy reports boomed out. Plug jerked 2 visible blows. His weapon blasted flame, and they saw the spurt of sand at Kittering's feet. Silence. Kittering crouched, his smoking gun poised, his eyes fixed on his adversary. Plug was wilting on his feet, straining straining to bring up his gun, even as his eyes grew glassy. And then he was dead before he struck the ground. Then the storm broke for Helen, and she found the released tears scalding her cheeks while she sobbed broken, incoherent words against Kittering's shirt. He held her tightly, trying to check the racking spasms that shook her.
He said you were dead,
She wailed, clutching him with frantic fingers, as though to assure herself of his solidity. I don't feel much like a ghost, the puncher said awkwardly, looking down at her hair. He lifted her nose out of his breast pocket and kissed her gently. Come on, honey, get a grip of yourself.
I'm all right,
She gasped, rubbing desperately at her eyes. Presently, when she'd calmed down, Slocum carried her into the cabin while Kittering caught up the ranch horses and led them back to the tree. He had no regrets. Looking down over Plug's limp body with its lips still drawn back over the tobacco-stained teeth, he hardly felt as though he had killed a man. He had simply wiped out a savage animal, an animal that felt no human emotions but merely existed to kill. He loaded Plug's body onto his saddle and lashed him there. Then he returned to Wilding, who was sitting up with a hand on his neck. The blow that Slocum had struck him had wrenched his neck muscles painfully and had made him temporarily deaf in one ear. Kittering wasted no time with him either. He pulled him up and shoved him onto his horse and pulled the reins of Plug's horse into his hand. Wilding, he said, this here's your last chance. Don't come back, and if you do, I'll make it my business to kill you, even if it makes me an outlaw. Remember, I mean what I say. Now get. He turned back to the cabin, limping, staggering now with weariness, to see Slocum watching him from the doorway. The older man's eyes were grave with questioning. He nodded in answer to that unspoken question. He'll be back, he said, and the whole gang with him. Hell is sure gonna bust loose around here. Wish we could get Helen away. Where's Doc Martin? Went to town for some grub. Good. You got a barrel for water. We'll need all the food and water we can pack in. When the Doc and Harkness get back, we best get ready for a fight. There's going to be a showdown here, Slocum. Wilding, he ain't got the deed. He thinks I had it, and that it was trampled into nothing in the stampede, 'cause all he found was that empty box, but I didn't have it. Nobody knows where it is. His last chance now is to drive us out or kill us off, using Plug's killing as an excuse. We can't expect help from anybody, so it looks like it's going to be kill or be killed. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21. Returning from the hills where he had led his own horses and Patch to a secure grazing place, Slocum found Kittering asleep in a chair by Helen's bunk. The girl looked up with shining eyes as her father entered quietly.
Dad, he's exhausted. He was thrown from his horse in that stampede. That much of Wilding's story was true, but he was behind the herd, not in front of it, so he wasn't trampled. That must have been another cowboy. They ran into one other one, and the other one didn't fall, and he couldn't keep his horse. He was carried on. Jim says Patch would never have left him, but with the confusion and the dust, they lost each other. Jim walked nearly all night to get here. He stopped to rest up near the pass and saw Wilding and Plug go by leading his horse, so he came as fast as he could.
And a doggone good thing, too, he did, Slocum said. Somebody sure ought to kick me for letting myself be took that way. He frowned down upon the sleeping man. I'd like to put him to bed, but I'm scared to touch him. He'll probably pull a gun asleep. Should I wake him up? But he had little cause for worry. Kittering was so exhausted he never stirred when the homesteader bent and lifted him like a child. Slocum carried him into the next room and put him into his own bunk, taking off the puncher's dusty boots and his heavy gun belt. Kittering was as lax as a dead man. For the next few hours, Slocum busied himself bringing in wood, which he stacked along the walls to serve as a double purpose, fuel, and breastworks. He made trip after trip to the creek for water to fill the barrel, which he had placed in a corner and barricaded with logs to protect it from bullets. He made sure that the heavy wooden shutters were secure, and finally, he checked over the guns and ammunition. During all that time, Kittering slept, and Helen watched Slocum's coming and going with a troubled face.
Dad, are you so sure there's going to be trouble?
Sure am, gal. It's Wilding or me now. Only one of us is coming out alive, and he knows it. Now listen, when they come, I'm going to take you out of your bunk and spread your bedclothes on the floor. You'll be safer there, and I'll build up some heavy logs around you for a barricade. Wish I could get you away from here altogether, but I don't know how to do it.
I wouldn't go away anyway. Let me have a gun, Dad. I can shoot.
No, that shoulder of yours is just healing now, and you don't want to be jarring it with a gun. We'll do all right without you. With all the prepared tasks done, the intolerable tension of waiting descended. The attack might be launched today, tonight, or even tomorrow. There was no telling when it would come, but curiously enough, now that the maneuvering was over and a straight finish fight was in prospect, Slocum appeared more cheerful and less nervous. Now at least he knew what to expect, and he wasn't afraid. He moved around the cabin with his lips puckered in a soundless whistle. His eyes was bright, and his movements rapid and efficient. Helen admired him tremendously. Towards mid-afternoon, Doc Martin arrived, bringing in a load of supplies and some extra ammunition. He had seen no sign of lazy Bar X-men, and when informed of the latest developments, showed the same response as Slocum. He was glad that the Climax had finally arrived. His horse was taken up into the hills, and then together he and Slocum checked over their defenses for a last time. 2 hours later they came, openly, trotting down the narrow trail two abreast, heading without hurry straight towards the cabin. Slocum and the doctor, who were outside, came in and barred the door, and Doc Martin woke Kittering, while Slocum went to take Helen out of her bunk and put her in her improvised cradle. Kittering sat up and groped drowsily for his boots. "Did Harkness get back?" he asked. "No, is he coming?" "He should have been here long ago." The doctor started to say something, but was interrupted by Helen, who called from the next room, and Kittering went inside.
"Jim, come here a second,"
said the girl. He knelt down beside her, smiling at the heavy log framework. "This sure is a noble saddle you got here."
"Jim, be careful, will you? Please don't get yourself killed. I don't think I could bear it."
He bent and then kissed her gently. "Oh, don't be scared," he said, and smiled. "I couldn't get killed now. I seem to have too much to live for." Out front, the first heavy shot echoed through the valley and reverberated back and forth between the hills. Kittering kissed her once more hastily, almost fiercely, then straightened, went back into the other room to find Slocum and Doc Martin kneeling, one at the window and the other at an improvised loophole through the door. He looked out cautiously through Slocum's window. "How many's out there?" "11 that I can make out," Slocum replied. "That gulch is full of them, the darn old coyotes. There's Wilding, see him? I'll bet his head is still ringing."
He's coming right along with a gun in his hand. I wonder, can he use his right arm yet? The lazy Bar X punchers had tethered their horses far up the valley out of rifle shot and had left a man to guard them. The rest were advancing in a wide semicircle, keeping low and firing at the cabin to keep the defenders under cover as they came. The horns of their half circle were spreading out of the hills on each side. They'll be up on the hill and back of the cabin in no time, Kittering said. I reckon I better take to the back room. There was a tiny window above Helen's bunk which gave a view of the creek and part of the hillside through the spaces of the heavy shutters. Kittering perched on the edge of the bunk, spilled his loose cartridges out beside him. He smiled encouragingly at the girl, but didn't try to speak because the rifles out front were firing now with increasing rapidity and inside were beginning to reply. The smell of gun smoke began to drift through the cabin, and the thump of bullets sinking into wood jarred nastily on their nerves. Kittering watched for the extreme flanks of the circling movements to come into his field of view, and on the right 3 punchers appeared, running quickly across Slocum's crude bridge to gain the cover of the trees on the other side of the creek. He showered them with lead, pumping the lever of his gun as fast as he could. The first 2 got across safely, but he caught the last man as he reached the other side, saw him fall, roll into the thick brush that fringed the creek, and then disappear from sight. Immediately bullets sang from the trees. Slocum's shutters danced and splintered under the drumming smack of the lead. Kittering kept his head down, his gun forward, and a figure appeared briefly on the left flank and then was gone into the trees before Kittering could shoot. In a moment, lead was flying from that sector, but no more appeared. Kittering guessed shrewdly that they were only there to put on a bit of a show of hostility, and that the real attack was to come from the front, where the door and the windows provided vulnerable spots. He called out this surmise to the other defenders, and promptly Doc Martin came back to him. "You're a better shot than I am, Jim," the doctor said. "You better get up front. I'll just let them know that somebody's here, and if any real trouble starts, I'll holler for help." Kittering yielded his place at the window and paused for a moment by Helen's side. She was so ringed in with heavy logs he could hardly see her, but she smiled at him over the barricade. "I'm all right, Jim. Go on." He found Slocum squatting by the window, squinting out under the lower edge of the shutters. Bullets roared across the valley like flights of ducks. The little room bounded to crash in the echo of the shots. "Keep him down, boy," Slocum warned. "One of them comes through every so often." His rifle went off suddenly, and he growled. "Missed him. Shoved his head out, big as life, and I never even come within a foot of him." "Well, there's only 10 now. I got one over on the creek." "Well, look out for them trees on the left. They're moving up through there." The firing rapidly increased, and running forms flitted along the trees through the creek. Both men began to shoot, but the darting shapes were difficult marks, and it was doubtful if either scored a hit, and as the smoke cleared, the meadow before the cabin and the fringe of woods along the creek bank looked as quiet and empty as before. All the attackers had found cover. "How many got in there that time, Jim?" Slocum asked. "I'd say about 6. "Well, I don't know what good'll do 'em. They can get up real close in them trees, but they can't shoot into the door or the window. The angle's too wide, and we can see them soon as they expose themselves." "They're fixin' to run a wiser. Don't you worry. Reckon we'll find it out quick enough." For some time there was quiet. Up the valley the horses of the attackers grazed peacefully, and closer up, where the men were entrenched, nothing stirred. Not even the gleam of a rifle barrel advised of their presence. Doc Martin's side, too, was all quiet.
A dim movement flickered in the shadows of the elders, and Slocum fired at it instantly. Although he couldn't exactly see clearly what it was, the next instant something sailed out of the trees and arced through the sky towards the cabin, leaving a trail of smoke behind it. It stuck in the ground a bare 2 feet from the door and remained quivering.
An arrow!
Slocum exclaimed in astonishment.
Now what the hell? Have they got Injuns out there?
No Injuns, Kittering said, but they're borrowing an Injun trick. They got rags soaked and pitch tied around that arrow. They're fixing to burn us out. You watch for the hombre with a bow. There was a long pause before the next arrow came, and when it did, they never saw the archer. He was laying flat, shooting up in a high arc. But by the same token, his aim was poor, even at as large a mark as the cabin was, and his second and third attempts were no better. One arrow fell short again, and the last went clear over the cabin. It was evident that no Indian was doing such poor shooting, and then Slocum got his chance. In his eagerness, or his annoyance at his bad showing, the man with the bow rose up a little for a better aim, and exposed himself. Homesteader dropped him with a bullet through the forehead.
9 now,
he said dispassionately. The firing broke out again, as though in a fury, but soon slackened and died out. And then another burning arrow sailed through the air and stuck at the foot of the wall.
Well, seems they got another Injun, Slocum remarked. You see him?
Nary hide or hair of him. This time the man with the bow was more careful about exposing himself, and the second and the third arrow curled out of the short just to fall short or go over. But the fourth struck. They heard it thump on the roof, and they heard the faint crackle of burning pitch, and instantly Kittering was at the door, wrestling with the bar. Slocum sprang for him.
Where are you going?
He shouted. Cover me, Kittering panted. I'll blow that arrow out off the roof.
You're crazy, man. I'll cut you down before you get the door open.
Slocum, let me go. I gotta knock that air out of there. If the roof catches, we're finished. Savagely, he tore himself loose. And from the next room, Helen cried frantically, Jim, Jim! But he never paused. He flung the door open and charged out into the yard. 3 long steps, revolver in hand, he whirled and fired. The arrow, sticking in the crude shingles, flew into splinters, and at the same time came a crash of rifle fire from the men in the trees. Kittering dove headlong in from the door, fell and rolled inside as Slocum slammed the door shut and dropped the bar. The homesteader fell on his knees beside the puncher.
Are you hit, Jim?
And even as he asked, he saw blood welling through the checkered shirt.
Doc Martin,
he shouted. Helen cried wildly, Dad, is he hurt? Is Jim hurt?
It's all right, Helen, don't be scared.
The doctor hurried in.
Take care of him, will you?
Slocum whirled to the window, and nor was he a moment too soon. Men had materialized suddenly out of nowhere and were charging swiftly down upon the cabin. It was as though they knew instantly that Kittering was down and the defense was crippled. Crippled. Grimly Slocum pumped the lever of his rifle. The first man crumpled, running, the second one fell almost on top of him, and a third spun in a half circle and dove head first. The others flung themselves for cover, but a fourth never made it. The frontal attack was over as quickly as it began. With the tremendous violence of his nature, Slocum charged into the back room. The 3 men at the back had moved in too, and he blasted at them, driving them back into the cover of the trees, and they melted away like mist. Once again, the valley was quiet, deserted except for the trailing blue clouds of gun smoke that drifted down on the breeze. At a scuttling sound behind him, Slocum turned to see Helen struggling to lift herself over her log barricade.
Hey, now,
he exclaimed, jumping down, pushing her back.
What are you trying to do?
Dad, is he hurt? Tell me.
I tell you, ain't nothing, gal. It's just a scratch or two. I'll go check.
He found the doctor wrapping bandages around Kittering's bared chest.
Is he hurt bad, Doc?
He whispered anxiously, with a cautious eye towards Helen's doorway.
He hit 3 times,
Doc Martin replied.
Scalp wound, left side and left shoulder. I don't think they're too dangerous, but they'll cripple him up some.
Kittering opened his eyes and stared up at them.
Lie still, son.
I can't lay here, the puncher whispered. Let me see if I can stand up. It's not bad. We don't want him to think there's only 2 of us left now, do we? Help me up, Doc. I'm not bleeding.
Now you can't,
the doctor began, but Kittering made an impatient movement and began trying to get up himself. There was little to do but to help him, and once he stood, swaying a little and standing unsupported, the white bandage around his head gave him a grim, piratical look. There, I'm all right. I can even shoot. My right arm's still good.
Jim, you're crazy. You'll kill yourself.
Hush now, Helen's calling. He stumbled in to reassure her, and Slocum and the doctor exchanged a despairing look. They didn't know what to do. With Kittering down on his back, they were badly handicapped, probably fatally. To let him walk around might kill him, but the puncher's endurance was amazing. As the first shock of his wounds wore off, he actually seemed to gain strength. Although his left arm was useless, he managed to fire his rifle using a log as a rest at his loophole. But the men outside had known that he was hurt, for they began to move with a greater show of confidence. It was only after Slocum's unaired fire and Kittering's slowered shots had picked off another man that they dug themselves in again and resorted to the bow once more. This time, as the burning arrows began to sail out of the trees, Slocum's face was drawn with anxiety. If they keep that up, Jim, they're going to get 'em to burn us out of here. What'll we do if another one lands? You can't see the man with the bow, can you? Not even a little bit. He's behind some brush or rocks over there. Another arrow arched up and then dropped close to the wall, and again Slocum fired vainly at the spot from where it had been coming from. He swore helplessly. He's going to get us sooner or later. The shooting outside had stopped, as though they were concentrated on this duel between the bow and the rifle. If a real archer had been out there, they knew, it would have been long over. The only thing that had saved them so far was the lack of skill with which the arrows were being directed. But even so, they were coming closer and closer, while Slocum burned the air with bullets and swore in a helpless fury. That, he said, as another shaft struck the wall and split under the impact. The next one's going to land on the roof, sure as shooting. But the next one never came. For even as they held their breath, waiting for that arching line of flight out from the trees, a shot sounded, clear and loud out in the valley, and they saw a cowboy, clutching a short, dark bow, raised from behind a brush pile and pitch headlong over onto his face. Harkness! Shouted Kittering. That's Harkness out there! There was a sudden commotion in the valley as the cowboys turned to face this new enemy. The slower pace of the siege had been disrupted. Action swift and incisive burst over the valley, and from the cabin they saw cowboys charge up the hillside. The sudden angry bark of revolvers took the place of booming rifles. Slocum saw a grin of fraternal pride on Kittering's face. They'll have their hands full with that he-wolf, the puncher said. Look, Jim. Slocum pointed up the valley. Men were coming into sight, racing down the trail. More punchers from the ranch. Wilding seems to be getting reinforcements. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22.
Darkness surprised the battle occupants of Box Elder Valley. The sun had declined unnoticed beyond the western hills, and shadows had crept unseen down the valley. It was only when the sights of their smoking, heated rifles began to blur out of sight that they raised their eyes and saw that twilight had come. All at once, then, as though by common consent, the firing died out, and a lull settled down. Inside the cabin, Slocum turned a blackened, grimy face, streaked with perspiration, and from his shuttered loophole to see Kittering sagging down weakly, his head sinking forward on his chest. The homesteader put down his rifle. He picked up the wounded man, carried him to the bunk, while Kittering continued to protest with his last strength. "Quit arguing," Slocum said. "We'll sure have some quiet for now, and you can afford a rest. I'll throw some grub together quick." They ate wearily, sitting in the dark, and up the valley campfires sprang out, and tiny sparks of light pricked the curtains of the darkness, where the besiegers too had suspended hostilities for the routine of living. "How do we stand now?" Slocum asked, his powerful jaws busy. "What do you figure the odds are now?" "Well, let's see. I got one," Kittering said. "And you got the Injun with the bow, and then you got 4 again. That makes 6, and then you got another one, and Harkness got the other Injun. That's 8. There was 12 at the start, counting that horse wrangler, which leaves 4, and then 7 more came from the ranch, bringing it back to 11. 8 men gone." Slocum shook his head soberly. "What a shame. Wilding will sure have to account for that. 8 men killed, and nobody knows how many more before they get us, just because of his greediness. I wonder why the men stand for it."
"Well, they're not ordinary cow punchers,"
Doc Martin said from the next room where he'd been listening.
"They're all gunmen. They're hired to fight. Besides, they've been promised a share of the mine, and more of them that are killed, the bigger the share for the rest. They're not bothered by the ordinary decencies of honor, you know. A real cowpuncher wouldn't go in for wholesale murder no matter how much he hated nesters."
"I reckon," Slocum said non-committally. Resuming their posts at back in front of the house, Slocum and Doc Martin opened the shutters. They knew that in the thick darkness of the trees the house was invisible, and that hearing was more important now than sight. No one approaching could see the house at all until he was very close, and good shooting was impossible. Rifles were laid by the revolvers. If a surprise attack did come, it'd be a hand-to-hand affair. Not much later, Slocum heard a faint whisper outside, as grass being brushed by a moving body. His pistol swung up, his strained eyes and ears for a betraying sound or a movement. A voice breathed.
"Jim, Slocum, don't shoot. It's Harkness."
A moment later, the ranger was being enthusiastically pounded on the back by Slocum's heavy hand. "Dog my cats, I have never been so glad to see anybody in my life. Here, take a rifle and set yourself at home." "Where you been all this time?" Kittering asked. "I done waited till the sheriff got back, and I stood over him while he read those papers. Slocum, we ain't found that damn deed yet, but those letters prove your claim is good. More'n that, I think they make you owner of the Lazy Bar X. You're Bates's brother, after all, aren't you?" Slocum inclined his head without speaking. "Well, the sheriff sort of digested the contents and said he reckoned he'd ride over and have a chat with Mr. Wilding. Hell's bells, I sure hope he's got brains enough to come over here when he finds nobody at home at the ranch." There was a lot of other questions Kittering wanted to ask, but Harkness seemed disinclined to talk. And with this new, fresh addition to the fighting force Kittering was immediately overruled and put to bed, where, in spite of his protest, he fell asleep and didn't stir for 2 hours. He awakened then to the stunning roar and crash of guns, and saw the darkness stabbing by lurid flashes of flame, which illuminated the interior of the cabin like a swift, successive streaking of lightning. He was out of the bunk in a bound, snatching his revolver, forgetting his wounds. In that split second before he hit the floor, he saw that Harkness and Slocum were at the front window, their guns spouting, while answering flashes and thunder came from the darkness beyond, and the ugly scream of bullets ripping through the air. With the instinctive understanding of the fighter, he never even glanced front again, but plunged headlong to the back room. Above the uproar in the front, he had been able to hear nothing, but he found, as he had expected, the doctor was holding it desperately against a determined assault from the back. Kittering charged into the breach with a roaring gun. As suddenly as they had come, they were gone. The darkness was undisturbed, and there strained anxious ears in vain for any sound, and Doc Martin relaxed and smiled a little stiffly. "It was just to see if we're awake," he said. "That wasn't a real attack." The remainder of the night passed quietly, and later they heard the sound of axes far up the valley, and the chopping continued for some time. But there was no further alarms. They slept in 2-hour watches, except for Kittering, and by morning all were haggard and drawn from the strain. Kittering awoke to find his side and shoulder agonizing and stiff, and he shut his teeth on the pain and urged his body up, hoping the stiffness would ease as he moved around. The valley was a spectacle in veils of white mist, and then the sun rose and drank up the dew, and the air cleared, and the hills were sharp and black in the early light. Harkness was at the window, staring up the valley. "Look here," he exclaimed. "Wyland's done built himself a cabin. He's fixin' to move in and be neighbors with you, Slocum." "What are you talking about?" demanded the homesteader, coming to the window. "You say cabin? That's a right queer-looking cabin, if you ask me." "Looks mighty small, too," Doc Martin said, looking over their shoulders. A rifle sprang from the creak, and a bullet thumped over their heads. Harkness closed the shutter hastily. "Whatever it is, let's eat," he said briskly. "I ain't got time to worry about Wyland's loco idea. I'm hungry." But glancing up from his meal, which he ate at the window, Harkness uttered another exclamation. "Hey! Come here, somebody take a look at this." Slocum was on his side immediately. "What's wrong?" "Well, just drape your eagle eye on that there cabin. Is it or ain't it?" Slocum's breath whistled from between his lips. "Thunder! It's closer now," he said sharply. Kittering moved stiffly to the window and peered out. "It looks like a regular moving fort," he said thoughtfully. "They can shoot as good from behind it that as we can here. Well, if they get too close, we can use their own trick and burn them out. We got some kerosene handy. Got any rags, Slocum?" Several fire bombs were prepared by wrapping rags around the stones taken from the fireplace. These were saturated with kerosene, lit, and then flung from the end of a split stick. They might give the men in the fort something to worry about. Meanwhile, the calm continued, and nothing happened except the curious log structure moved forward slowly. Whether it was being carried or pushed on rollers, they couldn't see, but its progress was very slow. However, an hour later, it was noticeably nearer, and the men in the cabin could see that the loopholes pierced in their front. Slocum and Harkness had to work on them with their rifles, but without any apparent effect. The men inside stayed clear of the apertures, and the fort continued to slowly advance. When it was almost within pistol range, those inside began to shoot back at the cabin, and then a queer duel began. From the loopholes of the fort, the attackers blazed away at the cabin window, and while those inside the cabin poured a steady stream of lead against the shelter, seeking out the men inside. And constantly, the fort moved in. Now, to increase the difficulties of those in the cabin, a brisk fire was directed at them from the trees alongside the creek, and the necessity of keeping cover from this hail of lead made their own shooting very difficult. Under protection of this barrage, the fort moved in and in until it seemed to loom directly under the cabin window. Harkness threw down his rifle in exasperation. "Here," he exclaimed, "let me try one of those firebugs. Stand clear, everyone. Slocum, kick that shutter open when I give the word." A match was struck, and he held the throwing stick in his right hand and the match in his left. "Go!" he shouted, then touched the match to the rags and swung back the stick. Slocum flung open one side of the shutter, and Harkness' arm started forward. A shot from outside smacked and struck the stick and tore it from his fingers. Slocum yanked the shutters back against a flurry of shots, and both men stamped out the blazing rags. A wild, derisive shout came from outside. "Let me get another stick," Harkness panted, holding his stinger and fingers. "No time, here they come." The insistent ripping of bullets had begun to tear gaps in the shutters, through which they saw the fort looming up and men advancing openly from the trees. A withering hail of death patterned everywhere about them, so thick it was almost impossible to rise up for a shot, and the attackers swarmed in, shouting, triumphant. Then, faintly above the uproar, came a distant pattern of shooting, and the attack wavered and halted, as though in astonishment. Down the valley, dimly seen through the clouds of pungent, stinging smoke, the lazy barrack horses were stampeded in fright, and a horde of riders were thundering down the trail, shooting as they came. "The sheriff," Harkness said calmly, as though introducing himself to the others. "Took him long enough to get here, damn him." Incredibly, the entire atmosphere had changed. Outside, the men from the ranch were breaking for the trees in a wild run. They dashed out of the fort and ran, and Slocum's gun came up, but he lowered it again. "Can't shoot 'em in the back," he muttered almost apologetically. "They're whipped." The posse charged swiftly in, and some of the fleeting men turned to shoot as they ran, and from the cabin they saw Wilding again, the first time since the beginning of the fight. He was on the other side of the creek, shouting and waving his arm, and gradually his men closed in around him, forming a compact group, shooting back at the posse and retreating up the hillside. "The mine!" exclaimed Kittering, seizing Slocum by the arm. "They're heading for the mine." Slocum turned his startled face. It's full of dynamite," he breathed. With the words, he ran for the door and flung open the bar and dashed out into the cleared meadow. The rear guard of Wilding's men had disappeared up the hillside, and the possemen were splashing through the stream in pursuit. Guns barked, but Slocum ran shouting towards the officers, in complete disregard of straying bullets. Behind him came Harkness, and unknown to both, Kittering followed slowly. There was a long minute before Slocum ran across the meadow, and the shots from the hill took on that hollow, booming sound which told them that they were being fired from the inside of the tunnel. Just as Slocum reached the creek, the pursuit came to an earth-shaking end. The fleeing men had taken up position in the mine, and from whose protection they fired down upon the posse. The deputies had in turn replied, and inevitably one of the bullets ranged back through the tunnel and struck the dynamite. A tremendous muffled boom rocked the hillside, and showers of stone and dirt, fragments of timber were strewn forth into the trees. A hollow rumble made the earth shake as the rock ledge settled. Thick clouds of dust began to slowly ascend. Every running figure had stopped dead as though checked by the wave of sound which roared down the valley. But as the echoes rolled away, faint shouts were heard, and the men began to climb up towards the mouth of the tunnel. Seeking an easier way up, Kittering climbed off to one side of the mine, and halfway up, pulled himself laboriously along, he ran into Slocum. The homesteader was scrambling along the side of the hill. "It's Wilding," Slocum gasped. "He ran out just before the explosion. The others all buried. Wilding, he got away. I saw him. He was holding something in his hand. Looked like a piece of paper." "A piece of paper?" Kittering clenched his fist in sudden, passionate outburst. "Slocum, it's the deed. What a loco fool. I should have known it was in the tunnel. Bates hid it there the day he was killed. He thought Wilding didn't know about the mine." Slocum put out his hand in a curious gesture, palm down. "I'll get it," he said grimly. He began to climb upward in the long slant away from the mine, doggedly fighting off his weakness. Kittering followed. By the time he got to the top of the ridge, Slocum was out of sight, but the big man had been running, and the marks of his boot heels were clear and deep in the ground, and Kittering took up the trail. Down the far side, over the next ridge, heading back into the short hills, and unexpectedly he saw them. Wilding had been stopped by a high, steep ledge, delayed trying to find a way around it. The few minutes' hesitation had been enough for Slocum to come up with him. As the homesteader appeared, Wilding had turned and climbed straight up the face of the rock. Slocum had followed. When Kittering arrived, Slocum was overhauling the smaller man, and Wilding had stopped on the ledge up and then turned to fight. The foreman pulled his gun, pointed it down at the man beneath. "Stop where you are, Slocum." His voice came clearly. "I'll drop you if you take another step." Kittering's own gun was out, but the two men were in line, and he was afraid to shoot. He began to run to one side for a clear angle, and he had taken 2 steps when he heard the shot. Wilding had fired, but Slocum didn't fall. His powerful muscles heaved under the impact of the bullet, and he continued to haul himself upward. Wilding's finger tightened on the trigger again as Kittering flung a hasty snap shot. The bullet only tore through the foreman's hat brim, but it made his own shot go wild. And then Slocum had him. Spellbound, Kittering saw the homesteader brace his feet on the narrow ledge as he twisted Wilding's gun wrist down, and there was an explosion as the revolver went off harmlessly, and a short cry of agony from the foreman. The gun dropped, and Wilding lashed out, struggling, and fought savagely, but he was helpless in the mighty muscles that held him. The homesteader's grip tightened. One massive hand clutched Wilding's arm up near the shoulder, and the other caught his gun belt. And there was a heave, and Wilding rose into the air, and for a tiny second Slocum stood poised, holding the man higher over his head. And then he threw him. Alone on the ledge, he stood with the deed in his hand, and blood darkening his shirt front. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. The whole business started back in Albany 10 years ago, Harkness said. They were out on the grass under the elder tree, Helen, Kittering, and Harkness, with the sheriff's men ringed curiously around them. Helen was bundled in a blanket, and Kittering propped on a pillow, half lying beside her. Harkness, the only unwounded one, was sitting up, digging his boot heels energetically into the ground. "I reckon you want more than 11 or 12, he said to Helen. Bates, his name was Slocum then, and Helen's father was just fixing to sell their land and head west. There was plenty of open range in Texas then, and rumors were drifting back of East fortunes being made on cattle. So they sold out, and when the deal went through, part of the money was paid in cash, a good part of it. Bates started out to put it in the bank and never got there. He vamoosed. First off, they thought something must have happened to him, but folks turned up who had seen him getting on a train, and then the rest was pretty clear. Well,
Left without any cash and not much anything else, Slocum decided to go west anyways. He came out on a freight wagon with the gal, and he knocked around New Mexico and Arizona and Texas, working all sorts of odd jobs, and always keeping a weathered eye peeled for his honest brother. About 2 years ago he found him. Mr. Bates he was, and the previous owner of the Lazy Bar X, the biggest ranch in Torpedo County. There wasn't no fuss or ruckus. Slocum said he didn't want to make any trouble for his brother spite of what happened, and he didn't hold any bad feelings, but he would like a piece of land for homesteading because his gal was growing up, and he figured it was time to set down. Doc Martin appeared from out of the cabin and crossed over to them, and Harkness broke off his story to look up. "How is he, Doc?" The doctor smiled. "I reckon it'll take more than a 45 to kill Slocum," he answered. "Helen, your father is just about the strongest man I ever saw. Oh, I'm certain he'll be all right." "Well, I'm sure glad of that," Harkness declared. "With 3 cripples on our hands, we're going to be powerful busy." "Oh, stop talking so much and finish your story," commanded the sheriff. "I ain't got the straight of it yet." Harkness glanced at him. "Now how can anybody—" "Get on with it." All right. Well, Bates was plumb tickled to get off so easy, and he give Slocum the short hill range. What neither of them knew was that Wilding was listening behind the door, and he had learned all about the business back east. Being a serious sort of a feller, he went to the high places and asked questions, and he found out something that even Slocum didn't know, and that there was still a warrant out for Bates's arrest. Slocum, of course, wasn't responsible. It was the man they sold the farm to. He claimed that Bates had cheated him, and he had. That big cash payment looked queer, and Wilding found out that most of it had been a loan to Bates, not payment for the farm. Bates had cheated his brother and the buyer. Harkness paused, as though to collect the facts in his mind. And then the Texas Rangers get a report that this Slocum, who was wanted by the state of Albany, was living here under the name of Bates. Seemed pretty certain that Wilding was behind that rumor, seeing as he wanted Bates out of the way. Well, the office, they sent me down here to see about it. Meantime, you know a lot of things he had going on. Wilding told Bates what he knew and blackmailed him into giving up a portion of the ranch to him. Bates found out about the mine and was doggone sorry that he gave Short Hills away. He tried to kill Slocum to get it back and then to throw the blame on Wilding, so as to get clear of him. But Wilding, he found the mine himself, and he got Bates first. They was a purty pair, them two. He touched the girl's hand gently. "I'm sorry I got to tell ye about him like this, Helen." She shook her head.
"Even if he was my uncle, you can hardly expect me to feel any sympathy for a man who tried to kill my father."
"I reckon," he assented gravely. After a moment, he took up the thread of the story. "When Bates first skipped, he was reported in St. Louis, and Slocum wrote to him there, but ne'er he got an answer. He wrote a couple letters, and then 2 years ago, when he found out Bates was here, he wrote again, afore coming over to see him. It was them letters that we found, which Bates had got but never answered, and which proved that Slocum was his brother and heir to the ranch in case of Bates' death. That's why I said we didn't even need to find the deed. Couple days afore that, I'd sent the sheriff up to the county seat to investigate Mr. Wilding, and found that Wilding had been changing brands into his own W, and selling cattle as fast as he could pick 'em up. Seemed like a fool thing to do, but he had a few reasons. He needed money to pay his gunmen, of which he didn't have the cash, and he wanted to clean out Slocum's cattle to discourage him. Most of them cows was Slocum's, but a few of them belonged to the ranch. What with one thing and another, the sheriff decided to ask Mr. Wilden some questions, and when he found nobody over there at the ranch, he came here. That about right, Sheriff?" The officer grunted. "What I want to know," he asked, "is who killed Bates?" "Plug did it," Kittering told him. "Acting under orders, I'm sure." "Well," the sheriff stamped with a musical jingle, "I reckon that probably about cleans everything up. Harkness, thank you for your help. You can go back to your company with my recommendations." The ranger grinned with a familiar flash of white teeth in his dark face. "I sure hate to leave," he said. "Things kind of seem like they might be tame now." The posse rode off on their way back to town, and Doc Martin and Harkness sauntered too casually, towards the cabin. Helen and Kittering were left alone. He reached over and took the girl's hand. "Helen, I'm sure glad it's turned out this way."
"Yes, but at what a price!" She shuddered. "How many men were killed? 10, 12? And the rest of us all crippled. It ain't worth it."
"Maybe not, but you don't get into a mess like this figuring what it's going to cost. You just get into it, and then you can't back out. The only thing to do now is to put it behind you and try and forget it, and try and think of the future instead."
"The future, Jim?"
she asked, and she was smiling. "Why, sure," he said, smiling back, a little shy. "You're going to have plenty of trouble ahead as Mrs. Jim Kittering, trying to get your husband to leave you long enough to go out and try and earn a living."
"I think," she said, that I'm not going to mind that trouble very much."
And then Jim Kittering forgot to be shy. End of chapter 23. End of Coyote Gulch by Peter Field, read by Mr. Stuff and Such. Bye for now.